Chapter 301 Eyes in the Dark. Uncle Sawada, if we are all promoted to Chunin this time, will we be eligible to accept A-level tasks? Obito asked curiously. The ninja who led Obito and the others to the designated entrance was Sawada Kazuya, whom Obito often saw in the mission hall. No, but you can take B-level missions at will. Sawada Kazuya replied. A-level missions depend on the opinion of Minato Jonin. He has the authority to take A-level missions. Isn't Minato teacher also in our team? His authority is the authority of our team. Obito was a little puzzled by what Wada Sawano said. After becoming a Chunin, you are different from Genin. You can take missions on your own without Minato Jonin. Moreover, during the war, Jonin has a heavy responsibility. If he has other missions, you have to do the missions yourself. Kazuya Sawada explained. The grading of ninjas is very simple, there are only upper, middle, and lower, so the Chunin is actually qualified to lead a team. As he said, Kazuya Sawada led them to the 44th entrance. Because there are other ninja villages participating, there are many people in this Chunin exam. Konoha has 27 teams, and the other ninja villages have 17 teams in total. After arriving at the entrance, Kazuya Sawada did not open the door immediately. He glanced at his watch and found that it was 2 o'clock, and there was still half an hour before the exam started. Kazuya Sawada told Obito and the other two the start time of the exam, and then closed his eyes and waited for the exam to start. Since we can't get in now, let's discuss how to act in this exam first. Kakashi thought for a while and said. Is there any need to discuss this? Find a team to snatch their scrolls and rush to the central tower. Obito thought that he should just follow the rules. How to find it? Should we try our luck everywhere, or should we go directly to the middle tower and wait for others to come, or should we make a big noise to attract others? Kakashi said lightly. The goal is definitely to grab the scroll and go to the middle tower, but there are many specific actions. I feel that Kakashi is very reliable in this regard. Nohara Rin smiled softly. Obito decided to go back and make up for his knowledge in this area and become a ninja with plans and strategies. Seeing Nohara Rin's support and Obito's acquiescence, Kakashi expressed his ideas. On the first day, we will try to find enemies around. If we can gather the scrolls of heaven and earth, we will go directly to the central tower. If we can't gather them on the first day, we will go to places with abundant water and food to find other teams in the next 2 days. There are no stores in the Death Forest, and all logistical problems can only be solved by ourselves, so Kakashi thinks that there is a high probability of meeting people in places with abundant food and water. If you don't meet anyone in the first 3 days, then go directly to the vicinity of the middle tower and ambush those teams that have gathered the scrolls of heaven and earth. After speaking, Kakashi paused and continued, if you don't have other ideas, then act like this later. Nohara Rin nodded to show that she approved of Kakashi's plan, and Obito didn't say anything, which was automatically taken as Kakashi's consent. You can go in now, come here. When it was 2:30, Sawada Kazuya immediately took out the key and opened the iron gate and said to Obito and the other two. Uncle Sawada, after the exam is over, you have to pick a good A-level mission for us. After Obito walked into the Death Forest, he immediately turned around and waved to Sawada Kazuya and laughed. First, pass the exam well, and be careful of those Kirigaku ninjas. This Chunin exam is very dangerous. Kazuya Sawada answered while locking the door. Kazuya Sawada was not worried that Obito and his team would not be able to defeat the ninjas from the small ninja villages, and ninjas from the same Konoha village generally would not fight to the death. Only the Kirigaku ninjas from the same large ninja village were the most dangerous. After entering the Death Forest, the three began to act according to Kakashi's plan. Kakashi and Obito stood on both sides of the front, while Nohara Rin stood in the middle 2 steps behind them. The three ran quickly to find other teams. The diameter of the Death Forest is 20 kilometers. It is difficult for more than 100 ordinary people to see each other if they run around in it, but in terms of the ninja's leg strength, the Death Forest is not particularly large. After about an hour of action, Obito and his team met the first team. Hand over the scroll. Since we are all Konoha ninjas, I won't fight you. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't seriously injure your two teammates during the battle. The tall and thin Konoha ninja standing in the front said. I know that you are much stronger than me, Kakashi, but even if you want to win against 3 people, you may not be able to win. It is better to save your strength to snatch the scrolls of those small ninja village teams. He is 4 years older than Kakashi, but because Kakashi graduated before the 3rd semester, his actual graduation time is later than Kakashi, so he knows that Kakashi is a genius whose strength cannot be judged by age. But he thinks that even the genius Kakashi may not be able to beat the 3 of them together. After all, each of them has practiced 4 years more than Kakashi, which adds up to 12 years more. As for Obito and Nohara Rin, he ignored them directly. At first glance, they looked like newbies who had graduated not long ago. Hey, why do you say that Kakashi is very strong? I am stronger than him. Obito couldn't help but speak. He was a little speechless. 3 people fighting Kakashi together didn't have the confidence to say that they would win, and they actually wanted to defeat him in a single fight. Kakashi injured him. Who are you? The tall and thin Konoha genin winked at his 2 teammates, then asked Obito. The 2 companions of the tall and thin Konoha genin began to slowly spread out to the surroundings, surrounding Obito and the other 2 in a triangular position to prevent Obito and the others from running away suddenly. Uchiha Obito. Obito replied proudly. Never heard of it. The tall and thin Konoha genin shook his head and said. It was hard. Obito felt his fist harden. You are the ones who should take the initiative to hand over the scroll. This guy is indeed not worse than me in terms of single-player combat power. Kakashi changed his breathing rhythm and said in the state of thunder breathing. However, the tall and thin Konoha genin did not believe Kakashi's words, and quickly took out a kunao from the ninja bag and said. Kakashi, you know, you will only make others think you are bluffing. Of course, he did not believe Kakashi's nonsense. How could any stupid-looking genin have the same strength as Kakashi? After saying that, the tall and thin Konoha genin made a gesture and immediately rushed towards Obito. His 2 teammates also quickly launched an attack after receiving the signal. Flame breathing, full concentration. Obito raised his breathing to the limit, inhaling a large amount of oxygen and combining chakra to increase his body. Whoosh! When the tall and thin Konoha genin rushed in front of Obito, he found that Obito's figure disappeared directly in front of him. Is Kakashi not bluffing? This thought immediately appeared in the mind of the tall and thin Konoha genin. Bang! Obito, who used the razor to burst out at high speed, instantly appeared behind the tall and thin Konoha genin, and punched the tall and thin Konoha genin with all his strength, knocking him back and knocking down a big tree on the way back. What a fast speed! The tall and thin genin was very shocked. Bang! Bang! Before the tall and thin genin thought too much, he found that his 2 teammates were also knocked out like him. Hiss! The tall and thin genin stood up and couldn't help but gasp when he felt the pain coming from his body. Oops! I hit a wall. The tall and thin ninja felt bad. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito took advantage of the situation to seal and use fire style. With the blessing of the breath of flame, he quickly condensed a 3-meter-high fireball. Seeing that Obito still had an excellent fire style, the tall and thin genin's original idea of fighting was completely extinguished, and he hurriedly shouted. We admit defeat, give you the scroll, don't fight. The exam has just begun, and there are still many opportunities. If you get hurt here, it will affect the next exam. Obito spit out the unfinished great fireball to one side and said proudly, I've said I'm stronger than Kakashi. Remember the name Uchiha Obito. I'll remember it even if you don't say it. The tall and thin ninja sighed. When he first saw Kakashi and the others, he thought he was lucky, but he didn't expect that this seemingly harmless team didn't have a simple one. The scroll is for you. The tall and thin ninja took out a white scroll with the word written on it and threw it to Obito. Obito's excited expression immediately turned into disappointment when he found out that it was the scroll of heaven. It's a waste of time now. It's the scroll of heaven. Obito sighed. It's useless to get duplicate scrolls in this exam. You can only get one scroll of heaven and one scroll of earth. Kakashi frowned slightly. Obito's sense of confidentiality was too poor. Didn't he directly tell the team about their scroll information? You are also the scroll of heaven, so it's useless for you to hold two scrolls of heaven. Why don't you return them to us? The tall and thin ninja said with bright eyes. Two scrolls of heaven cannot pass the level, but you can find other teams with extra scrolls of earth to exchange. Kakashi denied the tall and thin ninja's request. Two scrolls are always better than one. Although they are ninjas from the same village, this is the Chunin exam, and Kakashi doesn't want to return the stolen scroll. I can exchange information. I have collected a lot of information about the candidates for the Chunin exam in the village. Even if it is not useful in the second round, it may be useful in the third round. The thin and tall ninja said hurriedly. It depends on whether your information is worth it. Kakashi did not agree immediately. Information is indeed important to ninjas. The thin and tall ninja searched his body and threw two small cards to Kakashi. Nara Yuito, a ninja of the Nara clan, is good at shadow imitation, has a high IQ, and is very calm in battle. Inyazuka Midori, a ninja of the Inyazuka clan, is good at fighting with ninja dogs, and has a relatively reckless personality. Kakashi looked at the thin and tall ninja with a little sidelong glance. There were small photos on these cards. He was a little curious about how the other party got them. It's a good deal to exchange the useless scroll of heaven for information. The thin and tall ninja saw that Kakashi seemed a little tempted, so he struck while the iron was hot and said, I need to confirm the accuracy of your information first. Kakashi thought for a moment and read out the two Konoha genin he met in the first exam. If the information is correct, it will be of great use, but if it is false, it will have a negative effect. The thin and tall ninja quickly found the information cards of the two people Kakashi mentioned and threw them over. After Kakashi looked through them and found that there was no problem, he agreed to the transaction of exchanging scrolls for information. Although they were all basic information, it was worth exchanging them with extra scrolls. Thank you very much. If you don't succeed in the promotion this time, I will give you the information for free next time. After taking back the scroll, the thin and tall ninja said with a smile. Then we will definitely be promoted successfully. Obito replied while looking at the intelligence card. Then I wish you good luck. The tall and thin ninja quickly led his teammates back. He was worried about meeting other teams as they continued to move forward. They were not in a good state now. Obito's punch was a bit fierce. After sorting out the information, Obito, Kakashi, and others continued to move forward to find the next team. However, Obito and his team did not notice a half-black and half-white figure watching them in the dark. It was very painful today. You must not want to know what it feels like to eat something spicy and then have diarrhea. I can only say that it seriously affects my typing. In addition, let me talk about a misunderstanding about the blood mist. Some people think that the blood mist was created by Obito, but it was not. In the comics, when Obito recalled, there was a mist hidden Anbu who said don't underestimate our blood mist village when fighting with Obito. At best, Obito inherited the blood mist policy or promoted it, but he was definitely not the creator. Chapter 302 Uchiha Madara's understanding of Obito. Why choose Uchiha Obito? That Uchiha Shisui seems to have better talent. In a dimly lit cave, Black Zetsu asked Uchiha Madara with a puzzled expression. Shisui is 2 years younger than Obito, but has always been in the leading position in terms of strength. This is because you don't understand Uchiha. Uchiha Madara's face, which was wrinkled due to old age, showed a smug smile. You only saw the difference in their superficial talents, but did not notice the love in their hearts. Uchiha Obito is a very special Uchiha. The love of ordinary Uchiha is hidden deep in their hearts, while Uchiha Obito's love is so much that it overflows, and is shared with everyone who needs help. As long as this huge love is stimulated, he can gain the powerful power of corresponding love. Uchiha Madara believes that the Uchiha who awakens love is the real Uchiha, and the talent of the complete body Obito will never lose to Shisui. And Uchiha Obito's personality is also easy to train. This is also one of the reasons why Uchiha Madara chose Obito. This kind of person who believes in everything he says is really easy to fool. It's worthy of being Madara-sama. Black Zetsu showed a weird smile on his face. Uchiha Madara didn't care about Black Zetsu's expression. After all, Black Zetsu didn't look like he could smile well. He began to tell Black Zetsu about his plan. Obito and the others are very good at physical training. Sarutobi Hiruzen commented as he watched Obito and the other two quickly turn the situation to his advantage. This is the first time that Konoha has jointly held the Chunin exam with the Hidden Mist Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen attaches great importance to it. The Hidden Mist Village rarely interferes in the affairs of the four major ninja villages on the mainland. If Konoha can make the Hidden Mist an ally, then Konoha will have more capital to deal with the current chaotic situation. They usually practice very seriously. I am not as good as them at this age. Minato, who was also in the monitoring room, sighed. Obito and Kakashi gave Minato the feeling that they were both talented and hard-working. Obito had awakened the Uchiha Sharingan at a young age and had reached the level of 2 Megatama. Kakashi was very skilled in using ninjutsu and had an extraordinary speed. Originally, Nohara Rin was considered an excellent student, but compared with Obito and Kakashi, she was much more ordinary. The ability to teach students who are better than oneself can better reflect the teaching level, which shows that Minato, you have great potential in teaching. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. If you want to say, it is Miyu who taught well. Minato shook his head and said. He knew very well that Obito and the others' current strength was related to him, but it was more related to Miyu because Obito and the others showed their ability to work together to defeat the Jonin when they were fighting for the bell. Minato, don't be too self-deprecating. Obito and the others have praised you, Minato, to me. Miyu smiled and came up with a wave of commercial praise. Don't be modest, you all have merits. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his mustache and said with a smile, and when he looked at the monitors again, he found an interesting team. This team of Kirigakure ninjas is quite bold. Are they trying to attract all the surrounding teams? Euro. Miyu looked at the display screen, which showed the team that Zabuza and Hoshigaki Kisame were in. They found a large open space, and then piled many trees together and set them on fire. A raging fire started, and a lot of black smoke rose upwards. Miyu was not too surprised. Before, Kurosawa had directly announced his scroll information in public, looking like he was asking for a beating. It was normal for him to do such a thing in the Forest of Death. After all, their Team Euro's combat power was really too high. In addition to Hoshigaki Kisame who had 7,000 chakras, Zabuza and Kurosawa were not easy to deal with, and their panels were much stronger than ordinary Chunins. Miyu knew at a glance that this team was the team that Kirigakure sent to cause trouble. Zabuza was okay, as he was relatively young, but Hoshigaki Kisame and Kurosawa were obviously not genin. Euro Kakashi will hold Kisame back, and Obito will deal with Zabuza or Kurosawa. The chances of winning are very high. Miyu took a look at the positions of the two teams and found that they were very likely to meet, and then briefly analyzed the combat power of both sides. In a single-player battle, neither Obito nor Kakashi would be able to defeat Kisame. Obito's fire escape was restrained by Kisame's water escape, and Kakashi's hard power was. Here is a slight difference in the overall strength of the team. No hara-rin is not the key to victory or defeat. It is automatically regarded as holding back one enemy. In terms of the overall strength of the team, Minato's team is the first in this Chunin exam. Might Guy and Kisame are both very strong, but their teammates are not at the same level as them. Although Obito can beat Kakashi, the difference in strength between the two is not particularly large, and there is also no hara-rin, a nurse who can nurse and fight. Because there are always accidents in the Chunin exam in the original work, the cautious Mu directly used the identification to check the panels of all students when explaining the rules of the exam room to ensure that there are absolutely no strong people disguised as candidates. Therefore, Mu also knows the information of all students on the field. Mu continued to look at the screen. A team of Kusanagi and a team of Konoha ninjas came to Kisame team one after another. We are so lucky. It's the team with the scroll of earth. If we defeat them, we will pass the exam. The Kusanagi saw that it was the team that had exposed their scroll information before and immediately showed a happy expression. Kurosawa was disappointed to see that the people coming were only Kyuzagakuer ninjas. They are just ninjas from a small village like Kyuzagakuer. There is no way to prove their strength. Kurosawa sighed. Hearing this naked discrimination against ninja villages, the three Kyuzagakuer ninjas all showed angry expressions. Asshole, don't underestimate our Kyuzagakuer. Compared with your big ninja villages, we just lack some top-notch masters. The Kyuzagakuer ninjas shouted unconvincedly while taking out ninja tools. Swish, swish, swish. The three Kyuzagakuer ninjas threw shurikens at Kurosawa with all their strength. Kurosawa, who had long anticipated their attacks, dodged immediately, making the three people's attacks miss. While dodging, Kurosawa also threw shurikens at the three people to counterattack. If you are only at this level, don't blame others for looking down on you. Zabuza drew out the long sword on his back and rushed towards the three Kyuzagakuer ninjas. Swish! Zabuza seized the opportunity very well, and a Kusanagi who was trying to dodge was cut off an arm by him. Yashimura! The two teammates who escaped the disaster shouted angrily when they saw this scene. However, Kisame did not give him too much time to worry about his teammates. He rushed towards the two people with the chakra burst on his feet. What's the matter with this power? Is this guy really a human? During the collision of fists and feet, the two Kusanagi felt the huge power of Kisame, and their faces changed drastically. Even if it was 1 against 2, Kisame still easily suppressed the two with physical skills, and Kurosawa took the opportunity to stab a Kusanagi to death with a short blade. The Kusanagi with a broken arm naturally could not fight against Zabuza with one arm, and was killed in a few seconds. Within less than 3 minutes of contact with the Kisame team, the Kusanagi team was completely wiped out. So strong. Fortunately, you are cautious and let us watch first. Inyazuka Midori said with a smack of his lips when he saw the 3 mist villagers killing 3 grass ninjas like cutting melons and vegetables. Since these guys dare to be so arrogant, they must have certain abilities. Those who dare to be so arrogant without abilities will not live long. Nara Saltwater said calmly. They are also Book of Heaven, so Inyazuka Midori wanted to grab the scroll when he saw them, but was stopped by the cautious Nara Saltwater. We will retreat by a detour. There is still a lot of time. The first day has just begun. There is no need to rush to collect the scroll of heaven and earth. We have the information about Naya, so there is no need to take risks. Nara Saltwater decided to take a detour with his teammates. Abarame Naya arranged insects in the wooden house where the scrolls were collected, so they obtained the scroll information of most teams. You only dare to hide in the dark and peek? Then you are not as good as those grass ninjas just now. At least they are very courageous. At this time, Zabuza spoke to the area where Nara Saltwater and the other two were hiding. Oops, we've been discovered. Narayanchi looked at the position of Kisame and the other two and frowned immediately. He found that Kisame and the other two had vaguely blocked some of their retreat directions after the battle. Narayanchi thought they were looking for other teams to arrive, but according to the current situation, they might have discovered them while they were still fighting. Retreat! Narayanchi immediately reminded his teammates and then dodged and rushed to the back. Since you're here, don't rush to leave. Kurosawa threw several kunao at the Narayanchi team, then burst out chakra and chased after them. Kisame and Zabuza also rushed over at high speed to block the Narayanchi team from evacuating. Narayanchi was not fast at first, and he knew that he would be caught up sooner or later, so he simply stopped in a place with dense tree shadows. You have already collected the scrolls of heaven and earth, so you can go directly to the middle tower to complete the exam. It is meaningless to fight with us. Are you sure you want to take risks for a meaningless thing? Narayanchi said solemnly. At this moment, he was ready for the battle, but it would be best if he could avoid this battle. After all, he was not sure. That's right, Midori is not a vegetarian. If you chase me again, I will let Bimura bite you. Inyazuka Midori said. Woof woof. The little white dog on Inyazuka Midori's shoulder shouted ferociously. Although Abermanaya did not speak, she silently released the bugs to show her determination to fight. How can it be meaningless? The so-called exam is to prove that you are better than others. As long as you beat all of you, you will be the best. Kurosawa said with a cruel smile. Narayui's thinking is fine under normal circumstances, but they are not here to take the exam seriously, so they are not in a hurry to complete the exam. Konoha's ninjas should it will be stronger than those grass ninjas. Zabuza pointed the sword with blood still flowing at Narayui. At this point, Narayui knew that this battle was inevitable. Diarrhea is really uncomfortable. I wrote and stopped until almost 3 o'clock before I finished it. Chapter 303 Minato Class vs Kirigaku's Strongest Team. Shadow Imitation Technique. Narayui quickly formed a seal, and the shadow under his feet rushed towards Kurosawa, who was closest to him, and merged with Kurosawa's shadow. At the moment when the shadows overlapped, Kurosawa noticed the abnormality of his body and he lost control of his body. Swish! Narayui controlled Kurosawa's body and threw the short blade at Zabuza. Zabuza, who didn't trust his teammates, immediately noticed Kurosawa's attack and swung his long sword to cut off the short blade. Mushifeng! Abermanaya used chakra to control the bugs to form a whirlwind and rushed towards Kurosawa. The shadow imitation technique is relatively rigid in controlling the enemy. It is not a good choice to control the enemy to attack all the time. The best choice is to control one person and then focus on the controlled person and kill him in seconds. Tanja. Inyazuka Midori bursts chakra to make himself spin at high speed and rush towards Kurosawa. Damn it! Looking at the attacking black whirlwind and the spinning whirlwind, Kurosawa's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that this timid Konoha team was not only strong but also very decisive. Water prison technique. At this critical moment, Kisame made a move. The thick water flow swirled around Kurosawa, forming a water ball with no dead angles, blocking the first wave of attack for Kurosawa. Narayutaka's expression remained unchanged, and he controlled Kurosawa to walk forward, wanting to use the water in the water ball to suffocate Kurosawa to death. Although he had no feelings for his teammates, Zabuza didn't want to fight 3 alone. He took advantage of the gap when Inyazuka Midori and Abermanaya attacked Kurosawa and used the instant body technique to slash at Narayutaka. Narayutaka had to give up control of Kurosawa and quickly took out a kunao to block Zabuza's slash. Clang! Zabuza's long sword slashed on Narayutaka's kunao, making a crisp sound of swords colliding. Shua shua! Zabuza was like an emotionless the killing machine usually swings the sword without any hesitation, and each swing of the sword is aimed at Narayu's fatal spot, and soon Narayu is beaten back step by step. Narayu looked at his 2 teammates with his peripheral vision. Without setting traps in advance, his single-player ability is average, and he needs his teammates to break the deadlock. However, his teammates are not having an easy time either. Inuzuka Midori and the ninja dog can only barely hold back Kisame, and Abarame Naya can hardly resist the furious Kurosawa. Although there seems to be no obvious disadvantage at present, Narayu knows that if they continue like this, it is only a matter of time before they are defeated, because each of them is weaker than the opponent. As a ninja, I am still too reckless and should stay away from such abnormal phenomena. Narayu Shiro sighed in his heart. If they had taken a detour when they saw the black smoke, this would not have happened. Bang! A dull crash sounded, and Inuzuka Midori's body quickly retreated and hit the tree hard, breaking the tree. Baiwang gave up the attack and ran to Inuzuka Midori to protect her. This guy has a shark face. Did he practice some advanced animal simulation ninjutsu to become like this? How can he be so strong? Inuzuka Midori was a little skeptical about life. Although she was a girl, she had always been the strongest among her peers because of her practice of animal-like ninjutsu and exercise since childhood. However, when she was fighting with Kisame in physical skills, her strength was completely crushed. This made Inuzuka Midori wonder if Kisame had practiced animal-like ninjutsu related to sharks, and had reached an extremely high level. He didn't look like a human anymore. Narayu and Abarame now were also exhausted in defense. Although they knew that Inuzuka Midori was in critical condition, they could not spare time to help Inuzuka Midori. Kisame ignored Inuzuka Midori's words and continued to walk towards the fallen Inuzuka Midori. He had long been accustomed to her. He looked at her strangely. After all, he did look a little different from ordinary people. Facing the approaching Kisame, Shiromaru clenched his tail and glared at Kisame, and kept making threatening growls, as if to say, "Come here, I'm going to bite you." When Kisame was less than 3 meters away from Inuzuka Midori, Shiromaru couldn't help it and flew towards Kisame to bite him. Bang! Kisame's fist with great force hit Shiromaru's body, and Shiromaru fell to the ground like a cannonball. His white hair was stained with grey by the dust on the ground, and the hair on the part hit by Kisame turned bloody. Shiromaru! Inuzuka Midori wanted to continue fighting with Shiromaru, but she had suffered multiple fractures in the battle with Kisame, and now she could barely stand. This scene of deep affection did not move Kisame. He drew out the long sword behind him and stabbed Inuzuka Midori in the heart. Secret technique, cocoon. The situation was so critical that Abarame now didn't care about the damage to her body, and used all the chakra in her body to accelerate the hatching of the insects, creating a large number of parasitic insects and restraining Zabuza and Kurosawa at the same time. Shadow imitation technique. Narayu Shiro immediately used the shadow secret technique to control the shadow under him to rush towards Kisame. Because Kurosawa suffered a loss once, Kisame had been holding up the shadow secret technique of Narayu Shiro, and he immediately evacuated when the shadow attacked. Kisame kept moving on the big trees, and then he found that the shadow could not be moved after he was a distance away from Narayu Shiro. Catch up. Narayushi's expression remained unchanged, and he immediately controlled his shadow to turn around and rush towards Zabuza, who was fighting against a large number of parasitic bugs. The shadow imitation technique could not increase his own shadow, so the distance it could extend was limited. If it was too far, he could not reach it. Water escape technique, fog hiding technique. Zabuza resisted the bites of the bugs and spit out a lot of thick fog, causing Narayushi to lose his vision. The fog hidings were all specially trained, and the heavy fog would not affect their battle, but Narayushi and Abarame would be in trouble. If there were enough bugs, the fog would not be a big problem for Abarame, but now he no longer had chakra to accelerate the hatching of the bugs. When the fog dissipated, Narayushi had become extremely embarrassed, with sword scratches on his arms and thighs, his clothes soaked with blood, and he was lying on the ground completely losing his ability to fight. Abarame was half kneeling on the ground with sweat all over his head, and his body had reached its limit. Kisame swung his sword to get the most dangerous Nara salt water, but a flaming kunai that flew over forced him to stop attacking and dodge. "Hey, you guys are too cruel. They have lost their ability to fight. Why kill them when you take the scroll away? Obito couldn't help but say when he saw the miserable state of the three people and the dog. He felt that there was no need to do this. This was not a battlefield, but just an exam. I think you don't understand at all. You should know that the consent form has been signed before the start of this exam. Killing is one of the rules of this exam. If you don't kill the defeated enemies, are you waiting for them to recover and cause trouble? Kurosawa looked at Obito with a look of idiot and laughed. A complete greenhouse flower. Zabuza gave an evaluation. It's really infuriating. You look so great. Do you think everyone in the ninja world is the same as you? Obito began to get a little angry. Nohara-rin ignored the ridicule of Zabuza and the other two. She used the palm magic to heal the nearest Inyazuka Midori. Are you okay? This is the first time I have treated someone so seriously injured. Nohara-rin asked with concern. Of course not. Midori has many broken bones. Inyazuka Midori answered truthfully. But your treatment is great. Midori feels like she is recovering. Kisame saw Nohara-rin's hand on Inyazuka Midori glowing green and said, hurry up and get rid of them together. Someone in this team knows medical ninjutsu. That shark-faced guy is very strong. You have to be careful. Inyazuka Midori loudly told Kisame's information. Swish, swish, swish. Kakashi secretly wrote down the information and quickly took out the shuriken from the ninja tool bag and shot it at Zabuza and Kisame near Nara salt water. If it was a fight between ninjas from the same village, it would be fine. But seeing other ninjas from other ninja villages destroying their companions in Konoha, Kakashi couldn't just sit back and watch. Breathing of flames, breathing with all your strength. Kakashi's shuriken was the signal for Obito to charge. He immediately raised his breathing to the extreme to strengthen his body and then rushed towards Kurosawa. Let me teach you how a real ninja should be. Kurosawa greeted him with a grim smile. Then come and try it. After approaching Kurosawa, Obito immediately released the chakra that he had condensed in advance. The speed was so fast that Kurosawa only felt that Obito disappeared with a whoosh. Kurosawa turned around and swung his arm behind him without even looking. But he didn't know that Obito's extreme breathing could increase a lot of strength. Obito blocked Kurosawa's arm steadily with his right hand, and then punched Kurosawa back several meters. Then Obito immediately grabbed a Baramaneya who was half kneeling on the ground and quickly retreated. The purpose of his attack this time was not to defeat Kurosawa, but to save people. Thank you. A Baramaneya thanked Obito in a weak voice. It's a small matter. Just take the treatment and watch how I beat these bastards. Obito put a Baramaneya next to Inyazuka Midori and said. Seeing that Obito and the others seemed to want to save people, Kisame immediately released a water attack towards Narayui who was lying on the ground. Earth style, earth flow wall. Kakashi quickly formed a seal to condense chakra and raised a thick earth wall in front of Narayui, perfectly dissolving the attacking water style. Then Kakashi burst out the thunder breath with all his strength and showed a super speed to bring Narayui to Nohara-rin's side. Narayui was seriously injured. At first, he wanted Kakashi and the others to retreat quickly, but he was already injured and had difficulty speaking. Let's treat Ui first. He looks so miserable. Inyazuka Midori said when he saw Narayui's miserable condition up close. Nohara-rin nodded with a serious expression and began to treat Narayuri with all her strength. This was also a challenge for her. Since she learned medical ninjutsu, she had been treating minor injuries for Obito and others. You are such an incurable idiot with so much kindness. Do you still want to fight 2 against 3? Zabuza looked at Kakashi and Obito with a mocking look on his face. From their performance just now, Kakashi and Obito are indeed quite strong, but it's too much to want to fight 2 against 3. You call people who do good things stupid. I think you are surrounded by selfish people, including yourself, so you say that. Kakashi replied calmly. What? Do you know, you little bastard? The cruelty of the blood mist is not something you greenhouse flowers can understand. Zabuza tightened the hilt of his sword, with murderous intent in his eyes. Whatever mist you have, I won't let you kill the ninjas in our village. It just so happens that you are the scroll of earth. Obito was eager to fight. Chapter 304 Swinging the Sword for Protection. The strongest one on their side should be the shark-faced one. He uses water escape in the power conference, and your fire escape will be restrained by him, so let me deal with it. For the remaining two, you can make a few tentative attacks first. If it doesn't work, let Xylan help. Don't be stubborn. Kakashi quickly arranged the battle and said to Obito. Although Narayoshio and the others were seriously injured, the frontal battle was equally important. If they couldn't win, everyone would die together. I know. Obito nodded and turned his attention to Zabuza and Kurosawa. After a brief physical confrontation, Kurosawa judged that the other party's physical skills were not as good as his, and Zabuza seemed to be very good at using a sword. Although Kakashi wanted to fight Kisame, Zabuza seemed to be angered by Kakashi's words. He ignored Obito and rushed towards Kakashi with his sword. Kakashi's face remained unchanged. The battle arrangement was just a rough plan. The actual battle still had to be flexible. In this case, it was up to him and Obito to cooperate to make the battle situation what they wanted. Clang! Kakashi quickly pulled out the white fang short blade and slashed against Zabuza, who was attacking. Kakashi wore a black mask, and Zabuza covered the lower half of his face with a bandage. Each time they attacked, they greeted each other's fatal parts, which was quite a traditional ninja battle beauty. Both Kakashi and Zabuza showed strong skills, and they could always cleverly resolve the attack and counterattack. Just when Zabuza thought that Kakashi's strength was about the same as his, Kakashi, who had finished the test, increased the concentration of thunder breathing, improved his speed and strength, and instantly put Zabuza under great pressure. Under Kakashi's sudden outburst, Zabuza's arm was left with a scratch that kept bleeding. This achievement alone did not satisfy Kakashi, because he was comfortable fighting on his side, but it was difficult for Obito because Kisame and Kurosawa were on Obito's side. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito quickly made a seal in his throat to condense chakra and spit out a large amount of flames to form a tall fireball. Without knowing the detailed information of the opponent, the great fireball with low consumption and high power is undoubtedly the best choice. Water style, exploding water wave. Kisame lightly jumped up, made a seal to condense a large amount of chakra in his mouth and then spit out a huge amount of water waves towards Obito. Obito's more than 3-meter-high great fireball was instantly extinguished by the huge amount of water in Kisame's exploding water wave. The amount of water was so large that even Nohara-rin and others were affected. However, fortunately, this ninjutsu did not have much power, but there was simply a lot of water, which wet Obito and others' clothes. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. When Kisame used the ninjutsu, Kurosawa also immediately formed a seal and used the ninjutsu. Because there were more seals, he used it just when a large amount of water fell to the ground. Using the huge water flow brought by Kisame's explosive water wave, Kurosawa used a very thick and long water dragon bullet. The water dragon roared and rushed towards Obito. Obito saw that the earth flow wall that Kakashi had used before was still there, so he hid directly behind the earth flow wall that Kakashi had used before. Although he could use the fire dragon flame bullet to evaporate the water dragon with the blessing of the flame breath, it would consume a lot of his chakra. Hiding behind the earth flow wall is different. With the same chakra, water is superior to fire, but water is superior to earth. Boom! The thick water dragon hit the earth flow wall, but it only cracked the earth flow wall all over, and did not break through the defense of the earth flow wall. Bang! Kisame used the water instant body technique to immediately appear in front of the earth flow wall and broke the earth flow wall full of spider web cracks. Kurosawa used ninja tools to block Obito's position. Even though Obito was well prepared, he still had a hard time dealing with the joint attack of the two. This shark face is really powerful. I'm afraid only Kai can surpass him in strength. Obito was a little surprised. Because of the blessing of the breathing method, Obito is much stronger than ordinary ninjas, so Obito didn't pay much attention to Kisame's huge strength information at first. When they really fought, Obito found that the power of this shark face was really abnormal. His fire escape was restrained by their water escape, and his physical skills did not have an advantage. Moreover, Kisame and Kurosawa both attacked with the goal of killing the enemy, which put Obito under great pressure. In this dangerous situation, Obito could no longer hide, and condensed his chakra to open the two Megatama Sharingan. He was able to defeat Kakashi because he used the Sharingan. Without the Sharingan, he might not have been able to beat Kakashi. When his eyes turned blood red, the world in Obito's eyes changed, becoming clearer. He could see many things that ordinary eyes could not observe. The movements of Kisame and Kurosawa also slowed down in his eyes. Once the Sharingan was opened, Obito's pressure was reduced a lot instantly. Although Kisame's attack was powerful, it was useless if he couldn't hit him. Of course, Obito could only protect himself and remain undefeated. He couldn't organize an effective attack. He was restrained and beaten up. It was too difficult for him. Sharingan has been opened. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little surprised when he saw Obito using Sharingan on the surveillance screen. If he remembered correctly, Obito seemed to be only 9 years old this year. It was very talented to open Sharingan at this age. Sarutobi Hiruzen was I gave a thumbs up to my foresight. It is the best thing that such an excellent Uchiha is taught by Minato, the inheritor of the will of fire. Muyu, Minato, do you think Obito and Kakashi can beat this Kirigakure team? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and looked at Minato and asked. As a Hokage, he certainly has no time to pay attention to a few children under 10 years old, and he doesn't know their specific abilities. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be no problem. Muyu thought for a while and replied. The battle at this time is very telling. Only Obito and Kakashi can block the offensive of the three of them. As long as Nohara Rin joins the battlefield, Kisame and the others will lose. My idea is the same as Muyu's. I think they can do it. Minato smiled and replied. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a thoughtful expression, and then continued to look at the monitoring screen. At this moment, Nohara Rin had to stop healing and join the battle, because Kisame changed his offensive strategy after discovering that Obito was simply delaying them, and went to attack the wounded on Nohara Rin's side. Bang! When Kisame's powerful fist collided with Nohara Rin's super powerful fist, a terrifying loud noise broke out, and the hair of both of them was pressed backwards by the aftermath of the fist collision. Kisame was beaten back 3 steps, and his face showed an extremely surprised expression. He didn't think that his strength was the best in the world, but he was surprised that Nohara Rin, who looked thin, could burst out a stronger force than him. What kind of ninjutsu is it? Kisame didn't think that this was the strength that Nohara Rin should have. Realizing that Obito was approaching, Kisame used the water instant body to evacuate quickly. Xiaolin, are you okay? Obito asked as he quickly got rid of Kurosawa and returned to defense. I'm fine, I'll help you share the pressure, and let Obito concentrate on dealing with that shark face. Nohara Rin shook his head and said. Sorry, I have to go to fight, and I'll treat you later. Then Nohara Rin turned to Nara Saltwater and the other two and said. At this time, Narayu had recovered a little. He nodded and said, we should say thank you to you. Just concentrate on fighting. After Nohara Rin joined the battlefield, Obito felt much more relaxed. Although he couldn't defeat Kisame, Kisame couldn't do anything to Obito. Basic breathing, full concentration. Nohara Rin changed her breathing rhythm to improve her physical ability and started a physical battle with Kurosawa. Nohara-rin was a long way from Kurosawa in terms of combat experience and hard power, but Kurosawa had experienced 2 battles at this time and consumed a lot of energy, so although Nohara-rin was still at a disadvantage, the situation was not too bad. But Nohara-rin didn't think of defeating Kurosawa alone. She was reluctant to use her super strength punch. She didn't have much chakra. She had to save chakra for medical ninjutsu after she punched Kisame before. She only needed to hold Kurosawa back and wait for Kakashi or Obito to support her. Why did it suddenly become so fast? Zabuza's expression became more and more gloomy as he felt the scratches on his body. After Kakashi increased the output of thunder breathing, he instantly fell into a disadvantage. Although he had exerted all his strength to resist, the injuries on his body continued to increase. You don't understand this power. It represents my determination to protect my companions. Kakashi said coldly. Seeing that Zabuza's condition was getting worse and worse, Kakashi further increased the output of thunder breathing and exerted thunder breathing to the limit. The reason why he didn't burst out the limit power at the beginning was that Kakashi wanted to save some physical strength. He was worried that other teams would come. If it was the Konoha team, it would be okay, but if it was the Kirigakuer, it would be bad. There was too much noise here, with black smoke rising into the sky and their ninjutsu colliding. When Kakashi exerted the concentrated breathing of thunder breathing to the current limit, yellow arcs began to appear on Kakashi's legs. Tsutsuizi. As Kakashi gathered chakra, the yellow arcs became more numerous, and they kept moving around Kakashi's lower body to activate the cells in his legs. Kakashi took a deep breath, exhaled white air from his mouth, and arcs began to appear on the wrist holding the white fang short blade. Half flash. Kakashi completely burst out the power of thunder breath, and the whole person rushed towards Zabuza like a yellow lightning. This attack was beyond Zabuza's expectations. He didn't expect Kakashi to be faster. He wanted to raise his sword to resist, but found that Kakashi had appeared behind him the moment he raised his sword. Pata! A yellow lightning strike flashed by, and the long sword in Zabuza's hand was split into 2, and blood flowers burst out from his chest. Plop! Zabuza fell down and fell on the muddy ground due to the violent impact of the water waves. Why not kill? You can do it. Zabuza asked, looking at the sky. Although he was seriously injured at this moment, he was not killed. He was sure that Kakashi's sword had the power to kill him. Because we are different, my sword is not for killing, but for protection. I can kill you, but there is no need. Kakashi said lightly. Kakashi is not a saint. On the contrary, he has always been decisive in fighting with the enemy. Zabuza thinks that they are greenhouse flowers that have not experienced wind and rain, and Kakashi wants to tell Zabuza that it is not because they don't know that people are evil, but they choose to be such people. Rather than killing Zabuza, Kakashi wants to strike Zabuza's beliefs. After saying that, Kakashi immediately supported Nohara-rin without any delay. Chapter 305 No time for Zabuza kill Adeo. The next to arrive at the battlefield is the future Mizukage Terumi Mei. Sensing the attack of Kakashi, Kurosawa quickly jumped up and pushed Nohara-rin back several steps to avoid Kakashi's attack. But Kakashi, who was using all his strength, was extremely fast. With the blessing of the surprise attack, how could Kurosawa dodge in a panic? The sharp blade cut through Kurosawa's left arm, leaving a narrow blood mark. Damn, I was defeated so quickly, it's really useless. Kurosawa covered his arm and cursed. Originally, he was in a good situation here, but now his arm is injured. Even if Kakashi leaves now, he may not be able to beat Nohara-rin. Do you prefer to ask your teammates more than yourself? It's really sad to be your teammate. Kakashi frowned when he heard Kurosawa's words. What a joke, he got me injured, do you want me to say anything nice to him? Kurosawa sneered, trying to delay time with words and bandage the wound with a bandage. But Kakashi was not fooled. He kept hitting people in his body. He rushed forward again. Swoosh! Kakashi, who used his thunder breathing with all his strength, was much faster than Kurosawa. Kurosawa stabbed Kakashi with a short blade, but found that Kakashi's figure instantly disappeared from the front. Bang! Kakashi, who appeared on the side, kicked Kurosawa with a whirlwind kick and sent him flying backwards. He couldn't even hold the short blade in his right hand and it fell down. Boom! The tree that Kurosawa hit shook suddenly. The whole tree shook several times, and the leaves kept shaking. Instead of slandering others, it is better to improve yourself. People who only blame teammates will never get teammates they can rely on. Kakashi said coldly. Although it was just their first meeting, Kirigakura left a very bad impression on Kakashi. It was the first time he wanted to focus on destroying the other party's beliefs. Haha, I admit that you are stronger than me, and your team is stronger than us. You are all genius ninjas, but that's all. It's not your naive ideas that defeated me, but your strength. Kurosawa stood up with difficulty and replied with a mocking smile. Kurosawa was really unwilling to be defeated by a ninja who was younger than him and full of naive words, so he would refute whatever Kakashi said. Since he had already lost in terms of strength, he would belittle him verbally. Kakashi walked towards Kurosawa with a calm face. With that experience, his belief would never be easily shaken. Although he was not going to kill, Kakashi would beat his opponent so that he could not move. As for how to survive in this death forest full of poisonous insects and beasts, it was not Kakashi's concern. It seems that I came at the wrong time. A strange female voice suddenly said. Kakashi immediately stopped and carefully observed the surroundings. He found that a girl with long red hair was walking towards them in the east, followed by two boys with bandaged faces. Kakashi sighed slightly in his heart. The thing he was most worried about still happened. A new ninja team came. When he fought with Zabuza, he had to move step by step and defeat Zabuza with the least physical strength because he was worried that this would happen. Because the black smoke rising into the sky was too obvious, plus there were the sounds of their ninjutsu colliding with physical skills here, it was normal for a team to be attracted here. When Kakashi saw the mist-hidden headguard on Mei Terumi's head, his heart sank even more. He just hoped that the opponent's strength would not be too strong. Swish! Kakashi immediately threw out two kunao and pierced Kurosawa's thigh, causing Kurosawa, who was already standing shakily, to fall to the ground. After approaching the battlefield, Mei Terumi looked around the battlefield and saw the water marks still on the ground, saw Narayui and others who were seriously injured and lying beside the tree to recuperate, and also saw Zabuza and Kurosawa lying on the ground, as well as Obito and Kisame who were fighting fiercely. There is no doubt that a big battle broke out here, a battle involving three teams. It seems that their Kirigakura team is still 1 against 2, and they are about to lose. They actually teamed up to deal with us Kirigakura, how despicable. Mei Terumi's teammates had similar ideas to Mei Terumi. Mei Terumi, what should we do? The teammates looked at Mei Terumi. Although they usually have an average relationship, Mei Terumi is the strongest, so when the guiding Jonin is not there, Mei Terumi is the captain. Mei Terumi did not speak, with a thoughtful expression on her face. The battle is to snatch the scroll. What scrolls do you lack? Whether it is the scroll of heaven or the scroll of earth, we can provide you with it, so that you can pass the exam. Kakashi thought for a while and said calmly. He wanted to avoid this battle. They and the Kisame team were almost going to win or lose, but if a new Kirigakura team was added, Kakashi could not guarantee the direction of the battle. Because of Zabuza and Kurosawa's performance, Kakashi guessed that the ninjas in Kirigakura had a weak sense of companionship due to the overall atmosphere, and most of the ninjas put their interests first, so he came up with such a plan. Although they actually only had the scroll of heaven, he remembered that the Kisame team had the scroll of earth, so they also had the scroll of earth. It sounds like a good idea. What we lack is the scroll of earth. Mei Terumi put her right hand on her chin, looking a little tempted. Mei Terumi's team was not very lucky. This was the first time they had encountered other ninja teams since the exams began, so they came over directly when they saw the black smoke. We also have the scroll of earth. As long as you help us defeat these guys, we will give you any scrolls. Kurosawa said immediately when he saw Mei Terumi taking action. If new forces were added, the situation would be reversed. We are all Kirigakure ninjas. You should know which side is more trustworthy. Mei Terumi glanced at the Kirigakure ninjas and then at the Konoha ninjas. She naturally preferred Kurosawa, a ninja from the same village, but Kurosawa's words made her a little unhappy, as if he was ordering her. After seeing Obito's appearance clearly, Mei Terumi, who was still a little hesitant, immediately made a decision. She wanted to avenge her strawberry ice cream. Knock down all these Konoha ninjas. Mei Terumi gave orders to her two teammates and then rushed towards Obito. Please go fight with the others. I want to defeat this guy alone. After Mei Terumi arrived near the two, she did not take action, but asked Kisame to leave. Kisame burst out with great strength to beat Obito back, and looked at Mei Terumi with some confusion. To be honest, he has been a ninja for a while, and this is the first time he has seen someone take the initiative to create a one-on-one environment. If you don't leave, I won't fight. Mei Terumi said with her arms folded. She just wanted to use her own strength to avenge the strawberry ice cream. Although it felt a bit strange, Kisame did not want to give up this hard-won ally. I hope your strength can match your confidence. This guy's strength is not weak. Kisame left this sentence and rushed towards Kakashi. You are the Kirigakure who bought dessert that day. Obito saw Mei Terumi's long red hair that reached her waist and remembered the encounter that day. What do you mean by buying dessert? I went to collect information. Mei Terumi corrected her. She didn't buy it immediately. She bought ice cream after the intelligence collection was completed. What kind of information can a dessert shop have? Does it have desserts that Kirigakure doesn't have? Obito was a little puzzled. Of course. Mei Terumi subconsciously prepared to name a few desserts that Kirigakure didn't have, but she immediately realized that this was not the time to chat. Anyway, I was collecting information that day. Although I don't want to bully a silly guy like you, I have to avenge the strawberry ice cream. It's inexplicable, you're the silly one. Obito thought that the red-haired Kirigakure was a little neurotic. After that, the two of them attacked at the same time and started a physical battle. Mei Terumi's physical skills were not weak, but she was facing Obito who had breathing techniques and Sharingan. Obito's stronger insight allowed him to easily see through Mei Terumi's attacks, and his stronger strength and speed allowed him to dissolve the attacks and counterattack strongly. In less than half a minute, Mei Terumi fell into a disadvantage, and Obito seized the opportunity to punch her in the abdomen and she retreated 5 or 6 steps. This guy is so strong in physical skills. Is that the legendary Sharingan? Mei Terumi retreated quickly and formed a seal, preparing to use her best ninjutsu to fight the enemy. Swish! Obito shot out 4 shuriken to block Mei Terumi's position and immediately chased after her. Since Mei Terumi's physical skills were not as good as his, he had to chase Mei Terumi with physical skills. Boiling style, skillful mist technique. The thick white mist kept coming out of Mei Terumi's mouth and attacked Obito who was chasing after him. Because he had seen the hidden mist sect release the hidden mist technique, Obito didn't pay much attention to the white mist that Mei Terumi spewed out. When he saw the shuriken that entered the white mist being corroded and damaged by the white mist, Obito immediately used shaving to distance himself. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito, who was retreating, also condensed chakra and began to use ninjutsu. He condensed chakra in his throat and spit out a large amount of flames, forming a tall fireball and smashing it towards the thick fog. However, what Obito didn't expect was that his fireball was actually swallowed up by the thick fog. Although the white fog of Mei Terumi was also reduced, it was undoubtedly stronger than the fireball that disappeared directly. This guy's ninjutsu is very strong. Obito judged in his heart. This is really not good news for Obito. If Mei Terumi's ninjutsu and physical skills were at the same level, he would be sure to defeat Mei Terumi within 2 minutes, but now it is difficult. It's not that Obito's current chakra and physical strength are only enough to support 2 minutes, but Kakashi and Nohara Rin are in trouble. Obito's Sharingan can clearly see that Kakashi is being beaten. One Kirigakure dragged Nohara Rin, and another Kirigakure and Kisame besieged Kakashi. I have to fight. Obito took a deep breath, condensed a large amount of chakra, and then exerted the characteristics of the breath of fire to the extreme. He was going to use the strongest fire escape, the fire dragon flame bullet that he could use at present. I have a cold, I feel uncomfortable, I write very slowly, I will update once today, let's see if I will feel better tomorrow, if I do, I will make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 306 No need to mourn for Obito, the Green Beast Might Guy arrives on the battlefield. A large amount of chakra condensed in Obito's throat, and under the blessing of the breath of fire, it changed its nature very quickly, and finally turned into an extremely hot flame and was spit out by Obito. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Orange-red flames gushed out of Obito's mouth, and in an instant, it spit out a fire far exceeding the fireball. The spitted flames danced wildly, like fire snakes. This is the difficulty of the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. It is a test of the ability of the ninja to control so many flames at the same time and attack from multiple directions. Obito kept spitting out flames, and the fire was getting bigger and bigger, and fire snakes rushed towards the attacking white mist. Faced with such a fierce fire escape, the white mist that had swallowed the fireball before could not show its ferocity. The orange-red sea fire pushed the white mist back step by step, and the originally muddy ground became dry under the terrifying high temperature of the flames. This guy actually mastered this advanced fire escape. Seeing that Obito's fire escape suppressed her boiling escape, Terumi Mei was very surprised. If she only compared ninjutsu, she had never seen an opponent among her peers, and Obito was stronger in both physical skills and ninjutsu, which made Terumi Mei feel like she had met an enhanced version of herself. But unfortunately, fire escape. Terumi Mei cancelled the chakra output of boiling escape, stopped spitting mist from her mouth, and then retreated quickly to form a seal to perform water escape ninjutsu. After Terumi Mei stopped maintaining boiling escape, Obito's Fire Dragon Flame Bomb instantly increased in speed, the white mist disappeared, and only the orange-red flames continued to rush towards Terumi Mei. When Mei Terumi could almost feel the sea fire coming towards her with her body, her last seal was completed. At this time, the flames were very close to Mei Terumi, and the red light of the flames enveloped Mei Terumi, as if it would swallow Mei Terumi whole in the next moment. Water Style, Water Formation Pillar. A terrifying amount of water spewed out of Mei Terumi's mouth, instantly extinguishing the flames in front of her, and then the entire flame spit out by Obito was extinguished by the sudden burst of water balls. Mei Terumi continued to maintain the water style with a red face. Just now, she faced the high-temperature flames and her face was burned red. She was also a skilled and courageous person. Because she was far away from Obito and was very confident in her water style, she adopted this method to deal with Obito's Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Under normal circumstances, if a ninjutsu fight failed, she would have to find a way to dodge. But Mei Terumi knew that this wave of ninjutsu confrontation was crucial. Even if she wanted to dodge the attack, because the range of this fire escape was very wide, there was little space for her to dodge. At that time, Obito would definitely use this opportunity to suppress her with physical skills, and then the chance of Terumi winning would be very small. On the contrary, if her water escape could suppress Obito's fire escape in this confrontation, she could catch Obito off guard with her own water escape skills. Damn it, how come everyone in Kirigakure seems to know water escape? Obito watched the large piece of flame he spit out disappear in less than 20 seconds, and he was extremely depressed. With Muyu's teaching, Obito would not be unaware of the relationship between the check and the control. Fire escape is too disadvantageous to water escape. When the strength gap is not large, fire escape will be suppressed by water escape. Only when the strength is much higher can fire escape be used to suppress water escape. Obito used his peripheral vision to observe the entire battle situation, preparing to find an opportunity to exchange opponents with Kakashi. It was too frustrating for him to fight with Mei Terumi, and he had a strong ability to withstand pressure with the Sharingan. If he couldn't win in a 1-on-2 fight, he would be easier to deal with than Kakashi. Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Mei Terumi maintained her control of the water style and used the shape change to transform the water formation column into an extremely thick water dragon. Obito was a little confused when he looked at the suddenly appeared thick water dragon. It was the first time he saw that the ninjutsu used could be transformed into another ninjutsu. He tried his best to burst out chakra to dodge, but because the water dragon was very close, he was directly knocked back by the extremely thick water dragon bullet and broke 5 trees before stopping. Cough cough. After such a heavy blow, Obito's breathing was a little unsmooth. He coughed twice and barely stood up with the power of the breathing method. You can stand up after such an attack, but do you still have the strength to continue fighting? Mei Terumi did not take this opportunity to attack, but instead sighed at Obito's tenacity. Obito looked at Kakashi and Rin Nohara who were still fighting, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, "Of course, my companions are still fighting, why should I fall down?" This sentence is not only an answer to Mei Terumi's question, but also what Obito said to himself. He tried to maintain full concentration breathing, constantly concentrating his breathing again and again. Breathing can accelerate the body's recovery. Although it can't be cured instantly like medical ninjutsu, at this time, every bit of recovery will give you more opportunities. Facing Obito in his prime, Mei Terumi avoided his edge. Facing Obito who was already seriously injured, Mei Terumi hit hard and used physical skills to fight Obito. Obito's Sharingan was still open, and he could still see through Mei Terumi's attack as before, but his body became dull because of the injury. Bang! The two fought for a minute, and Obito was knocked to the ground by a punch from Mei Terumi. Although he stood up quickly, his aura was visibly weakened. Do you want to continue? In fact, you have already lost. Mei Terumi folded her arms and looked at Obito and said. At this moment, Obito's condition was already very bad. If Mei Terumi wanted, she would have the opportunity to kill Obito. I can still stand up. What right do you have to say that I lost? Obito panted and retorted. It's really difficult. Are all Konoha ninjas like this? Mei Terumi was a little overwhelmed. She had almost let out the anger of strawberry ice cream. She didn't want to kill Obito, but just wanted to complete the 2 scrolls to pass the exam. Seeing that Mei Terumi didn't seem to have any intention of further attacking, Obito was silent and focused on recovery. Obito's Kirigakure actually has this kind of strength. Kakashi frowned when he noticed the situation on Obito's side. He felt that they might have encountered all the strongest people in the Chunin exam. You know, they had never failed when they met those experienced Chunin teams in the mission, but now they were forced into a desperate situation by 2 genin teams. This was definitely not an ordinary genin. At this moment, Kakashi had no way out. Obito was almost lost. Although Nohara Rin had an advantage, she couldn't quickly solve the enemy. He also consumed a lot of physical strength because of the long-term use of thunder breathing. Now he is already at the end of his strength. At this moment, Kakashi was extremely calm. Although there was no sure way, there was still a glimmer of hope. He wanted to block the remaining chakra and physical strength on the last blow. If the strongest Kisame could be solved, then there would be a chance. Terumi Mei was strong but her 2 teammates were not as good as Kurosawa and Zabuza. Just when Kakashi was about to use the last thunderbolt flash, a familiar voice came into his ears. Damn it, you are bullying the weak with your numbers. Let the green beast of Konoha meet you. Might Guy saw Kakashi in a mess and the two Kirigakure ninjas besieging him, and his anger instantly reached the maximum. 8 gates, open the gate, open. Close the gate, open. Might Guy immediately entered the rock-breathing state and opened 2 gates in a row. With the power provided by the rock-breathing and the chakra of the 8 gates, he ran to Kakashi and kicked out a whirlwind kick to force Kisame and Kirigakure Genin back. Kakashi had never felt that Might Guy's voice was so pleasant, and even the green tights on Might Guy's body became handsome. This is a big melee. Shiranui Genma, who was running behind, glanced around and found that there were 12 ninjas here besides them. Go help Obito, he looks very bad. Ebisu noticed that Obito, who was confronting Mei Terumi, looked worse than Kakashi. Shiranui Genma nodded, and the two of them threw ninja tools at Mei Terumi to force her back, and then ran towards Obito. Another team of ninjas has arrived. After dodging the shuriken, Mei Terumi noticed the Konoha forward protectors of the 2 ninjas who attacked her. Mei Terumi wanted to just grab a scroll of earth and run away. At this rate, the ninja teams from the entire area would come over. Are you okay, Obito? Shiranui Genma stared at Mei Terumi and asked. Nothing, probably just some broken bones. Seeing the reinforcements coming, Obito relaxed all of a sudden and said with a smile. It's a big deal, she's broken bones. Shiranui Genma complained. Obito, take a rest, we'll take care of her. Ebisu said, taking out a kunai. Well, you have to be careful. That guy's water escape technique can change. It can suddenly change from a water ball to a water dragon bullet. She also has a powerful mist ninjutsu. Obito didn't act pretentiously. He just sat on the tree next to him to rest, and then reminded the two. Shiranui Genma and Ebisu are very average, but at this moment, Terumi Mei is not at her peak. She used 3 ninjutsu in a row in the battle with Obito. Obito didn't ask much of them. Just hold them for a few minutes. Might Guy was the one who really changed the situation. Although it was very happy to team up with Nohara Rin, if you want to say who is the teammate who can give Obito the most sense of security, it must be Might Guy, who can always stand up in dangerous moments. Obito kept breathing to restore his body and paid attention to the situation of Kakashi and Might Guy. Kakashi, can you still fight? Might Guy asked Kakashi while paying attention to the enemy's movements. No problem for the time being. I'll hold that shark face, and you quickly deal with the other mist ninja. Kakashi simply formulated the next action. Leave it to me, this long-awaited cooperative battle. Might Guy gave Kakashi a thumbs up, his breathing gradually became more concentrated, and he began to condense chakra. Kakashi nodded quickly, waving his white fang short blade and rushing towards Kisame. After being frustrated for so long, it was his turn to counterattack. There will be another chapter later. In addition, I would like to ask for monthly tickets. It is already the end of the month. If I don't update much during the cold period, I will try my best to make up for it. Today's condition is better than yesterday. Although it is not completely recovered, it is not so uncomfortable. Chapter 307 Might Guy with 3 gates in the whole collection. Might Guy and Kakashi rushed out at the same time. Kakashi rushed towards Kisame, and Might Guy rushed towards the Kirigakure Genin. In order to quickly solve the enemy, Might Guy did not try, but directly used all his strength. In the eyes of the Kirigakure Genin, every time he blinked, Might Guy appeared in a new place. What a fast speed! The Kirigakure Genin quickly threw out several shurikens to stop Might Guy from approaching. But he couldn't even catch Might Guy's position, so how could the shuriken he threw hit Might Guy? Might Guy still kept charging at a very fast speed. The Kirigakure Genin kept retreating, as if he was very afraid of being approached by Might Guy, but how could he be faster than Might Guy? The distance between them was still shortening. When Might Guy was about to approach, the Kirigaku Genin raised his mouth and threw a kunai with an explosive tag not far in front of him. Since the shuriken couldn't hit, there should be no problem with the more powerful and wider explosive tag. Konoha Big Cyclone. But the Kirigaku Genin still underestimated Might Guy. When he was about to approach, Might Guy's chakra condensed in his legs burst out. Using the multiple burst technique of shaving, Might Guy instantly increased his speed and appeared directly on the side of the Kirigaku Genin and kicked out a whirlwind kick. The Kirigaku Genin just wanted to raise his hand to block but was kicked back by Might Guy's extremely heavy kick. Because of the angle, he was kicked right at the location of the detonating kunai. Boom! An explosion sounded, and the Kirigaku Genin who was blown up at close range lost consciousness. Looking at the Kirigaku Genin who didn't know whether he was dead or alive, Might Guy immediately ran towards Kisame who was fighting with Kakashi. So fast! Kisame, who noticed Might Guy's movement, subconsciously looked in the direction of Might Guy, and his expressionless face became a little ugly. Kisame's attack instantly became radical, and he even wanted to hurt Kakashi by exchanging injuries for injuries. Kakashi, who guessed Kisame's idea, immediately switched from offense to defense. Now it was Kisame who should be anxious. The distance between them was not far, and Might Guy quickly rushed over. After Might Guy came over, Kisame instantly stopped being aggressive. It was not self-confidence to be aggressive in the face of two powerful enemies, but a way to seek death. Huff! Kakashi took a deep breath while Might Guy and Kisame were fighting. First, he knocked Zabuza down and lost his ability to resist. Then he faced two Kirigaku sieges alone, one of which was very strong. His physical strength was really running out, and his lower body was very tired. Akai, this guy is temporarily in your hands. Kakashi decided to rest for 5 minutes. If Might Guy didn't solve Kisame within 5 minutes, he and Might Guy would solve Kisame together. He was too tired. If he was not in good condition, Kisame might seize the opportunity and drag Might Guy down. And Kakashi was really worried that other teams would come. He took this time to recover some physical strength and deal with accidents. After all, in the current situation, it was almost a sure win. Kakashi, just rest assured. I'll take down this guy. Might Guy shouted. Seeing that Kakashi seemed to have really quit the fight, Kisame immediately poured all his strength into his fist and punched at Might Guy. Might Guy was not willing to be outdone and threw a straight punch to fight with Kisame. Bang! A dull collision sounded, and Kisame and Might Guy each took 2 steps back. Might Guy was a little surprised to see Kisame's expression. This was the power of him using full concentration breathing and 2 gates of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, and this shark-faced man could actually tie with him in strength. And Hoshigaki Kisame was also very surprised. Except for Nohara-rin's seemingly abnormal power, it was the first time he saw a power equal to his in someone younger than himself. You are a strong enemy. You deserve me to open the 3rd gate, the gate of life, open. Might Guy opened the 3rd gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu without any hesitation, and his chakra increased greatly. Konoha's powerful whirlwind. Might Guy poured most of his strength into his legs, and the large amount of chakra provided by the 3 gates burst out. His body's strength and speed increased again, and he kicked towards Kisame at a high speed. Seeing that Might Guy's momentum was rising again, Kisame's expression became more and more solemn. He concentrated all his strength in his arms and tried to resist Might Guy's whirlwind kick. But how could Might Guy's 3 gates plus full concentration breathing be easily blocked? Bang! Kisame only blocked it for 2 seconds, and in an instant the whole person flew backwards like a cannonball. Bang bang bang! The trees were broken by Kisame who flew backwards, causing further damage to Kisame. Even Kisame, who was physically strong, vomited a mouthful of blood after being hit hard, and Might Guy's arm used to block it was shaking constantly. What's wrong with this green tights? Physical skills can be so strong. Kisame remembered the kick that Might Guy gave him. Although it was related to the decline in his state due to long-term fighting, he felt that even at his peak, it was difficult to resist this kick with pure physical skills. Water style, big explosion water wave. After landing, Kisame quickly got up and formed a seal to gather a large amount of chakra to perform ninjutsu. This move would not be used casually by Kisame now, because it consumed too much chakra and he was a little overwhelmed. But the current situation did not allow him to have any idea of saving chakra. Without considering the consumption of chakra, Kisame spit out chakra like waves and turned the surroundings into a world of water. A very large oval water prison was forming. Fighting in the water, we can only solve it in one go. Might Guy did not stop, but took a deep breath and burst into the oval water prison more than 8 meters high with all his strength. As a normal human, Might Guy cannot breathe in water, so he cannot use breathing techniques in water. So Might Guy is going to use all his strength to kill Kisame with one blow, so he doesn't need to consider the problem of not being able to use breathing techniques in water. Might Guy uses the rock breathing of his body to the extreme, and the huge amount of chakra provided by the 8 gates of ninjutsu all bursts out. At this moment, his strength has reached a peak, stronger than any time before. Perhaps because of his too strong strength, a gap appeared in the water ball when Might Guy broke into the water ball, allowing Might Guy to maintain the power of breathing techniques for a few more seconds. Kisame used water escape ninjutsu to control the water flow to form a water dragon and attack Might Guy. Noon Leopard. Might Guy stared at Kisame with his eyes wide open, and the condensed terrifying power was all poured out at this moment. The power was so great that the water flow at Might Guy's feet automatically pressed to both sides, allowing Might Guy to be like he ran on land and kicked Kisame with his strongest kick. Boom! The water dragon that Kisame condensed was instantly shattered by Might Guy's kick, and the water flow in the water ball became agitated. How is it possible that such a physical skill can be used in the water? Kisame looked at Might Guy in shock, and his 3 views were refreshed. At this moment, Might Guy was very close to Kisame. Although Kisame could move freely in the water, his speed was reduced due to the previous injury, and he was unable to dodge Might Guy's full-strength attack. Boom! Splash! A huge explosion sounded, and Kisame was kicked out of the water ball directly. Without the support of Kisame's chakra, coupled with Might Guy's powerful kick, the water ball was directly shattered, and a large amount of water rushed to the surroundings. Guy has become stronger. Kakashi looked at this scene with some emotion in his heart. He had obviously trained very hard to catch up with Might Guy, but he felt that the gap was getting bigger. Did Guy feel the same way before? Kakashi thought. He had only been chasing Might Guy for a few months, but Might Guy had been chasing him for more than 3 years. This feeling was not pleasant, but Kakashi was still ready to work hard to catch up. People always have to be responsible for their own actions. He had given up on himself for a while, and now he needed to make up for that part of his training. What a joke, that monster Hoshigaki Kisame was defeated by a tights ninja who looked smaller than him. Kurosawa looked at this scene in disbelief. In terms of age and seniority, Kurosawa is much older than Kisame. The senior Kurosawa is willing to listen to Kisame because he was impressed by Kisame's strength. Kurosawa feels that even if 3 of him come together, they may not be able to beat Kisame. Now the monster that he thought he could not surpass was defeated, and the one who defeated him was just a young genin in the Chunin exam. It was hard for him to accept this result. What the hell, there are such strong candidates. Terumi Mei, who was still at ease in 1-on-2, was shocked by the power of Might Guy's full-strength kick. I hope he only knows fire escape ninjutsu, and never wind escape and earth escape. Terumi Mei prayed in her heart. If Might Guy only knows fire escape, then Terumi Mei still feels that she has a chance to fight, because she is very good at dealing with fire escape ninjas and physical ninjas. If not, Terumi Mei feels that her first place in the Chunin exam is in jeopardy. Originally, Terumi Mei thought that Kisame was her biggest enemy for winning the championship, but now she gave this position to Might Guy. Akai, you fight well. Obito couldn't help but punch to celebrate. The intensity of this battle reminded Obito of the time when the three of them joined forces to fight against the Kumagakure Jonin. Although there was no single strong man of crushing level this time, there were two waves of enemies this time, and the overall strength was much stronger. You have to ask me if you agree to join forces to bully my best friend. Might Guy stood beside the lying Hoshigaki Kisame and looked down. At this moment, Hoshigaki Kisame was extremely miserable, with many bones broken all over his body, and it was extremely painful to move. What's your name? Hoshigaki Kisame asked after coughing up 2 mouthfuls of blood. Might Guy, a man who wants to be the strongest in physical skills. Might Guy answered Hoshigaki Kisame's question straightforwardly and gave himself a thumbs up. I remember your name. If I can survive to the next round, I will use my best state to decide the outcome with you. Kisame stared at Might Guy and said. Kisame was a little unconvinced. He had experienced many battles before fighting with Might Guy. If it weren't for the previous consumption, he would definitely be able to use a larger water ball and use a stronger attack in the water ball. Ha ha ha, you want to challenge me? I accept. Might Guy replied with a big laugh. He has great confidence in himself. Even if it happens again, even if it is Kisame in full condition, the winner will only be him. It's not good. Kisame fell completely, and Terumi May felt a lot of pressure instantly, because she was the only ninja with obvious strength left on the Kirigakure side, and she could feel that those Konoha ninjas were looking at her. Chapter 308 Unexpected Appearance. You asked me for help but you fell down first, then I won't continue to accompany you. Terumi May forced Shiranui Genma and Ebisu to retreat and prepared to run away. The Kisame team has been wiped out, and one of her teammates has also fallen. There are 4 or 5 people with fighting power on the Konoha ninja side. Terumi May doesn't want to be beaten by a group of Konoha ninjas. If you want to leave, it's easy, just hand over the scroll. Obito thought for a while and shouted. Although the fight between him and Mai Terumi was fierce, it felt like a stopgap. After Obito was injured, Mai Terumi did not do much. However, it was impossible to let Mai Terumi go directly. There was no such good thing in the world. Since she participated in the battle, she had to leave something behind. Since Mai Terumi participated in the battle for the scroll, even if they already had the scroll of heaven, Obito had to snatch the scroll of heaven from Mai Terumi. I'm unlucky this time. Mai Terumi decisively took out the white scroll from her ninja tool bag and threw it at Obito. If the scroll was gone, she could snatch it again. Mai Terumi was confident in her strength, but if she was seriously injured by her, it would be troublesome, and she would lose the scroll at that time. She would lose the scroll anyway, and Mai Terumi would definitely want to preserve her strength. Throwing out the scroll means that Mai Terumi has admitted defeat. Might Guy, who was originally running towards Mai Terumi, stopped, and Nohara Rin stopped fighting with the Kirigakure genin and turned to go to Obito's position to treat him. The genin who was fighting with Nohara Rin also hurried to check on his teammates, and found that he was still alive and rushed to rescue him. The battle was completely over. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense body relaxed. However, Kakashi did not lie down to rest, but began to clean up the battlefield, and took away the scrolls of heaven and earth from the Kisame team. Akai, what scrolls are you still missing? Kakashi walked up to Might Guy and asked with 2 scrolls. He definitely couldn't let Might Guy and his friends help in vain. Even if Might Guy and his friends were missing the scroll of earth, Kakashi would give the only scroll of earth to Might Guy. We got the scroll of earth, and we still lack a scroll of heaven. Might Guy replied. Kakashi directly handed the white scroll with the word written on it to Might Guy, so that both teams could meet the requirements for the exam, and even have an extra scroll of. Great, we can go directly to the middle tower now. Shiranui Genma showed an excited expression. This exam was easier than he thought. He was nervous for a while when signing the consent form. After all, he was just a newbie who had graduated for a few months, but he had to fight with those seniors who had graduated for several years. As a result, they easily met the necessary conditions to pass the exam in just a few hours. Shiranui Genma said that it was so cool to hug his thighs. Well, we will also go to the middle tower after we recover. Kakashi nodded. The exam requirements have been met, so it is better to go to the middle tower as soon as possible. I really met a group of extraordinary geniuses. Narayui, who watched the whole game, exclaimed. Obito's fire escape and Sharingan, Kakashi's speed and swordsmanship, and Might Guy's physical skills all surprised him greatly. It was hard to imagine how they had trained to have such strength at this age. Midori thinks so too. They are so amazing. Inyazuka Midori nodded in agreement. She only had 2 words to describe Might Guy's physical skills: scary. Everyone thought the battle was over, and they all relaxed and discussed the battle just now. While enjoying Nohara Rin's treatment, Obito boasted to Mei Terumi about her strength. She must be a super genius of Kirigakuer. I have never seen anyone who can turn a ninjutsu into another ninjutsu after releasing it. I have never heard of it. Obito said confidently. After all, if that's the case, it's understandable that he lost. His state was not good, his ninjutsu was restrained, and his opponent was still a genius. It was very reasonable for him to lose. Yet, Obito, you did a lot this time. Nohara Rin smiled softly and nodded in response. Obito did make a great contribution in this battle. He held back Kisame and Kurosawa at the beginning, creating an opportunity for Kakashi to deal with Zabuza. Later, he held back the powerful Mei Terumi. Although it seemed that no one won, he made a great contribution. Although I lost to her this time, I will definitely win back next time. Obito began to look forward to the future. From Kakashi, we can learn that the first 2 exams of the Chunin exam will be different, but the third exam is basically the same as the actual combat exam of the ninja school, which is a one-on-one duel by drawing lots. Obito wants to fight Mei Terumi in his prime in the third exam. I believe you can do it, Obito. Nohara Rin smiled and encouraged Obito. Haha. Obito laughed and was about to praise Nohara Rin's words, but a figure suddenly flashed out, causing Obito's pupils to shrink suddenly. Xiaolin, be careful. Bang. An adult ninja in black suddenly appeared next to Nohara Rin and kicked Nohara Rin, who was treating Obito, away. You bastard! Seeing Nohara Rin being attacked in front of him, the furious Obito ignored his physical injuries and attacked the black-clad ninja, punching him with all his strength. Is that all you have? The black-clad ninja easily grabbed Obito's fist, threw Obito away and slammed him into a tree, with such force that the tree was broken directly. This sudden change shocked everyone. It's Kirigakuer again, why is it the same person, and I have no impression of it at all. Kakashi first confirmed the identity of the black-clad ninja through the forehead protector, and then confusion followed. There are a total of 10 teams of Kirigakuer participating in this Chunin exam. Kakashi has a pretty good memory. Although he didn't remember everyone very carefully, he remembered a rough idea. He was sure that he had never seen the black-clad Kirigakuer that suddenly appeared. Did he use a transformation technique? Kakashi guessed in his heart. Judging from his appearance, the black-clothed Kirigakuer may be 30 years old. There are no such old candidates in the Chunin exam. Kakashi immediately rejected this idea, because the Chunin exam was not a shameful task, and there was no need to use a transformation technique to kill people. If there is only one option left, then no matter how impossible the remaining option is, it can only be the fact. Something unexpected happened. A non-candidate sneaked into the examination room. Kakashi's expression was very bad. Rock breathing, concentrate on breathing, open the door, open. Shoe gate, open. Might Guy immediately opened the 8 gates and rushed to the front of the black-clothed Kirigakuer with the concentrated burst of breathing and started a fight with the black-clothed Kirigakuer. The two fought at high speed. Facing the black-clad mist-hidden village was not afraid of Might Guy, who opened two doors and concentrated his breathing. He used the short blade very skillfully. After only half a minute of fighting, Might Guy's clothes were scratched several times. "Hey, when I was notified to accept the mission, you didn't say there was this step." Kurosawa looked at the mist-hidden village ninja and his face changed. The mist-hidden village ninja broke into the Chunin exam and fought with Konoha Genin. Kurosawa had already seen his Death Star flashing. He was not afraid of death, but felt that he was sold out by the mist-hidden village's high-level officials. Being killed in the battle with the candidates of the Chunin exam was because he was not as skilled as them, but being killed by a trap had a different meaning. "Haha, is this the mist-hidden village? It's really funny." Zabuza had a mocking smile on his face. "Do you know who he is?" Kakashi, who was about to help, stopped and asked Zabuza. "His name is Akudamai Hideyuki, a jonin who almost became one of the 7 ninja swordsmen." Zabuza glanced at Kakashi and told him what he knew. At this moment, Zabuza was unusually calm. After all, it was the village where the students were killed in the graduation exam, so it was reasonable for such a thing to happen. "I don't know if your sword used to protect your companions will work this time. That guy is not comparable to us." Zabuza even had the mentality of watching the show. In his heart, he and Kakashi were both dead, but they would die in different hands. The reason why Zabuza knew about Akudamai Hideyuki was because Akudamai Hideyuki was his guiding jonin. Akudamai Hideyuki's strength was not ordinary among the jonin, and it was too easy to kill a few talented teenagers who were not in good condition. Mist-hidden ninja. Kakashi frowned, and did not care about Zabuza's words. He burst out his breathing method and rushed up to help Might Guy deal with Akudamai Hideyuki. At this time, Might Guy had been forced to open the third gate, but he still couldn't resist Akudamai Hideyuki's fierce attack. With the smooth water escape and sharp swordsmanship, Might Guy felt unprecedented pressure. There is no doubt that the black-clothed mist-hidden ninja in front of him is stronger than the cloud-hidden ninja he met before. Shiranui Genma and Ebisu wanted to help but were directly injured. "So strong." Shiranui Genma covered the wound on his arm with a shocked face. When he faced Akudamai Hideyuki just now, he felt the breath of death for the first time. If it weren't for Might Guy, he felt that he and Ebisu might be killed instantly. "This guy doesn't look like a candidate." Ebisu also found the problem with Akudamai Hideyuki. Kakashi joined the battle, and Nohara Rin briefly healed herself and joined the battle, but the extra 2 people only made Might Guy feel a little more relaxed, and did not reverse the situation. In just less than 2 minutes, a lot of bloodstains appeared on the bodies of the people who fought with Akudamai Hideyuki. Kakashi and Nohara Rin, who had experienced many battles, were in very poor condition. "Give up resistance, so you can die a little easier," Akudamai Hideyuki said with a relaxed look, and used his peripheral vision to pay attention to Obito, who was panting with a look of discomfort not far away. Obito was already injured, and he was attacked before he could recover for a while. Now he felt uncomfortable even if he walked a little faster. But Obito knew that he couldn't fall down, his companions were still fighting and were at a disadvantage. Chapter 309 The Last Fight. Does Kirigakure want to go to war with us? How dare they do such a thing? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was watching the battle on the monitor, frowned. Although it was jointly organized by the 2 villages, the organizer was Konoha. Kirigakure needed to provide Konoha with the basic information of the participating ninjas, so Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that the black-clothed Kirigakure who suddenly appeared was not a candidate. "Do they have your Flying Thunder God technique?" Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Namikaze Minato. Kirigakure's behavior was very confusing and made Sarutobi Hiruzen angry, but he knew that the most important thing now was to ensure the safety of the candidates, and then to find trouble with Kirigakure. As long as Kakashi and his talented ninjas grow up normally, they will definitely become famous strong men. If they die because of this, Konoha will suffer a great loss. No. Minato shook his head. If there was, he would have flashed over directly. In the mission when they encountered the fourth generation of thunder, Minato gave the flying thunder god Kunao once to protect Kakashi and others, but the Kunao was used in the battle. Because the situation was critical, it was not recovered, and there was no danger later. Minato did not give the flying thunder god Kunao to Kakashi and others. After all, the flying thunder god Kunao is equivalent to a locator. For various considerations, Minato generally does not give it to others casually. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen when participating in the Chunin exam in his own village? It's okay. If I remember correctly, my main body was patrolling nearby and should have noticed the situation over there. Mu said at this time. Even after Mu had used the appraisal to look at all the candidates' information, he was still not at ease. After all, in Mu's impression, the Chunin exam was prone to accidents, so Mu's shadow clone was in the monitoring room, and the real body was always patrolling near Obito and others. Minato stuffed back what he was about to say. He wanted to say that he should be able to make it in time if he ran over at full speed now. After all, with Might Guy's performance, he would not be unable to hold on for a few minutes, but it would be better if Mu could get there faster. But in order to prevent accidents, let the real body get the memory. Mu continued. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, Mu, as the chief examiner, go and deal with that Kirigakure Jonin. Minato, go and notify Jiraiya now and ask him to go to the Kirigakure Inn and put the inside all the Kirigakure are under control. It is the best choice for Mu to solve this problem, because Mu is the examiner of the second exam, and he is responsible for the problems in the exam. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen issued an order to summon the Anbu to gather some of the Anbu. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen used the telescope technique to confirm that Yuanchi, the elder of Kirigakure, was still in Konoha, and personally led the Anbu to find him. This matter seemed a bit strange to Sarutobi Hiruzen. According to the performance of those Kirigakure ninjas, there were also some very good geniuses. It was impossible that Kirigakure felt that they had the strength to make a big fuss in Konoha and leave with those ninjas. If it wasn't so arrogant, Kirigakure's actions would look even more stupid and unreasonable. If Konoha was in, if there are no geniuses participating in the ninja exam, then Kirigakure will suffer a great loss. Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed his doubts. Whether it was stupidity or arrogance, he would know it when he saw the master. On the other side, Mu, who was quietly watching Obito and others fighting not far away, received the memory of the clone. However, he did not rush to kill Akudamai Hideyuki, but paid more attention to the surroundings, carefully observing the surroundings with his Byakugan. Because he could kill Akudamai Hideyuki at any time if he wanted to, the person who made Akudamai Hideyuki appear here was the one that Mu valued. The Death Forest is not a place where you can come and go casually. In order to prevent accidents in this exam, Konoha set up a barrier in the Death Forest. Kirigakure wants to enter the Death Forest. The Death Forest can only be entered as a candidate, and Mu had checked all the candidates before the exam began. The transformation technique could not be hidden from the assessment, so there was no case of disguising as a candidate to sneak into the Death Forest. Since it was not a candidate, it could only be that he sneaked in by bypassing the barrier through a special method. Mu guessed that this might not be arranged by Kirigakure, but Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu were causing trouble. Because if Kirigakure was causing trouble, it would not make sense. Some genin might not care, but Kirigakure also had a heavyweight Kirigakure elder like Yuanchi, and some Kirigakure jonin. XXXX. To sacrifice so much combat power just to kill some genin, the Mizukage may not be out of his mind, but have nothing else in his mind. The difference between effort and reward is too big. If it is Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu who are causing trouble, then it makes sense. They have both the ability and the motivation. Doing this will have many benefits for Uchiha Madara. Kirigakure and Konoha will have conflicts. If things go wrong, a war may break out, making the situation in the ninja world more chaotic and giving Uchiha Madara more opportunities. But if you don't pick on Obito, it will be smoother. Do you want to stimulate Obito's strength? Miyu was thinking about Uchiha Madara's purpose. Just to make the war between Kirigakure and Konoha break out, and to kill other candidates indiscriminately would also have the same effect. Using the Byakugan to look around very carefully, Miyu did not find any suspicious figures. This was within Miyu's expectations. Both Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu were not easy to deal with. As the battle between Might Guy and his team became more and more difficult, Miyu focused most of his attention on the disciples. If any disciple was in mortal danger, he would immediately kill Akudamai Hideyuki. On the contrary, if there was no danger to life, Miyu would not show up. For the disciples it may be a bit cruel to say that it would be painful if you don't die, but Miyu has no choice. This is a cruel ninja world. He can protect his disciples once but not forever. Because he was in Konoha this time, he made multiple preparations, so he could protect his disciples in secret. What if he was outside Konoha next time? What if the disciples were in danger in different places? Even Minato with Flying Thunder God couldn't arrive perfectly to save the scene, let alone him who just ran faster. Improving the strength of the disciples is the best solution. Even if they can't solve the enemy, they can hold on for a while until he arrives. Konoha Goriki Whirlwind. The knife wound on his body did not make Might Guy show a trace of fear. With the help of Kakashi, he attacked Akudamai Hideyuki again. Water Style, Great Waterfall Technique. Akutsumai Hideyuki calmly performed the water escape ninjutsu and spit out an extremely huge water ball. Water itself is not easy to cause any damage, but if there is a large amount of water, the impact force of the explosion is not small. This huge amount of water like a wave hit Kakashi and Might Guy. Kakashi, who had little physical strength left, was directly washed away by the water. Although Might Guy could carry the water flow forward, his speed was much slower. Akutsumai Hideyuki swam very fast in the water, dodging Might Guy's attack while adding a blood mark on Might Guy's body with the sharp blade in his hand. Akashi. Kakashi, who was washed away, lay on the ground gasping for breath. He no longer had the strength to maintain full concentration. Even though he was extremely anxious, he could not help Might Guy fight. Shiranui Genma and Ebisu were already much weaker in strength, and now they were injured. Although they still had some physical strength, they were unable to participate in the battle between Might Guy and Akudamai Hideyuki, and were immediately washed away by the Great Waterfall Technique. The injured Nohara Rin was using her last chakra to heal Obito. Rather than healing herself, Nohara Rin chose to trust Obito. Wubeo. With more and more wounds on his body, Might Guy finally used the strongest physical technique he could use at the moment. He could only use it twice in a short period of time, and this was his last chance, but he had to use it. If he delayed any longer, he would not be able to use it for the last time. Might Guy poured all his strength into his legs, and the powerful chakra burst resisted the impact of the water flow, and Might Guy ran again. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Akutsumai Hideyuki immediately formed a seal and used ninjutsu to utilize the surrounding water. This was the usual fighting habit of Kirigakure. First, he used auxiliary water escape to create a favorable environment and then used offensive water escape. A large amount of water flow rotated around Akutsumai Hideyuki and finally formed an extremely huge water dragon rushing towards Might Guy. In front of the huge water dragon, Might Guy, who was only 1.3 meters tall, seemed extremely small. The head of the water dragon alone was several times larger than Might Guy. But Might Guy's steps never stopped. He rushed up like a cheetah, and the chakra on his body vaguely formed the shape of a leopard head. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and tiny water droplets kept splashing around. The head of the water dragon was collapsing, the teeth were broken, the dragon horns were broken, and the dragon head was deformed. This guy is a real monster. Kisame sighed when he saw Might Guy's performance. He could still burst out this kind of power after fighting with him. Is it possible? Kakashi used his arms to support the ground and climbed up with difficulty, staring at Might Guy and Akudamai Hideyuki. Akai, come on! Obito kept breathing and prayed for Might Guy in his heart. Finally, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the dragon and the leopard bit the dragon head, and the dragon head was completely broken. But at this time, Might Guy had consumed most of his strength. He flew backwards under the impact of the dragon's body and broke 8 trees before stopping. Why don't you choose to die easily if you are going to die? Do you still want to defeat me? Akudamai Hideyuki said with a mocking expression. Facing the ridicule, Might Guy stood up again. His green tights had turned blood red because of excessive bleeding. There is no word of giving up in my youth. Might Guy clenched his fists and shouted. Some of his companions were seriously injured and some were exhausted. Might Guy knew that he could not fall down at this time. Once he fell down, no one could fight Akudamai Hideyuki head-on. Might Guy took a deep breath. He wanted to try to open the 4th gate of the 8 gates of the ninja. Originally, his current practice was far from opening the gate of injury, but Might Guy had used breathing to force open the 2nd gate in the battle with the cloud-hidden ninja when his practice was not enough. He wanted to replicate that time, but this time he wanted to force open the 4th gate. Open! Might Guy's eyes widened, his fists clenched, the veins on his arms bulged, and he used all his strength to attack the 4th gate of the 8 gates of the ninja. I don't know if it was too difficult or there was no way to complete such an operation after the 3rd gate. Might Guy failed. Bang! Akudamai Hideyuki used the water to appear next to Might Guy and kicked him away. Your decision cannot change the outcome, whether you give up or insist. Akudamai Hideyuki said lightly. Akudamai Hideyuki continued to pursue the victory and knocked down Shiranui Genma and Ebisu who came to stop him. Shiranui Genma was full of unwillingness at this moment. Whether it was victory or failure, it seemed that he had nothing to do with him. His strength was too far behind Kakashi and the others. The same was true for Ebisu. For the first time, he did not desire strength because of status, power, or money. He had never felt so powerless and could only watch his companions get hurt and could not do anything. Might Guy stood up again. He tried his best to maintain the rock breathing and fight Akudamai Hideyuki. But the gap in strength could not be made up by sheer perseverance. Might Guy fell down again in the difficult response. Watching Might Guy fall down and stand up again and again, watching Akudamai Hideyuki mock their persistence, the fire in Obito's heart burned more and more vigorously, and his breathing gradually changed unconsciously. Breathing of flames, full concentration. After recovering to be able to move, Obito immediately opened his Sharingan and burst out with power, waving his fist with angry flames at Akudamai Hideyuki. I don't know if it was because he was too angry that he couldn't feel the pain or for some other reason, Obito wrapped his fist with fierce flames without using chakra isolation but didn't feel burned. However, Akudamai Hideyuki was most concerned about Obito, so he immediately noticed Obito's actions, dodged Obito's attack by turning sideways, and swung the short blade at Obito at the same time. Obito's Sharingan saw through Akudamai Hideyuki's actions, and this attack couldn't kill him, so Obito let the short blade pass through his chest, and his left hand burst out with more fierce flames and hit Akudamai Hideyuki's abdomen. Akudamai Hideyuki took a few steps back, frowned slightly when he felt the strong burning sensation on his body, and the water-attributed chakra in his hand burst out and changed its nature, spraying a stream of water to extinguish the flames on his body, but the pain caused by the burning did not disappear immediately. After a successful attack, Obito did not feel proud, but was thinking about countermeasures. He would be the first to fall in this kind of lose-lose fighting style. But Akudamai Hideyuki did not give Obito time to think, and immediately stepped forward to fight with Obito, leaving several new scars on Obito. They are still trying. Narayui, who was unable to move due to injuries, looked at this scene and had a bold idea in his heart. As a Konoha ninja, Narayui did not want to be too far behind in this regard. Narayui also told Inuzuka Midori and Abarameinaya about their plans. Both nodded and decided to make a final effort. Even if I die, Midori must die with dignity. Inuzuka Midori endured the pain and used the animal mimicry ninjutsu to lie on the ground. End of the next chapter. Chapter 310 The Power of the Transparent World. Inuzuka Midori lay on the ground, with Narayutori on his back, who could not move. In order to prevent falling, there was a rope made of parasites to fix it. In this way, Inuzuka Midori used his hands and feet to run towards Akutami Hideyuki with Narayutori. Swish, swish, swish. Narayutori shot the shuriken in his hand towards Akutami Hideyuki. However, because Narayutori's posture was a bit awkward and it was not easy to exert force, the shuriken was very crooked, and Akutami Hideyuki avoided all the shuriken by standing still. Water clone technique. Akutami Hideyuki separated a water clone and prepared to let the water clone deal with Narayutori. It would be really troublesome if he was hit by the shadow imitation technique. I must find teacher Muyu to learn the ninjutsu that restrains water escape. Obito, who was extremely frustrated, shouted in his heart. He was really tortured by water escape. When Akutami Hideyuki released a large-scale water escape, he had no way to carry out an effective fire escape attack. Originally, he felt that he was in a very good state now, and it was very easy to use fire escape, but he was disgusted by Akutami Hideyuki's water escape and wanted to use physical skills, but he couldn't beat Akutami Hideyuki in physical skills. Obito didn't know how to win the battle. Might Guy and Kakashi were exhausted. Nohara-rin's last chakra was used to treat his current loss of combat ability. Shiranui Genma and Ebisu were seriously injured. Now the only breakthrough point is the seriously injured Konoha ninjas they rescued before. The water clone is only 1/10 of the strength of the original body. The strength will be improved in the water, but it is this 1/10 of the strength of the water clone that beat Inuzuka Midori to flee everywhere. If it were normal, Inuzuka Midori would have to fight with this water clone, but now she was injured and carrying Narayui, so she couldn't fight at all, and could only flee in panic and look for opportunities. When the distance was almost right, the parasitic rope on Narayui's body disintegrated and rushed towards the water clone. Inuzuka Midori took this opportunity to throw the salt water on his back towards the place close to Akutami Hideyuki. Narayui quickly formed a seal in the air, as if he was ready to use ninjutsu. The water clone wanted to attack Narayui, but was directly knocked down by Inuzuka Midori. Akutami Hideyuki's real body noticed this scene and immediately forced the injured Obito back and then shot a thick water column at Narayui to prevent him from being controlled by the shadow imitation technique. However, what Akutami Hideyuki didn't expect was that after the water escape hit, Narayui first turned into Inuzuka Midori's appearance, and then turned into white smoke and disappeared. Haha, Midori's acting is good, even the seal of UI is exactly the same. Inuzuka Midori said with a proud smile. The water clone angrily beat Inuzuka Midori to the ground. Akutami Hideyuki's real body also changed its face instantly and wanted to use the water instant body to leave the place, but as early as when he turned around to attack Inuzuka Midori's shadow clone, Narayui had already changed back to human form from the shuriken, and quickly formed a seal to use ninjutsu. Shadow imitation technique. Because the two were very close, Narayui's shadow quickly connected to Akutami Hideyuki's shadow, so Akutami Hideyuki also lay on the ground under the control of the shadow imitation technique. The water clone wanted to go over to help the real body, but Inuzuka Midori held the water clone's legs tightly to prevent the water clone from moving. The water clone kicked Inuzuka Midori with all its strength and vomited blood, but she still did not let go. The second kick knocked Inuzuka Midori unconscious, and the water clone was able to get away and approached the real body at a very fast speed. Use your fastest ninjutsu quickly, I can't control it for long. Narayui shouted loudly. The shadow imitation technique consumes a lot of chakra. He doesn't have much chakra now. In addition, Akudamai Hideyuki is stronger than him, so the time he can control it is very short. Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Obito was originally going to use the powerful and low-cost fireball, but after hearing what Narayui said, he immediately used the Phoenix Fire Technique, made a seal, and spit out more than 10 small fireballs at Akudamai Hideyuki. When the fireball was only 5 centimeters away from Akudamai Hideyuki, Narayui ran out of chakra and let Akudamai Hideyuki escape from control. Boom! The dazzling flames of the fireball explosion enveloped Akudamai Hideyuki's vicinity. Narayui, who was close, squinted his eyes subconsciously, but he couldn't see whether Akudamai Hideyuki was killed in the flames. Obito, who had the Sharingan, could see more, and he immediately pulled Ui back quickly. The dazzling flames came and went quickly, and soon Akudamai Hideyuki, with burn marks on his body, stood in front of them. Just now, he didn't even have time to stand up, so he crawled and dodged at the fastest speed, letting the water clone who came over to help him bear part of the attack, and finally survived. Damn it, if I could have more chakra! Narayui clenched his fists. Even the usually calm Narayui couldn't keep calm anymore, because it was really just a little bit short. If he could hold on for 2 more seconds, Akudamai Hideyuki might not survive. You guys are so powerful. You almost killed me. Akudamai Hideyuki showed a ferocious smile on his face, holding the short blade tightly and rushed towards Narayui. Obito put Ui aside and rushed forward alone to fight Akudamai Hideyuki. Obito's chakra didn't recover much. In order to maintain the Sharingan and breathing method, Obito didn't dare to use ninjutsu at this point. At most, he could add some fire to his fists. So even if Akudamai Hideyuki was injured descending, Obito was still in a clear disadvantage. Is it a failure like this? Kakashi, who was leaning against the tree, sighed. Even he felt that the cooperation of the Nara saltwater team just now was very exciting, and they could produce such a result in this state. Looking at Obito fighting alone, Kakashi felt very uncomfortable. It was almost the same in the river country that time. Might Guy's burst quickly solved the Chunin, and then Obito opened his eyes and worked together with Might Guy to deal with the Jonin. He just added a knife in the end. Kakashi was very unwilling. He was obviously a genius in everyone's eyes, and was considered a genius that was difficult to surpass. Now he can only rely on his companions to turn the tide. Kakashi didn't want to be such a person. He wanted to be the one who turned the tide, because he was a genius recognized by everyone. Obito had more and more wounds on his body, and the bleeding caused Obito's condition to decline. The balance of victory seemed to be completely tilted towards Akudamai Hideyuki. Kakashi took a step towards Akudamai Hideyuki, and pains were heard from all parts of his body. Kakashi ignored the pain and took another step. This time he tried to enter the state of thunder breathing. Maybe he recovered some strength after resting for a few minutes, so he succeeded. Kakashi's steps became a little faster with the help of the breathing method. Kakashi tried hard to concentrate his breathing. Ordinary breathing could not provide him with much help in such a fierce battle. I don't know if it was because of the serious injury that Kakashi had an illusion or something, he seemed to feel that his breathing was more concentrated than before. Kakashi didn't think about this problem. He just concentrated his breathing again and again until he reached the limit he could reach. That's all. Kakashi's steps became faster because his breathing became more and more concentrated. Kakashi's undisguised behavior naturally could not be hidden from Akudamai Hideyuki, but he did not care. An ordinary 9-year-old child can run several blocks faster than Kakashi now. What is there to be afraid of with such a weak appearance? When Kakashi was only 50 meters away from Akudamai Hideyuki, Kakashi clenched the white fang short blade in his hand. He suddenly felt that he was very powerful now. When he walked to 40 meters, Kakashi's breathing continued to change. At this time, Kakashi felt that the world in front of him suddenly became much clearer. When he walked to 30 meters, this clear feeling became more and more obvious. Kakashi could even vaguely see the muscles of Akutami Hideaki's body. This reminded Kakashi of his previous training memories. He was troubled by the problem of not being able to react to his own speed, and it has not been solved even to this day. Muyu gave two methods that can be cured, one is the extreme transparent world of breathing method, and the other is the change of the nature of thunder attribute chakra to strengthen the reaction nerves. If one day you feel transparent in your brain, and you can see and control every muscle and every blood vessel in your body, then you have entered the state of the transparent world. Kakashi recalled Muyu's description of the transparent world, and with a feeling of emptiness, Kakashi saw it. He saw his muscles, his bones, his blood vessels, and everything in his body. He could not only see but also control, and instantly he understood how much power he had wasted when he attacked. So, this is the transparent world. Kakashi kept approaching Akutami Hideyuki and murmured. When he was only 10 meters away from Akutami Hideyuki, Kakashi also saw everything on Akutami Hideyuki. Now Kakashi understood how powerful the breathing method that Muyu taught them was, and this was a magical power that could not be described in words. When practicing the sword, you only need to remember 2 points, the speed must be fast and the strength must be enough, and the strength of the whole body must be concentrated on one point to attack. Then Kakashi remembered the memory of his father Hatake Sakumo teaching him the sword method. At this time, Kakashi was only 6 meters away from Akutami Hideyuki. Although he didn't think Kakashi had any strength now, he was still a ninja. Akutami Hideyuki was still cautious and temporarily gave up the seriously injured Obito, and slashed at Kakashi with a short blade. Kakashi, get out of the way. You are like this, just lie down. Obito shouted anxiously. When Kakashi came over, he shouted for Kakashi not to come over, but Kakashi ignored him and continued to walk towards this side as if he was under an illusion. Father, Muyu teacher, thank you. Kakashi didn't care about Akutami Hideyuki who attacked him, but thanked Muyu and Baya in his heart. Because it was them who gave Kakashi the power to change everything. Go to hell. Akutami Hideyuki used the instant body technique to flash in front of Kakashi, and stabbed Kakashi's chest with a short blade. Swish! A flash of white light passed by. Pata! Akutami Hideyuki's short blade and his arm were broken into 2 pieces. Akutami Hideyuki showed a look of fear and confusion. He did not see clearly how Kakashi swung the sword. The next moment, there was a sharp pain. Akutami Hideyuki's body was broken into 2 pieces before he could say any last words. Kakashi you! Obito looked at this scene in shock. The powerful Jonin who made everyone in a difficult battle was killed by Kakashi in one blow. Is this asking the immortal Muyu to possess him? I am the genius Kakashi. Kakashi fell down after leaving this sentence. Chapter 311 New Disciple Quota. At this moment, the forest was extremely quiet. Everyone was shocked by Kakashi's knife. In this quiet environment, Kakashi's last words reached everyone's ears. How is it possible? Akutami Hideyuki was killed like this. Zabuza looked at Akutami Hideyuki who was cut in half by Kakashi in disbelief. This is not a genin or chunin, but a well-known jonin in Kirigakure. He was killed in 1 second. Is this the power of protection? Zabuza's worldview was greatly shocked. He was sure that Kakashi had never had this strength before, otherwise it would not have been so difficult for Kakashi to fight them before. If he could kill Akutami Hideyuki in 1 second, he would definitely be able to kill Hoshigaki Kisame in 1 second, but Kakashi didn't kill him in 1 second, and he fought for a while. Zabuza really didn't understand why he wanted to protect others so much and could burst out such terrifying power. Is this guy really a genin? He must be fake. Kurosawa showed an expression of doubting his life. He now suspected that Kakashi was disguised by some powerful Konoha ninja transformation technique, and he was pretending to be at a disadvantage in the battle just now. As expected of my best friend, I really look forward to the next battle with you. Might Guy gave Kakashi a thumbs up after being surprised. Might Guy really couldn't understand Kakashi just now. He looked like he was seriously injured and was about to fall, and there was no powerful momentum bursting out of his body, but he could actually kill the Jonin with a slash in seconds. Looking at Kakashi and Obito, Nohara-rin showed a gentle smile and said, "I knew you would succeed." She knew that she couldn't fulfill her dream of ending the war with her own strength, so she only did what she could do, that is, to provide all the support she could behind Kakashi and Obito. It was solved like this. Narayui had a complicated expression, with surprise, relief, and emotion. He fully agreed with Kakashi's last words. Kakashi is indeed the most dazzling genius now. Obito quickly supported Kakashi, who was about to fall to the ground, and shook him. "Kakashi, are you okay? I admit that your knife just now was very genius." Kakashi closed his eyes and had no strength to speak. The knife just now concentrated the last bit of his strength. Now he was truly powerless, but when he heard Obito's words, Kakashi still smiled. "What can we do, Xiaolin, can you still treat it?" Obito looked at Nohara-rin anxiously and asked. Although the battle was won, all of them are in very bad condition now. They are seriously injured and exhausted, and most of them are so serious that they can't even walk. Nohara-rin shook her head and took out a bandage and said, "All my remaining chakra has been used to treat you, Obito. Now I can only bandage it first." If there was chakra, Nohara-rin would have started treatment long ago. She is still injured now. "Let me treat you." Miyu flashed and appeared in the middle of the group and said, "Teacher Miyu." Obito was excited when he saw Miyu. Miyu's medical ninjutsu was stronger than Nohara-rin's. Multiple shadow clone technique. Miyu formed a seal and created 9 shadow clones to treat the 9 Konoha candidates with the palm fairy technique. As for Kisame and the others, Miyu didn't care for the time being. After all, it was good enough that Miyu didn't tie them up and imprison them when something like this happened. "Teacher Miyu, you came just in time." Seeing Miyu appear, Obito completely relaxed and said with a smile. Next, let alone the appearance of the mist-hidden ninja, he would not be afraid even if the Mizukage came, because he believed that Miyu would protect them. It can only be said that it is not too late. Just in time should be to solve the accident as soon as it happens. Miyu shook his head and said. Miyu is a very rational person, but he is not without feelings. Standing in the dark and watching his disciples getting hurt quietly, he felt bad. Anyway, the final result is the same, and if it weren't for your treatment, we would be in danger. Obito said with a nonchalant smile. After all, both results are that the enemy is solved and they are safe, but one is a little more difficult. That's right. Might Guy gave a thumbs up. Under Miyu's treatment, Kakashi's condition gradually improved and recovered a little. When he heard Obito call out Miyu, he completely relaxed, because this meant that he didn't have to worry about anything next. When he opened his eyes again, Kakashi's vision returned to normal, without the previous feeling, but Kakashi didn't dwell on this, but asked Miyu. Teacher Miyu, did something happen between Kirigakure and the village? There is no doubt that Kirigakure's senior ninja sneaked into the Chunin exam venue to deal with them, the candidates. In Kakashi's eyes, this behavior is basically equivalent to declaring war. It's hard to say for the time being. Except for this Kirigakure senior ninja who sneaked into the exam venue, other Kirigakure have not taken any action. Miyu thought for a while and replied. After listening to Miyu's words, Kakashi fell into thought, unable to guess Kirigakure's motive. The reason for assassinating Konoha's genius genin was a bit untenable, because Kirigakure didn't know which ninjas would participate in Konoha's Chunin exam, and it was too stupid to send out a genius ninja from their own village for such a thing. You guys just take a good rest. Okay, don't think too much. As candidates, you have done your best. Miyu said with a smile. Even Miyu couldn't make an accurate guess about how this matter would go. Although he thought it was Uchiha Madara who did it, this guess obviously couldn't be told, because in the impression of Konoha ninjas, Uchiha Madara had been killed by Senju Hashirama a long time ago. Let the shadow clones treat the disciples, and Muyu walked in front of Hoshigaki Kisame and the others. Tell me everything you know. Muyu put away his gentle smile and asked lightly. He didn't think he could get any useful information from the three people, but this was a necessary process. Unfortunately, I'm just an abandoned child and I don't know anything. Zabuza grinned and replied after recovering from the shock. He didn't like the top leaders of the Hidden Mist village, but he really didn't know anything. The order he received was to perform well in the Chunin exam and suppress the Konoha ninjas. My mission is to get good grades in the exam. You can do whatever you want. Anyway, I really don't know why a senior ninja sneaked in. Kurosawa said very bluntly. Kisame Hoshigaki's answer was similar to Zabuza's, and the three of them looked unaware. As Muyu expected, he did not get any useful information, but he did not care. The focus was not on him, but on Sarutobi Hiruzen. After treating Kakashi and others, Muyu simply took them back to the middle tower. However, since Narayoshiro's team had not yet collected the Scroll of Heaven and Earth, they did not act with Muyu and others, but continued the exam. Muyu did not terminate the Chunin exam, but he sent ninjas to monitor all the candidates in Kirigakure. Arrest immediately if any abnormal behavior is found. After arriving in the middle tower, the disciples began to talk about what had just happened, while Muyu opened the panel to check the harvest this time. Disciple Hitaki Kakashi's trust level has been increased, and the current trust level is 4. 4 disciples with trust level 4 have been detected, and a reward has been obtained, disciple quota +1. Seeing this reward, Muyu smiled. In his opinion, this reward is much more precious than perfect level skills. If a disciple is trained from the age of 10, the rewards he can provide after he develops are huge, not only various skills, but also a large amount of chakra returned by the apprentice. Muyu plans to study carefully after returning to whom to use this quota. This quota is really hard to get, and it is unknown whether there will be more quotas in the future, so Muyu must make a careful choice. Muyu continued to look at the system message. In addition to the trust level increase, Kakashi also brushed out the upgrade reward. Disciple Hitaki Kakashi has practiced hard under your guidance and has gained a lot of strength. He has received a reward Earth Escapee Light and Heavy Rock Technique, Mastery Level. Muyu nodded in his heart. This is a very good reward, which means more to Muyu than the Heavy Rock Technique he had acquired before. Because the Light and Heavy Rock Technique can make him fly, flying is a rare ability for a Hokage, and basically relies on summoned beasts. Although the Heavy Rock Technique is also a high-level Earth Escape technique of the same level, the Heavy Rock Technique is biased towards output, and Muyu has other better output methods. Through observation with the telescope technique, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that the master was drinking tea in a tea room in Konoha with several Kirigakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked most of the Anbu to guard outside and then walked into the tea room with several Anbu elites and entered the single room where the master was. Hokage, what are you doing? The master looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen who broke in directly and the Konoha Anbu who followed him and felt something was wrong. Do you know a ninja named Akudamai Hideyuki? Sarutobi Hiruzen did not rush to question, but sat down and asked lightly. I know, he is a senior ninja in our Kirigakure village and a member of the delegation visiting your village this time. The master nodded and replied. Just now, Akudamai Hideyuki sneaked into the examination room of the Chunin exam through unknown means and attacked our Konoha candidate team. Do you have anything to explain about this? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the master and asked, and at the end he released his powerful aura. The master's face changed slightly. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was calm, he could feel Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger from his aura. The third-generation Hokage who was famous in the ninja world was angry. As expected of a Hokage, this terrifying aura is stronger than the third generation. The master made a simple comparison between Sarutobi Hiruzen and the third-generation Mizukage in his mind. The jonin next to the master couldn't help trembling when he felt this terrifying aura, and cold sweat ran down his forehead. Hokage, is there any misunderstanding here? We, Kirigakuer, definitely don't want to be enemies with Konoha this time. The master said calmly. In the Hidden Mist Village, he has the most power except for the Mizukage. It can be said that there is no arrangement in the Hidden Mist Village that he does not know. He is sure that no ninjas were sent to kill the candidates of Konoha this time. Misunderstanding? Come and see if it is a misunderstanding. Sarutobi Hiruzen led the master to the Death Forest, where there were not only surveillance records but also Akudamai Hideaki's body. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought this matter was a bit strange, so although he was angry, he did not take action directly, ready to see how the master would explain. When he walked out of the tea room and looked at the anbu surrounded outside, the master basically believed what Sarutobi Hiruzen had just said. Akudamai Hideyuki really went to the Chunin examination room to attack the candidates. If this kind of thing had not really happened, Konoha would not suddenly, of course, they launched such a big action against them. Konoha is now at war with two big ninja villages. They must be crazy to take the initiative to go to war with them. Who did it? Those people from the Hawks. Yuanshi guessed in his mind. He really didn't want to have a conflict with Konoha at this time, because he was still in Konoha. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen brought Yuanshi to the middle tower of the Chunin exam and called up the surveillance record of Akudamai Hideyuki attacking Obito and others. Watching Akudamai Hideyuki on the screen constantly attacking Obito and others, Yuanshi frowned. After a few minutes, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Yuanshi. If he didn't get a satisfactory answer, then Yuanshi and his men would definitely not be able to leave Konoha. I am deeply sorry for what happened. Yuanshi handed the crutches to the Kirigakuer next to him and bowed deeply to Sarutobi Hiruzen. But I can be sure that this has absolutely nothing to do with Kirigakuer. Akudamai Hideyuki should be a spy hidden in Kirigakuer by other ninja villages, who wants to destroy the friendship between Kirigakuer and Konoha. Then the master said with a firm face. He didn't know whether Akudamai Hideyuki was crazy or not, but now Akudamai Hideaki's best identity is a spy. Sandaime-sama, there is Akudamai Hideaki's body inside. Muyu stepped forward in time and handed the scroll that sealed Akudamai Hideaki's body to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Whether it was a spy or not was not something that the master could decide. In the end, it still depended on the memory of the body. For efficiency and accuracy, Sarutobi Hiruzen called the chief of the Yamanaka clan to use the secret technique to check Akudamai Hideaki's memory. The master looked calm. If Konoha could really find out who instructed Akudamai Hideyuki to act, he would have to thank Konoha instead, and he could go back and start a cleansing operation. The master's confident look made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel even more strange. Could it be that the accident in the Chunin exam was not planned by the Hidden Mist Village? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought. The Yamanaka clan leader put his hand on Akudamai Hideaki's head, closed his eyes and began to use the secret technique. Although Akudamai Hideyuki had been broken into two pieces, as long as his brain was not damaged, it would not affect his memory review. But just as the Yamanaka clan leader used the secret technique to delve into Akudamai Hideaki's mind, he frowned and opened his eyes at the same time. Sandaime-sama, his brain has been destroyed by the technique, and there is no way to review his memory. The Yamanaka clan leader reported. Diarrhea, so the update is late and there is only one update, but this chapter is a big chapter, a 4K chapter. If you have any questions, you can leave a message in the paragraph. I have a headache and I'm going to sleep first. I'll change it tomorrow. Chapter 312 Kakashi exploded with gold coins. The monitoring room fell into silence for a while, and the master breathed a sigh of relief. Since the memory cannot be reviewed, then things are simple. He insisted that Akudamai Hideyuki is a spy and a traitor. The master looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose expression did not change at all, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. The master knew that this matter could be big or small, and it all depended on how Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to deal with it. Konoha wanted to investigate and insist that Akutami Hideyuki was sent by Kirigakure to cause trouble, and that was fine. At this moment, the door of the monitoring room was pushed open, and Danzo walked into the monitoring room with 2 root ninjas. "You Kirigakure are so brave that you dared to assassinate our Konoha's genius ninja," Danzo said sternly as soon as he entered the door. "If you want to go to war with Konoha, we will definitely accompany you to the end." Danzo said it all at once, as if Kirigakure had officially declared war on Konoha. The master calmly explained what had just happened, and once again emphasized Akutami Hideyuki's identity as a spy. His brain was destroyed by the technique, not necessarily because he was a spy. "Maybe you Kirigakure wanted to get rid of your own suspicion," Danzo said relentlessly. "If you want to prove your innocence, let all the Kirigakure accept a memory search." Danzo said his solution. "If you really have no problems, I am willing to apologize in person." "Elder Shimura, you are kidding, I will never agree to such a thing." Yuanchi was a little overwhelmed. This Danzo was thinking too much. The memory search can indeed prove their innocence, but the color of Kirigakure's underwear will be known to Konoha. As an elder of Kirigakure, Yuanchi knows too many secrets of Kirigakure. Even if he died in Konoha, he would have to destroy his head before dying to prevent Konoha from obtaining his memory. Not to mention himself, the senior ninjas he brought with him could not be shown to Konoha casually, which was equivalent to giving Kirigakure's secret techniques to train ninjas directly to Konoha. Compared with the confidential information in their heads, Danzo's apology is not worth a penny, and it is not worth it for Danzo to commit suicide. "Are you guilty?" Danzo looked at Yuanchi with a cold look. "I have a clear conscience about this matter, but I cannot let the secrets of Kirigakure leak out." Yuanchi stared at Danzo and answered. "Don't worry about this. We Konoha ninjas are the most honest. They won't look at things they shouldn't look at." Danzo continued. Yuanchi still smiled on the surface, but he sneered in his heart. If he really believed what Danzo said, how could he become the elder of Kirigakure village? "If you don't read the confidential information given for free, you'll be in trouble." The master firmly disagreed with Danzo's proposal, and Danzo pressed on, saying that the master and his men disagreed because they had something to hide. "There are many doubts about this matter, and it is indeed inappropriate to directly check the memory of the master elder." At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. "But this is the fastest and most accurate way," Danzo replied with a look of dissatisfaction. Miyu watched this scene silently, and had a rough prediction of the outcome of this matter in his heart. Konoha had no intention of fighting for the time being. After all, they already had the Hidden Rock Village and the Hidden Cloud Village. Even a hawk like Danzo didn't want to face 3 big ninja villages at the same time. But Konoha would definitely not swallow this breath. It didn't matter whether Akutami Hideyuki was a spy or not. What mattered was that Akutami Hideyuki was a Kirigakure ninja, and at least he had not been deprived of his Kirigakure ninja status before he died. So it wouldn't be serious enough to start a war, but Konoha would never let the master and his men go casually. They had to get some benefits anyway. Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen were obviously playing the good cop and the bad cop. First, Danzo proposed a solution that the master absolutely could not accept, and then Sarutobi Hiruzen came out to be a good guy and proposed a solution that would make Kirigakure a little uncomfortable but acceptable. But the monitoring room is not a place to discuss things. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly walked out of the monitoring room with the master and went to a special conference room to discuss solutions. Miyu asked the shadow clone to continue watching the surveillance in the monitoring room, while the main body went to the cafeteria of the middle tower for dinner. The second round of the Chunin exam lasted for a total of 5 days. During these 5 days, both candidates and examiners had to stay in the Death Forest. Even if the candidates completed the requirements and arrived at the middle tower on the first day, they had to stay in the middle tower until the last moment. Because after the exam, there are still rules related to the third exam to be discussed. In addition, if there are too many candidates who pass the second exam, there will be an additional test, and some candidates will be eliminated to improve the quality of candidates for the third exam. The third exam was different from the first two. Konoha invited many officials, nobles, and wealthy businessmen to watch the exam. In order to make the exam more exciting and reflect the strength of Konoha ninjas, both quantity and quality must be controlled. Not every Chunin exam will be done this way. Only the Chunin exam like this one will invite officials and nobles. After all, Konoha holds Chunin exams twice a year. It would be too frequent to invite them every time. Mr. Muyu, don't you feel bad when you eat other people's food? Obito asked curiously after dinner. In Obito's mind, there is only the best food, not the second, because he thinks that other people are too different from Muyu, and the gap is even greater than the gap between the strength of the Jonin and the Genin. It's okay, after all, you can't always cook it yourself. Muyu thought about it and smiled. He doesn't have much desire for food for the time being. Before crossing, he was quite happy to go to various places to taste local food, but he didn't have this mood before he became invincible in the Naruto world. This world gave Muyu a terrible impression, with a backward feudal system and cruel ninja wars. How could he leisurely pursue his desire for food under such circumstances? But if you want to eat, I can take time to prepare a lunch for you tomorrow. Muyu saw through Obito's thoughts. Hehe, you still understand me, Muyu teacher. Obito admitted with a smile. He actually wanted to eat the food made by Muyu. Teacher Muyu, I seem to have entered the state of the transparent world you mentioned today. Kakashi began to tell Muyu about his experience today. I didn't know how I did it at the time. I was very tired and every part of my body was in pain, but suddenly I entered a transparent world and could see my own body and the enemy's body clearly. But now that I have recovered, I can't do that. It's just that my 5 senses are much stronger than before. After being treated by Muyu, Kakashi tried many times, but no matter how he recalled the feeling at that time, he didn't enter that clear and transparent world again. You have indeed entered the transparent world, but that is not considered as true mastery. You just accidentally entered the transparent world under extreme circumstances. Muyu explained. But this is a good thing for you, because once awakened, it is not far from true mastery. Now you just need to strengthen your breathing, and then keep looking for the feeling of opening the whole world, and you can truly master the transparent world. At that time, Kakashi's sword even surprised Muyu. He was originally ready to kill Akutami Hideyuki in 1 second, but Kakashi walked over and killed him in 1 second. Name: Hitaki Kakashi. Skills: Thunder Breathing, Entry, 499/500, Transparent World, Entry, 20/100. Kakashi's breathing proficiency soared, surpassing those disciples who learned earlier than him, and he was just a little bit away from reaching the proficient level. However, Muyu estimated that Kakashi would need to work on this for a long time, because Kakashi's proficiency increased dramatically because the upper limit of his breathing method increased too much, and Changzhong needed to maintain a weakened state of full concentration all day, which Kakashi could not do yet. In addition, Kakashi's transparent world has already shown proficiency, so Muyu said that it is only a matter of time before Kakashi masters the transparent world. The two abilities of Stripes and Transparent World are considered derivative skills of breathing methods. They are automatically mastered when reaching a certain level, but they can be mastered in advance if they are talented enough. I know. Kakashi nodded, ready to spend all his time on it. To strengthen the breathing method and strive to master the Transparent World as soon as possible. Having experienced the Transparent World once, he knows how powerful it is. If he can master it thoroughly, he is confident that he can surpass his father in the achievements of a ninja. What are you talking about? What transparent world? Obito asked in confusion. Because the conditions for the transparent world are too difficult to achieve, Miyu only talked about it with Kakashi when he was trying to solve Kakashi's problem, and other disciples did not talk about it. Now that all the disciples are present, Miyu simply told the disciples what the ultimate transparent world of the breathing method is. I thought Kakashi was possessed by you, Miyu teacher, but it turned out that he learned a new ability. Obito showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. This ability is very strong, Miyu teacher, do you think I can learn it now? Obito looked at Miyu expectantly. It is highly likely that it is not possible. Kakashi's situation is extremely special. Miyu shook his head and replied. It's not that he wants to dampen the enthusiasm of his disciples, but this thing is really difficult. Miyu didn't expect Kakashi to awaken the transparent world in advance. This ability can only be awakened stably after practicing the breathing method to the perfect level. Obito and his friends have practiced the breathing method for a year with his professor's blessing, but they haven't reached the proficient level, let alone the perfect breathing method. It takes 15,000 points of proficiency from mastery to perfection. Is that so? Obito looked a little disappointed. Kakashi has it but he doesn't. It's okay. I still have the Sharingan, which Kakashi will never have. Obito immediately comforted himself. It doesn't mean that you can't learn the transparent world now, but Kakashi, who is not an Uchiha, will never have the Sharingan. Obito, you don't have to envy Kakashi. Didn't you find that your breathing method has also changed during the battle? Miyu touched Obito's head and said. Name, Uchiha Obito. Skills, Breath of Fire, Entry, 497/500, Breath of Fire Mark, Entry, 10/100. Perfect level transparent worlds may open in advance, and the mark is no exception. After all, the mark localized by Naruto mainly burns chakra, which does not put so much pressure on the body. The reason why Obito and Kakashi performed so differently in battle is not that the transparent world is far more effective than the mark. In fact, these two abilities have their own merits. But the mark has a disadvantage, which is that it requires a lot of chakra. Obito is still young and does not have much chakra. When fighting with Akudamai Hideyuki, he consumed most of his chakra before, which made Obito look like he did not change much except that he was more resistant to beating and would not be burned by his own flames. At that time, Kakashi had completely entered the state of the transparent world, while Obito did not enter the real mark state because of insufficient chakra. If you practice diligently, you can enter the flame-breathing chakra mode in advance. Miyu changed the pattern to a more Hokage-like name. After all, there is nothing growing on his forehead now. By then, all fire styles will not need to be sealed, and the power of fire styles will be greatly increased. Yet, Obito nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and in his mind he had already begun to imagine the scene of himself turning into a fire-style turret to bombard Kakashi. As expected of my opponents, you have all made a lot of progress. Might Guy gave Kakashi and Obito a thumbs up. Whether it is the transparent world or the pattern, you can tell that they can become very strong abilities as soon as you hear the effect. Akai, just continue to practice the Chongzhong, and you can put the 8 gates aside for the time being. Miyu smiled and said the focus of Might Guy's next practice. Although Kakashi and Obito have made considerable progress, if they fight one-on-one, Kakashi is not sure, and Obito is really in danger. Rock breathing plus the 8 gates is really a simple violence. Understood. Might Guy smiled confidently with his shining white teeth. Although he had not learned the transparent world or the marks in advance, he thought he was no worse than Kakashi and Obito. Miyu chatted with the disciples for a while and then went to work. After all, he was the examiner of the second exam and could not be too blatant. However, before leaving, Miyu gave Kakashi and Obito some of his cultivation experience and insights of the transparent world and the marks. Knowing that the disciples would have a chance to get a perfect reward when they reached the trust level 4, Miyu first gave it to Kakashi and then to Obito. You gave the disciple the transparent world training manual. The disciple was very grateful and rewarded a super critical hit, and got the reward water breathing, perfect level. Mu Yu was stunned when he looked at the system's reward. He didn't expect the system to burst out the water breathing that he was developing. After sorting out the large amount of memories of practicing water breathing in his mind, Mu Yu found that there was basically no problem with his idea of developing the breathing method, but there was a little difference in the details. Comparing the breathing method he had conceived with the perfect water breathing in his mind, Mu Yu had a new understanding of the breathing method. That's good. Next, I can focus on studying the sealing technique. Mu Yu's mood gradually calmed down. The reward for teaching a disciple is too random. The perfect breathing method is better than a perfect ninjutsu, and it also saves him time to develop water breathing. Each breathing method has its own characteristics. Compared with other breathing methods, water breathing consumes less energy and lasts longer. In addition, water breathing has a very unique effect, which can increase the ability to change chakra forms, making water escape more varied. When the breathing method reaches the perfect level, it will automatically comprehend the transparent world. Although Mu Yu already has a perfect level of thunder breathing, after another breathing method reaches the perfect level, Mu Yu finds that her transparent world has changed a little. What will the sun breathing be like? Mu Yu had a question. According to the current system localization model, the sun breathing will most likely be related to flames after localization. But the flame breathing is already related to flames, and the sun breathing will only be much stronger than the flame breathing. Mu Yu is a little curious about what the effect of the sun breathing will be. At night, Obito woke up from a room he was not familiar with. When he was about to go to the bathroom, he saw Nohara Rin's figure in a place with a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Xiaolin, are you still not asleep so late? Obito scratched his head and asked. Maybe there were a lot of things happening today, so I'm not very sleepy. Nohara Rin turned around and smiled and replied. After all, I encountered that kind of thing, and I don't feel sleepy. Obito smiled and walked to Nohara Rin's side and said. Looking at the bright moon outside the window, Nohara Rin sighed, it feels like everyone is very powerful except me, even the Jonin has been defeated. Might Guy defeated Kisame and held back Akudamai Hideyuki. Obito also endured the pressure of Akudamai Hideyuki for a long time. Kakashi killed Akudamai Hideyuki with one sword and was the biggest contributor. Even the Nara saltwater team who was rescued by them at the beginning also made a great contribution and almost defeated Akudamai Hideyuki. No way, Xiaolin, you are also very useful. Without your treatment, we would have collapsed long ago. Obito believes that Nohara Rin also played a very important role in this battle. If Nohara Rin hadn't used the last chakra to treat him, he might not have been able to hold on until Kakashi awakened the transparent world, and the Nara saltwater team also recovered a little and joined the battle because of Nohara Rin's treatment. But if I can be stronger, maybe it won't be so difficult. Nohara Rin couldn't help sighing as he looked at the bright moon outside the window. Seeing the scars on Obito and Kakashi's bodies increasing while she didn't even have the chakra to heal, Nohara Rin still couldn't forget the feeling of powerlessness. If Kakashi didn't explode at the critical moment, Nohara Rin didn't dare to think about what would happen to them. In terms of fighting, she didn't defeat a single enemy, and she didn't feel that she had healed much. Nohara Rin felt that she really couldn't keep up with Obito and Kakashi, even as a pure medical ninja. But Xiaolin, you are already very good. Those candidates who took the Chunin exam should not have learned the Palm Immortal technique, and didn't teacher Mu Yu say that you have a high talent in medical ninjutsu, but you are just starting now. Obito looked into Nohara Rin's eyes and encouraged. In the past, when he was at the bottom of the class, Nohara Rin always encouraged him to believe in him, and Obito also believed that Nohara Rin would not be worse than them and could make a name for herself in her own field. Look at me. When I first entered the ninja school, I scored 5 points in theory. In the Chunin exam, I scored 80 points in theory. In the past, Kai was killed in one move when he challenged Kakashi, but later Kai also defeated Kakashi. Nothing is impossible. In order to motivate Nohara Rin, Obito did not hesitate to use his own theoretical results as an example. It's really hard to imagine how I got 5 points. Seeing that Obito even talked about his own 5 points, Nohara Rin couldn't help but smile. That's not important. Anyway, Xiaolin, you are really amazing. Believe in yourself and believe in Mu, teacher. Obito clenched his fists and said seriously. Yet. Nohara Rin nodded and smiled gently. This chapter is a 5K chapter. I heard that combining chapters can increase the average subscription. I'll give it a try. What do you think? Will it be updated too late, or will one chapter seem a bit too little? Chapter 313, The Fire Style That Shocked the Candidates. Mu didn't know what Sarutobi Hiruzen and the master talked about in the end, but the result was similar to what he expected. The candidates of Kirigakure continued the exam normally, and those captured Kirigakure ninjas were released directly, as if nothing had happened. 5 days later, Mu looked at the clock and officially announced the end of the second exam. All teams that did not gather the scrolls to arrive at the middle tower were eliminated. It's finally over, can we go outside? Obito complained. It only took them a few hours to pass the exam, and they had lived in the middle tower until now. Obito was even a little uncomfortable practicing in the middle tower, and could only exercise in the large open space inside the middle tower. Everyone, be quiet. Now, the chief examiner of the third exam, Beiliuhu, will explain the relevant matters of the third exam to everyone. Mu said with a smile. Mu also has a position in the third exam, but the chief examiner has to explain it. A ninja wearing a grey-yellow high-collared jacket and long white hair walked to the side of Mu. I'll trouble you next, Beiliuhu Sr. Mu said with a gentle smile. Beiliuhu, Tsunade, and Jiraiya are all friends, so Mu and Beiliuhu can be regarded as friends of friends. They got along well during the Chunin exam. Beiliuhu smiled at Mu and responded, well, leave it to me. Watching Mu walk to the side, Beiliuhu smiled and said to the candidates, first of all, I would like to congratulate everyone for successfully passing the second exam. But, unfortunately, you can't leave the middle tower for the time being. Before the third exam, you have to take a preliminary exam. Only after passing the preliminary exam can you participate in the third exam. Why is it so troublesome and there is another preliminary exam? Obito asked puzzled. Yes, we finally passed the second exam and are very tired now. Some ninjas thought this was unreasonable. Because there will be many high-ranking officials and nobles coming to watch the third exam, they are all able to provide a large number of high-quality commissions, and the exam time is a big problem, so the number of places for the third exam is limited. Hiroho explained calmly. The reason why all the candidates who passed the test were kept in the middle tower was to facilitate the preliminary selection. If it was just the rules of the third game, there would be no need to do this. The number of candidates scheduled for Iroha was about 18, and because there were as many as 44 reference teams for this exam, even if most of them were eliminated, there were still 11 teams that completed the exam. Each team had 3 players, and the total number seriously exceeded Iroha's psychological expectations, so an additional test was necessary. The preliminary battle is no longer a group battle, but a one-on-one battle, a total of 1 round. Candidates who are physically unwell or not confident in their strength can give up in advance. Iroha continued to talk about the rules of the preliminary selection. In order to make the third exam exciting enough, the preliminary rules are the same as the third exam, and the test is the ability to fight alone. Fight alone. Nohara Lin showed a worried expression after hearing this. She was not very confident in her ability to fight alone. Xiaolin, you will definitely have no problem, but you have to hold back when you meet someone from the same village, so as not to be beaten to death with one punch. Obito encouraged with a smile. I'm not that strong. Nohara Rin's face puffed up slightly, looking a little unhappy. What Obito said this time is indeed right. Xylan, your strength has surpassed many candidates. As long as you don't meet those particularly strong Kirigakuer, you will have no problem entering the third exam. Kakashi nodded and said. Although Nohara Rin has a low presence among them, Kakashi, who has been a ninja since the age of 5, has a lot of experience. Nohara Rin's level is already very strong among genin, but she lacks long-range attack methods, but genin is like this. Well, no matter who the opponent is, I will work hard, and we will enter the third exam together. Nohara Rin nodded and said, Kakashi's words made her feel more at ease. After all, Kakashi is indeed much more reliable in this regard. It's actually a one-on-one battle, it feels like it's over. Shiranui Genma looked at the genin around him and felt like a husky among wolves. He knew the genin of about his age on the field. They were all monsters. The whole team of Obito was a monster. The Kirigakuer was also very powerful. In addition to these people, even the smallest team of Asuma was 1 year older than them, and more genin were several years older than them. There is nothing we can do if we lose. After all, it is because of our own lack of strength. Ebisu's expression was very calm. He almost knew what level he was at here. He was able to take the exam because of Might Guy. If he could become a Chunin, he would be lucky. If he couldn't, he would just accumulate experience. Indeed, after all, it was Kai's credit that we could get here. Shiranui Genma put his hand on Might Guy's back and said with a smile. Everyone has contributed. Next, we just need to fight with all our strength and leave no regrets. Might Guy gave the two a thumbs up and said. Shiranui Genma and Ebisu both nodded. If we meet Kakashi and Obito, we must surprise them. Asuma is quite confident in himself. He and Muyu learned a lot of wind attribute chakra changes, and now his best ninjutsu is no longer fire escape but wind escape. I think Kakashi should just forget it. Bingzu Lietong advised Asuma not to think too much, because he passed the Chunin exam a few years ago. I give up. A Kirigakuer who was wrapped in bandages next to Mei Terumi raised his hand to give up. He was the Kirigakuer who was seriously injured by Might Guy. Although he survived by chance, 5 days were not enough for him to recover from his injuries, so he gave up directly. Mei Terumi looked indifferent. She would not care about what her teammates decided here, because it was time for her to perform. The physical boy in the green tights, the white-haired masked ninja who liked to act cool, and Hoshigaki Kisame. Mei Terumi silently thought of her rivals for the championship, preparing to focus on their battle later. Because Obito was best at fire style and was defeated by her once, Mei Terumi did not include him in the competition. Hiroyuki nodded in agreement and then asked, is there anyone else who wants to give up? If no one gives up, the preliminaries will begin. No one responded to Hiroyuki's words. It has come to this point. No one would want to give up unless there is really no other way. Very good then. Next, you can pay attention to the information on the big screen. After the draw is completed, it will show your preliminaries and the order. Seeing that no one gave up, Birahu pointed to the huge display screen behind him and said. About 5 minutes later, the originally dark screen lit up, and a series of battle lists appeared on it. Muyu took a quick look and didn't pay attention, because Kakashi and Obito were sure to pass. It's not that they can beat everyone, but the preliminary draw is not completely random. The person who arranges the draw will not let those strong candidates meet in the preliminary, so as to ensure that the third exam is exciting enough. In the first game, Uki Obito vs Kono Hideyoshi, candidates please prepare for battle. 1 minute after the list appeared, Obito shouted. I'm the first one, watch me become the first winner. Obito said confidently. They had obtained a lot of information cards from a team of Konoha ninjas before, including Kono Hideyoshi's information card. Kono Hideyoshi graduated at the age of 10, and last year when he was 12 years old, he participated in the third round of the Chunin exam but did not become a Chunin. In Obito's opinion, if he hasn't become a Chunin at the age of 13, he must not be very strong. Kakashi was a Chunin at the age of 6, but he was defeated by him. Come on! Nohara-rin smiled and cheered Obito. Be careful, don't lose to people who are not as strong as you. Kakashi reminded lightly. With the blessings of his two teammates, Obito walked to the middle of the large open space. Kono Hideyoshi exchanged a few words with his teammates and also walked over. The other candidates went to the second floor to watch the battle under the guidance of the examiner to avoid disturbing the battle. He looks very young, but since he can pass the death forest, he can't be underestimated. Kono Hideyoshi thought to himself as he looked at Obito, who was obviously much younger than him. The battle begins. Obito shouted immediately after seeing the two ready, and then retreated to the edge. Breathing of fire, breathing with full concentration. Obito immediately entered a state of full concentration, and his physical ability and fire escape ability increased rapidly. Fire escape, fire dragon flame bullet. Entering full concentration and breathing, Obito immediately formed a seal in his throat to condense chakra and spit out a large piece of flame. Like a large number of fire dragons dancing wildly, the flames spread rapidly towards Kono Hideyoshi, instantly turning the ground more than 10 meters nearby into a world of flames and surrounding Kono Hideyoshi. Looking at the fierce flames that seemed to be about to engulf him in the next moment, Kono Hideyoshi was dumbfounded. This is a fucking genin. He has been a genin for several years and has never seen a genin using such a strong and advanced fire escape. Even Obito, who was not far away, showed a surprised expression when he saw Obito's fire escape. This fire escape is hard to see among Chunin, let alone genin. Is he a genius like Orochimaru and Jiraiya? Obito couldn't help but feel a little envious. After finding that he couldn't deal with it, Kono Hideyoshi directly dropped the kunao in his hand, saluted in French and said, "I surrender." He couldn't fight at all, and Kono Hideyoshi thought he'd better lose early and suffer less. Uchiha Obito wins. Hirako announced Obito's victory very straightforwardly. The two sides were not at the same level at all. Uchiha Obito, I remember he was a famous last place player, how come he has become so powerful? The Konoha ninjas who graduated before Obito's rise were very puzzled. Tail place player? That guy is a real monster. Narayui, who witnessed Obito fighting the mist-hidden ninja alone, exclaimed. Obito's fire dragon flame bomb caused a huge discussion in the exam. Although Obito got rid of his last place title in the practical exam in the 4th grade, only Might Guy and his friends were in the same class as Obito in this Chunin exam. The other Konoha ninjas were basically a few years older than Obito. Those who graduated a long time ago would not pay attention to the information of the ninja school. In their cognition, Obito was still the last place player of Uchiha. No matter how strong your fire escape is, you are not my opponent. Terumi Mei was very calm. Obito's fire escape has become so strong. How did he practice it? Asuma showed a puzzled expression. He vaguely remembered that Obito's fire escape was not much stronger than his during the training. More than half a year has passed, and it's like he has become a different person. Asuma instantly lost the confidence to beat Obito. This fire escape looked too brutal. When we work hard, maybe they work harder. Bingzu Lietong couldn't help but say. Before losing to Obito, Bingzu Lietong was not willing. He wanted to win back in the Chunin exam. After watching Obito's fire escape, he didn't want to meet Obito anymore. Obito walked back to the second floor with a bright smile, and said with a smile, "How about it, I'm fast enough, I finished the battle in less than a minute." "Yeah, very powerful." Nohara-rin said with a smile. "I can only say it's okay. It's not a wise move to use such a waste of chakra ninjutsu at the beginning." Kakashi began to find fault. "Kakashi, you are jealous, but I am very generous. If you don't enter the third round of the exam, I will definitely comfort you. With the support of Nohara-rin, Obito ignored Kakashi's slander. Of course, if Kakashi really lost, Obito would laugh at him for a whole year. It was too funny that a Chunin didn't even make it to the third round of the Chunin exam. The second round, Shiranui Genma vs Terumi Mei. Obito quickly read out the names of the candidates for the second round. What bad luck! Shiranui Genma sighed. Good news, he knew the enemy's intelligence. Bad news, the enemy was too strong, and knowing the intelligence would only make him get beaten. It's okay, anyway, the person before you surrendered in seconds, it won't be too embarrassing for you to surrender. Ebisu raised his sunglasses and said. Go, I have to fight her a few moves anyway. Shiranui Genma hit Ebisu's chest. Although Shiranui Genma knew that he could not beat Terumi Mei, he did not want to end up like Kono Hideyoshi before the fight. Shiranui Genma fought a few moves with Terumi Mei as he wished, but it was only a few moves. Shiranui Genma just vomited with just one senbon, a punch, and a kick at close range. Mei Terumi locked him in a water dungeon and he couldn't get out, so he had to admit defeat. Although he had prepared himself mentally, it was still a bit uncomfortable for Shiranui Genma to be defeated so easily. When he was in the ninja school, he was at least a powerful figure in the class. The gap was too big. Shiranui Genma was ready to go back and find Teacher Chen for extra training. As long as he didn't die, he would train to death. He didn't want to experience this embarrassing scene a second time. The winners of the next two consecutive battles were Kisame and Zabuza, both of whom won by defeating their opponents with absolute advantage. The fifth game, Hitaki Kakashi vs Mizumoto Kouji. Come on! Nohara-rin waved her little fist to cheer Kakashi up. Don't lose! Obito encouraged in a Kakashi-style way. Kakashi nodded calmly and jumped down from the second floor directly. Since Mizumoto Koji was a Kirigakuer ninja, Kakashi had not met him in the second exam and did not know his information, so Kakashi chose to make a tentative attack in the first round of confrontation. After discovering that Mizumoto Koji was far inferior to him, Kakashi directly burst out the thunder breath and used a very fast knife to put White Fang on Mizumoto Koji's neck to end the battle. The sixth game, Nohara-rin vs Nakan Toda. Believe in yourself, there will be no problem. Kakashi said after returning to the second floor after the battle. Nakan Toda was a Konoha ninja they had information about, and he was in the same class and team as Kono Hideyoshi, who was killed by Obito before. Xiaolin, you will definitely win. Obito gave his blessing. Nohara-rin smiled and nodded, walked down the stairs and walked into the battlefield. Nakan Toda looked at Nohara-rin cautiously. Although Nohara-rin looked weak, both of Nohara-rin's teammates won by crushing, which made him dare not underestimate Nohara-rin. Looking so thin, she should not be very strong in physical skills. Nakan Toda carefully observed Nohara-rin's body and analyzed Nohara-rin's information. He thought Nohara-rin should be good at ninjutsu like Obito. So Nakan Toda immediately made a battle plan, starting with harassment with ninja tools and then engaging in close combat. Physical skills happened to be his strong point. The battle begins. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Obito finished speaking, Nakan Toda immediately took out the shuriken and threw it at Nohara-rin. Basic breathing, full concentration. Nohara-rin immediately entered the basic breathing state to improve her physical ability. Then something happened that Nohara-rin didn't expect. She was still thinking about how to approach Nakan Toda, but Nakan Toda rushed towards her directly. Since Nakan Toda took the initiative to come to her, Nohara-rin was not polite, and directly condensed a large amount of chakra on her arm to perform a strange punch. Bang! With a loud bang, Nakajan Toda, who was fighting with Nohara-rin, flew backwards like a cannonball, and hit the ground hard, leaving spider web-like cracks. At this time, there was silence in the middle tower, and the candidates were all stunned to look at Nohara-rin who was still punching in the venue. They thought it was too weird, a 9-year-old girl who looked weak and frail punched away Nakajan Tota, who looked big and strong with strong muscles. Hiss! Asuma took a breath, with an expression of disbelief on his face. When did Xylan become so violent? Oh no, why is her physical skills so powerful? In Asuma's impression, Nohara Rin was an ordinary student who was good at theory and was well behaved in all aspects, but Nohara Rin's punch just now was too exaggerated. I'll go talk to her after the exam. Yui Kurane also looked shocked, she had never seen such a scene before. The foot of Lietong was numb, and he felt that even Nohara Rin was not easy to deal with. If this punch hit him, Nohara Rin would kneel down on the spot and beg him not to die. Nohara Rin wins. After discovering that Nakajan Tota had lost the ability to fight again, Hirako announced Nohara Rin's victory. After passing the preliminaries, Nohara Rin smiled. It was much easier than she thought. She thought that she would have to go through a hard battle to win. After all, she was far behind the excellent Obito and Kakashi. I said, Xylan, you can definitely do it. When Xylan walked to the second floor, Obito congratulated her immediately. Thank you for your trust. Now our whole team has passed. Nohara Rin put her hands together and smiled brightly. Kakashi nodded and said nothing. He knew Nohara Rin's strength among the genin better than Nohara Rin. Nohara Rin was so unconfident because the few people who were with her every day were too strong, which led to her illusion. As the preliminary examinations progressed, successful candidates continued to appear, many of whom were acquaintances of Obito and Kakashi. Asuma, Narayui, Inyazuka Midori, some were friends Kakashi and his friends met at school, and some had fought together in the Forest of Death. Kakashi also found that in addition to their team members who all succeeded, the mist-hidden team created by Hoshigaki Kisame also successfully entered the third exam, and the Terumi Mei team except the ninja who gave up also entered the third exam. Besides that, there were no more. Narayui's team Abarame now also lost, and Asuma's team, except Asuma, succeeded, and both Bizu Lietong and Yui Kurane lost. Among them, Bizu Lietong was the most unlucky because he met Might Guy. Only Might Guy succeeded in Might Guy's team, and Ebisu lost to Yamashiro Aoba. The preliminary examinations are over, and there are a total of 16 people who have advanced to the third exam, namely Uchiha Obito, Terumi Mei. When all the battles were over, Obito called out the final result was announced. After announcing the list of qualified candidates, Bailuo immediately announced the arrangement of the third exam. The rules of the third exam are basically the same as the preliminaries you just conducted. According to the draw results, one-on-one battles will be held. The winner will advance and the loser will be eliminated until the final winner is produced. In the third exam battle, you need to use all your abilities without reservation in the battle. There will be special ninjas to score the exam. If you perform well enough, you may not be unable to become a chunin even if you lose. On the contrary, if you do not perform well, you may not be able to advance to chunin even if you win in the end. The rules of the third exam are the same as the practical exams of the ninja school. There will be someone to score each round of battle, and the comprehensive quality of the ninja will be considered. Next, the people whose names I call will come up to draw lots. The battle order of the third exam will be determined by this draw. Bailuo then took out a box and said, "The order of drawing lots is sorted according to the results of the previous battle." Obito was the first to be called up to draw lots. Obito didn't hesitate. He reached in and took it out immediately and showed it to Hiraho. Uchiha Obito number 9. Hiraho read. Then everyone had to read it after drawing. After everyone had drawn, the big screen that had been in the dark lit up again. This time it showed the battle arrangement for the third exam. Number 1 versus number 2, number 3 versus number 4, arranged in order. Obito didn't rush to look at his opponent, but looked at the name of number 4, because Nohara Rin was number 3. It's that Narayui, it seems that he is not easy to deal with. Obito was a little worried about Nohara Rin. He had seen Narayui's performance in the Forest of Death. This guy was as insidious and cunning as Kakashi. Well, it seems that he is a very calm and alert person. Nohara Rin nodded. She was impressed by the fact that she almost helped Obito kill the senior ninja when she couldn't even perform basic actions. But I will fight with all my strength. After all, the examiner also said that I can become a chunin even if I lose. Death Forest has already written a lot of battles, so I will condense it here and write the 6K chapter in one go. Chapter 314, the Chunin exam that has come to an end. After learning about Nohara Rin's opponent, Obito started to care about his opponent. He is number 9, and according to the order, his opponent is number 10. Hey, it's Asuma. Obito realized that his opponent in the first round was actually a friend he knew, and the number 10 candidate was Asuma Sarutobi. When Obito was looking for Asuma's figure, Asuma happened to look at Obito. The two looked at each other, and Asuma walked to Obito and said seriously, "Obito, you must go all out when the time comes. Although you are very strong, I will not lose because I am carrying the expectations of my teammates." The three of them aspired to become Chunin together, but only Asuma entered the third round. At this moment, he is no longer alone, but is moving forward with the expectations of his teammates. Haha, I will definitely use my full strength, and I will definitely win. Obito said confidently. Although the opponent is a friend, Obito will never let up in the battle. After all, this is not only disrespectful to Asuma, but may also affect Asuma's promotion. According to Hirako, the more exciting the fight and the more strength it shows, the more likely it is to become a Chunin. Kakashi looked directly at the bottom of the big screen. His number was 16. There were only 16 candidates in the third exam. The last match of the first round was his battle, and his first round opponent was number 15. Hinata Goiki. Kakashi silently recited this name in his heart, and recalled Hinata Goiki's performance in the preliminaries. Without too many fancy operations, he opened his Byakugan and solved the opponent with a soft fist. Kakashi thought about it and took out a small notebook to write all the serial numbers of the 16 candidates on a page. He felt that the first round of the battle was stable, and he had to analyze the opponents after the promotion. Hitaki Kakashi is a tough opponent. Hinata Tsuyoji's expression was a little serious when he saw Kakashi lowering his head to take notes. Although Kakashi didn't scare his opponent into surrendering on the spot with a ninjutsu like Obito, Kakashi also quickly solved his opponent after a simple test, and he was one of the fastest in the entire preliminaries. But if it's a speed-type ninja, maybe it can work. Thinking of his blood limit, Hinata Tsuyoji calmed down. In the preliminaries, Kakashi showed a strong speed, but his Byakugan is strong in observation, and Kakashi's speed may not work on him. Damn guy, watch me beat you again in the second round. Terumi Mei took a look at her opponent and found that it was a Konoha ninja who performed averagely in the preliminaries, so she didn't care, but focused on the opponent she might meet in the second round. Her serial number is 11, and her opponent in the second round will be between number 9 and number 10. According to Mei Terumi's observations in the preliminaries, number 10 Sarutobi Asuma will not be Obito's opponent, and the second round will most likely be a battle between her and Obito. Mei Terumi was very satisfied with the draw. Although the battle had not yet begun, she felt that she had already entered the semi-finals and could still avenge the scroll snatching in the semi-finals promotion battle. Might Guy, I won't let you win so easily next time. Unlike Mei Terumi, who was calm in her heart, Hoshigaki Kisame didn't care about the ranking. He only paid attention to when he would meet Might Guy. Kisame Hoshigaki himself was number 1, and Might Guy was number 6. If they won the first 2 rounds of battles, they would meet in the SEMI-FINALS.TO compete for the final spot. When Kisame saw their first round opponents and the possible second round opponents, he knew they would definitely meet in the semifinals. Kisame's first round opponent was number 2 Yamashiro Aoba, and his second round opponent was between number 4 Narayuito and number 3 Nohara Rin. Kisame felt that he could beat these people at will. Might Guy's first round opponent was number 5 Noguchi Nobuhide, a mist ninja, who was on the same team with Mei Terumi. Might Guy's second round opponent was between Kurosawa and Inyazuka Midori. In Kisame's eyes, these three people together could not beat Might Guy, let alone one-on-one. In addition, the official start time of the third exam is 1 month later. During this period, you can practice to improve your strength, and you can also collect information about your opponents. Try your best to make your chances of winning greater. After all, you will be fighting for your respective ninja villages at that time. Hiruzen reminded. 1 month later, why does it take so long? Obito asked in confusion. He was a little confused. It was just a fight between 16 people. Why did they have to prepare for so long? There are many spectators for the third exam. In order to prevent them from rushing to Konoha, we must leave enough time. Hirahu replied. Unlike the first 2 exams, the main purpose of the third exam is to show off the military strength and the strength of the ninja village. Therefore, many noble officials will be invited, and enough time must be left for those wealthy nobles to come comfortably. Obito still didn't understand. 1 month was too long. Did Konoha invite people from 7 or 8 countries to watch the game? However, Obito thought of his defeat in the Forest of Death and felt that a month's interval was good. In this case, he asked Miyu to train for a month to improve his strength. Otherwise, Obito would be a little uncertain about the first place. Kisame and Mei Terumi both have excellent water escape, Might Guy's 3 gates plus Iwahu are very strong, and Kakashi's killing of the senior ninja in seconds was deeply engraved in Obito's mind. He was not sure of winning against these 4 people. If you have no questions, you can leave the examination venue. Bailuhu said at last. Bailuhu had explained everything very clearly. No one asked any more questions. They all walked out of the middle tower and headed outside. Although Obito wanted to ask Miyu for help with special training, he thought that Miyu was very tired as the chief examiner these days, so he did not disturb Miyu too much. He just said hello to Miyu and left the Death Forest with Kakashi and others. I really envy them. There are still infinite possibilities. Bailuhu sighed as he looked at the backs of the candidates leaving. There are many geniuses among the candidates that he envied, such as Hitaki Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Terumi Mei. They have extraordinary strength when they are less than 10 years old. And he will be 32 in a little over a month. Now he is just an ordinary jonin, and he is completely incomparable with Orochimaru and others in the same class. Senior Bailuhu, haven't you only lived 1/3 of your life? You also have great possibilities. Miyu said with a gentle smile. Bailuhu showed a bitter smile on his face and shook his head and said. Ninjas at this age are doomed. You see, Jiraiya and Orochimaru can already be the leaders of the wars of the 5 major ninja villages, while I can only be an examiner of the Chunin exam at the same age. Miyu said that he still had 60 years to live, and Bailuhu was very happy, but he knew in his heart that if he didn't do something, his life would be like this, just an ordinary person without talent. If I can accomplish that, I may catch up with Orochimaru and others. Bailuhu thought silently in his heart. Being surpassed step by his friends of the same age, Bailuhu didn't know how far the gap between them was. He only knew that ordinary jonin would be killed by Orochimaru and Jiraiya, and his strength was not outstanding among jonin. Although his strength was average, Bailuhu also had his own strengths. He was good at research and was an expert among experts in theoretical knowledge. In order to change his innate disadvantages in talent, Bailuhu read all the books related to ninjas on the surface of Konoha. Finally, he thought of a solution, which is fusion, integrating the physical talents of others into his own body, then he would also be a genius. However, it is very difficult to achieve this. Bailuhu spent a lot of time studying it only in the theoretical stage. Now that the theoretical stage has entered the later stage, Bailuhu began to worry about the next experimental development. His ninjutsu is too dangerous and must be developed using human experiments, but the problem is that the ninjutsu he developed is very inhumane and belongs to the kind that cannot be seen in the light, so he can only find a way to do it secretly. It's hard to say. In fact, my previous strength was not outstanding. It was only in the past 2 years that I suddenly realized something and made rapid progress. Senior, you may be the type of person who accumulates a lot of experience and then makes a breakthrough. Mu comforted him, and continued to improve his settings in Konoha. Bailuhu smiled and nodded, well, I hope so. He knew that Mu was comforting him, but he didn't think Mu could really understand his feelings, because according to some information he knew, Mu was also a genius, and at a young age, he could fight against Jinchuriki together with Jiraiya. Besides, he had spent so much time on it. He couldn't give up the developing Kachira technique to gamble that he would suddenly realize something and increase his strength one day. After a brief chat with Hirako, Mu did some finishing work and returned to his house in the main city. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon when Mu returned home, and there was still some time before dinner. Today, Mu did not start learning the sealing technique as soon as he got home, but took out a notebook to think about the candidate for his 5th disciple. Mu first wrote the 4 words Uchiha Itachi. Although Uchiha Itachi's actions were very controversial, Uchiha Itachi's talent was undoubtedly high and his potential was definitely not low. He sent Kakashi to the hospital at first glance in the early stage, and his performance was even more outstanding after being resurrected by the impure world reincarnation in the later stage. However, there was a problem with choosing Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi was born not long ago. He just heard last month that the patriarch of the Uchiha clan had a son, which meant that if he wanted to give this quota to Uchiha Itachi, he would have to wait for several years. Mu then wrote the next name, Yakushi Kabuto. As a master of dreams, Kabuto Yakushi can be said to be a big troublemaker in the later period. Not only did he fight against the ninja coalition with his impure world reincarnation, he also learned the Ryukadong Sage mode that Orochimaru did not learn. Mu estimated that Kabuto also had S-level potential without bonus. Kabuto is older than Itachi, but there is also a big problem, because in Mu's memory, Kabuto Yakushi was taken in by Nono Yakushi, and now Nono Yakushi has not become the director of the Konoha orphanage and is still working in the route. If Mu wants to find him, it is really like looking for a needle in a haystack. Mu will not consider Naruto, Sasuke, and others for the time being. Although their potential is definitely ridiculously high, it is too long. There are still several years before they are born, and it will be even longer before they can accept disciples and teach them. By that time, Mu may be invincible, if there is no enemy from the sky. Mu thought about it, and finally did not write the 3 words Terumi Mei. Although Mei Terumi is suitable in all aspects, and Mu has no intention of not wanting to teach people outside Konoha, Mei Terumi came to take the exam and will go back after the exam. Kirigakure is too far away from Konoha, and it is difficult for Mu to take care of both Konoha and Kirigakure at the same time. It is even more impossible to abandon Konoha for Kirigakure. It is impossible to trick Mei Terumi into betraying the village within this month. Mu thinks it is unnecessary. After thinking carefully, Mu thought of Yamato again. Yamato is younger than Kakashi, and the age is just right. However, the embarrassing thing is that Yamato has a bigger problem. Because of wood release, Yamato should be secretly trained by Danzo now. After thinking about it, Mu found that Asuma has become the most outstanding one except those with problems. But Mu is not going to use this quota for Asuma. When teaching non-system disciples, Mu will also try his best to teach Bullet and Si Zhang, because those people also call him teacher and respect and like him, just like he would develop water breathing specifically for Nohara Lin. However, the quota of system disciples involves very important things. Mu must give more suitable candidates to maximize his strength. Strength is too important in the Naruto world. Whether for himself or his disciples, he must make himself stronger until he can crush all conspiracies. Nagato. Miyu thought for a long time and wrote down these 2 words. There are many problems with Nagato. First of all, Nagato does not meet Miyu's requirement of being under 10 years old, because Nagato is only 6 years younger than Minato, and Miyu and Minato are the same age. They are almost the same age as brothers and sisters, and they are a bit close to being master and apprentice. Secondly, Nagato has Uchiha Madara's samsara eye, and Uchiha Madara should often monitor Nagato's situation. Also, Nagato is not in Konoha. Although the rain country is next to the fire country, it will definitely take some time for Miyu to successfully accept Nagato as his disciple, and it will waste some time to brush rewards. There are also some minor issues, such as Nagato already has Jiraiya as his master, but Miyu only needs Nagato to recognize Miyu as a teacher in his heart, so there is no big problem in this regard. No matter how many problems there are, it is difficult to cover up Nagato's advantage. He is a member of the Uzumaki clan with excellent talent. Even if it is not his own samsara eye, he can rely on the huge chakra to use it. This means that Miyu can get a lot of chakra by raising Nagato's trust. And Nagato does not need to wait. As long as Miyu thinks of a plan, he can go to the land of rain and act directly. Looking at the 3 names on the list and their advantages and disadvantages, Miyu finally closed the book and began to learn the sealing technique. He does not need to make a choice within a few days. Uchiha Itachi and Kabuto Yakushi will need to wait for a long time. Nagato is far from being in trouble and there is no need to rush there. After all, this is a real Naruto world. There may be geniuses whose names he does not know. He has not even remembered all the characters in the comics, not to mention that this is a real world. Maybe one day he will use the identification technique to look at a person and see a potential S-level genius. Miyu made dinner at Tsunade's house. After it was done, he packed 2 portions and asked the shadow clone to deliver them to Minato. The next day, Obito got up at 8 o'clock, washed up quickly, had breakfast, and immediately walked towards Miyu's house. In order to be the first, he had to secretly train and surprise everyone. Today I sorted out the outline, so the number of words is a little less, only 4.2k, I will write more tomorrow. Chapter 315, Respective Training. Teacher Miyu. Obito shouted Miyu's name outside the door with excitement. But after a minute, no one responded to Obito. Obito scratched his head, feeling a little strange. He thought a lot before coming. For example, today is Saturday, Miyu will not go to the ninja school. Is it because it's a holiday, so Miyu teacher slept a little late? Obito guessed in his mind. He immediately denied his idea. He might be like this, but Miyu would definitely not be like this. Miyu teacher, are you home? Obito tried to knock on the door and asked again. After a minute, there was still no response. Obito turned around and walked towards the south forest. You may not find Miyu at Miyu's home, but in the south forest, even if there is no Miyu's real body, there is Miyu's shadow clone. When Obito walked to the south forest where they usually trained, he saw Kakashi swinging his sword again and again, Might Guy doing various exercises, Shisui making hand seals and spitting out flames, and Nohara-rin standing in front of Miyu to listen to the lecture. Ah, no, you got up so early to see teacher Miyu right after the exam. Obito looked at everyone in confusion. He was still thinking about secretly trying to impress everyone, but these people were more diligent than each other. He didn't see anyone when he got up at 8 o'clock. God knows when they got up to take Miyu to the south forest. What else? Kakashi said lightly with a slight breath. Although Minato is his instructor and Kakashi also recognizes Minato, Minato really can't help much in the practice of the transparent world. Kakashi plans to consult Miyu for this month, strive to master the transparent world, and prepare for the Chunin exam. Originally, this exam was not important to Kakashi, who was already a Chunin, but with the promotion, he will meet Obito and Might Guy. He doesn't want to lose again. He wants to win back what he lost before. He is a genius, and it's not right to keep losing. It's okay. Don't you usually get up at 6? Might Guy answered as he walked by while holding a stone and doing frog jumps while maintaining his breathing method. It's not normal to get up at 6 o'clock. Only you, Kai, would do that. Obito complained. Then Obito walked to Miyu's side. Teacher Miyu, can you help me develop a special training plan to improve my strength, so that I can defeat the enemy when my ninjutsu is restrained? No problem, Obito, you can do the regular training by yourself first, and I will guide you in order. Miyu nodded and said. Since you have already obtained the perfect level of water breathing, and Nohara-rin has been practicing basic breathing for almost 3 months, it's time for Nohara-rin to learn water breathing. Yet. Obito gave Miyu and Nohara-rin a thumbs up and started the regular training. He has been learning breathing methods for nearly a year, and he is very proficient in various trainings at this stage. Don't be impatient when using water breathing. Keep a calm and steady mindset, so that you can maximize the power of water breathing. Miyu reminded. Water breathing is not suitable for impatient people to learn. You need to have a calm and still mindset. After explaining part of the theory, Miyu began to formally teach Nohara-rin water breathing. Since she had learned basic breathing for 3 months, water breathing is still the simplest and easiest breathing method. Nohara-rin learned very quickly. Unlike Obito and others, she did not show proficiency in the first few days. About half an hour later, Miyu used an appraisal on Nohara-rin, and water breathing appeared on the skill bar with a proficiency of 2. Miyu nodded in her heart. Nohara-rin was much happier than Obito and others at the beginning. First of all, Miyu had a deeper understanding of breathing methods and was more experienced in teaching breathing methods. Then, the teaching skills were upgraded and the effect was more powerful. It was normal to have such progress under the blessing of many buffs. Next, Miyu created a shadow clone and asked it to continue to instruct Nohara-rin, while the real body went to Kakashi. Might Guy was the first to find Miyu, and Miyu had already completed the instruction. Kakashi stopped swinging his sword when he noticed Miyu coming over, but he still kept the breathing method running. Tell me in detail how you felt when you opened the transparent world that day. Miyu said. His transparent world came with the perfect breathing method, and he could use it at will as soon as it came out, so he had to understand Kakashi's specific situation before arranging the next practice. Kakashi nodded, and began to recall all his feelings that day in his mind and then said it out. My body hurts a lot, and I have no strength. I have to mobilize all my strength just to move. But I didn't feel much before swinging the sword, because at that time I had only one thought in my body, which was to defeat the enemy. As this thought became clearer and clearer, a sense of transparency gradually appeared in my mind, and I could see my body and the enemy's body clearly. Extreme pain of the body plus an unyielding spirit. Miyu showed a thoughtful expression. It has to be said that Kakashi's treatment as the protagonist in this wave of understanding the transparent world is complete. The pain of the body plus the firm heart of wanting to protect his companions, and finally Kakashi's own talent, all of which together led to Kakashi's early understanding of the transparent world. However, Miyu believes that this is a miracle that cannot be replicated, because at that time Might Guy would not lose to Kakashi in terms of physical pain or spirit, but Might Guy did not understand the transparent world. This breathing method can only be awakened when it reaches the perfect level. It is really rare. Well, you first practice your body to the limit, and then fight with my shadow clone. Fight with all your strength with the determination to kill the shadow clone. Miyu thought for a while and said. Since Kakashi's transparent world was stimulated under extreme conditions, let's try some extreme battles. Miyu split a shadow clone to look at Kakashi, and the main body went to Obito's side. You want to defeat those mist hidden who use water escape in the Chunin exam, right? Miyu asked directly. If nothing unexpected happens, according to the battle order, Obito will meet Terumi Mei in the second round of battle. Yeah. Obito nodded quickly and looked at Miyu with expectant eyes. The battle in the Death Forest really made him numb. Those people in the mist-hidden ninja sect all mastered water escape, which made him very uncomfortable. For those at the level of Kurosawa and Zabuza, it was okay. Although the nature of water restrained the nature of fire, with the blessing of the breath of fire, he could still win despite the restraint. After all, although water restrained fire, if the intensity of fire was much greater than that of water, it could also suppress water. However, for water escape ninjas at the level of Mei Terumi and Kisame, his fire escape strength was a bit insufficient. There are two ways. One is to conduct special training on the change of earth attribute chakra nature. At the level of chakra nature, the nature of earth restrains the nature of water. Even if you only learn one earth flow wall, you can block many water escape attacks. Miyu thought for a while and said, "The simplest way to know the intelligence is definitely to treat the symptoms. If the enemy is good at water escape, then learn earth escape." "What about the other one?" Obito asked. He knew the pros and cons of various ninjutsu. When fighting in the Forest of Death, he had once hidden under Kakashi's earth flow wall and used it to resist water escape. But Obito felt that it was a bit of a loss to learn earth escape for the sake of those mist-hidden village for a month. After all, property change is not so easy to learn, and his natural attribute is still fire. That is to try to develop the flame-breathing chakra mode and use stronger flames and water escape to fight. Miyu replied. Miyu felt that no matter which one Obito chose, it would be fine. Mastering one more escape technique would allow him to deal with more situations, and developing the stripes in advance would increase his own burst limit. "I choose the second one." Obito thought for 10 seconds and then said. "There is no doubt that it is more tempting to master the chakra mode of the breath of fire than to learn the earth escape technique." In order not to destroy too many trees, Miyu took Obito to the river to learn. Miyu first released it, switching from the breath of rock to the breath of fire, and entered the state of the breath of fire pattern. Miyu just moved his mind, and a large amount of chakra was instantly transformed into fire attribute chakra. The raging fire burned in Miyu's hands, but failed to hurt Miyu at all. Each breathing method has its own unique features. The state of the breath of fire pattern will have extremely strong fire resistance, even without any protection. Directly use the flame, and you will not be hurt by the flame. And this feature is not only effective for the flames generated by yourself, but also for others. In the terminology of the game, it can greatly improve the fire resistance after the pattern is opened. Obito's eyes were fixed on the blazing flame in Miyu's hand. Because he and Miyu were only half a meter apart, he could clearly feel the terrifying high temperature of the flame, which was not comparable to his current fire escape. Obito's heart became more and more expectant. When fighting with the Kirigakure Jonin, he also unconsciously entered the flame-breathing chakra mode, which meant that he would sooner or later reach Miyu's realm. Fire escape, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Miyu waved his hand casually, and the flames in his hand instantly became more vigorous, and then turned into 3 fire dragons and flew out, rushing towards the river. Tsitsizizes. The fire dragon instantly produced a large amount of water vapor when it sank into the water, and white mist filled the air for a while. Fire dragon flame bomb. Miyu clapped his hands and opened his mouth to spit out flames like a sea of fire. The flames twisted like a fire dragon, accurately avoiding Obito next to him and turning the surrounding ground into scorched earth. The white mist disappeared in the instant when the huge amount of flames appeared. Even though the flames did not even touch the corner of Obito's clothes, Obito's face was covered with hot sweat because he was so close to the terrifying flames. Under Obito's hot sweat was an unstoppable excitement. He knew both of these ninjutsu. If he could also enter the chakra mode of the breath of fire and release this powerful fire escape ninjutsu, it would not be a problem to directly evaporate the water escape of Mei Terumi and the others. This is the chakra mode of the breath of fire. You can use fire escape at will without making hand seals. It has super resistance to flames and can also increase the power of flames. Mu said after exiting the spotted state. You can try it too, recall the feeling of that day, and use the breathing method to the extreme. Obito closed his eyes and began to recall. The sudden appearance of the mist-hidden ninja severely injured him and injured Nohara-rin. Might Guy was knocked down again and again to protect them, and the mist-hidden ninja mocked them for persisting. When these memories came to his mind, the fire in Obito's heart became more and more vigorous. Even if the mist-hidden ninja had been killed by Kakashi, the fire in Obito's heart was still hot, because there might be the same guy who would hurt his companions in the future. Great Dragon Fire Technique. Obito wanted to perform the ninjutsu without seals like Mu, but he waved his hand and only swung out a flame, and did not really use the Great Dragon Fire. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Obito put his hands together again and wanted to use the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, but he only spit out 2 fist-sized flames. Obito scratched his head in embarrassment. The difference was really too big. You haven't entered the real flame-breathing chakra mode, so you can't have the full effect of the flame-breathing chakra mode. Mu touched Obito's hair and said. Obito's flame-breathing mark has only 10 points of proficiency. It's a miracle that he can use the same mark as him. The chakra doesn't support it. After all, the mark is an ability that must be awakened in the mastery level breathing method. Obito's breathing method has not even reached the proficiency level. The fact that he can touch the edge shows that Obito and flame breathing have an extremely high degree of compatibility. Mu is not surprised that Obito can't use it. After all, it is difficult for Kakashi to enter the transparent world state again. Kakashi has 20 points of proficiency in the transparent world. Mu thought about the difference carefully and felt that this might be due to the difference between the mark and the ability of the transparent world. After all, Kakashi completely entered the transparent world state in the battle with the mist-hidden ninja, while Obito has always had an incomplete mark. Next, Mu took Obito to test the effect of Obito's incomplete markings. The nature of the fire attribute chakra changes faster than the full concentration state, the flame is stronger, and the fire resistance is greatly improved. In terms of strength improvement, it is better than the normal full concentration. The disadvantage is that the chakra consumption is very fast. When Obito fights with all his strength, he will be exhausted in 3 minutes, including the consumption of the Sharingan. This chakra is consumed so quickly. After only a few minutes of testing, Obito felt like he had fought a half-hour battle. Let's do this. If you enter the flame-breathing chakra mode, use less or no fire escape, and use fire escape ninjutsu to attack the opponent. Mu thought of a way. Originally, fire escape ninjutsu did not exist, because fire escape directly acts on the body and is easy to hurt oneself, and the high fire resistance of the flame-breathing markings can solve this problem. In addition, the high temperature burning characteristics of flames will definitely not be pleasant when hitting people, and the power is very guaranteed, which is much more cost-effective than releasing a fireball and smashing it on the ground. If the fire escape taijutsu can't solve the water escape taijutsu, then use a lot of chakra to use the enhanced fire escape ninjutsu, so that the fighting time can be prolonged. Obito thinks Mu's plan is very good, and the fire escape ninjutsu is also very handsome. In this way, Obito's special training plan was decided, mainly practicing breathing and taijutsu, and then combining the two to practice fire escape ninjutsu, attaching flames to each taijutsu move. Originally, I wanted to post more today, but I encountered an emergency. My good friend in college suffered a setback in his career and talked to me for several hours. There are screenshots in the Q group. I wasted a lot of time. I apologize here. I can only 4K today. As soon as he saw Mu coming out, he immediately greeted Mu. Mu responded with a smile, and he probably guessed the purpose of Asuma's visit. After all, there should be no other things to actively look for him at this time. Teacher Mu, Do you have time to help me think of a special training plan? I feel that only by training with you can I have the hope of defeating Obito. Asuma asked a little embarrassedly. Although it is a bit hurtful to say this, his instructor is indeed far from Miyu. If he trains with his Jonin teacher for a month, he will definitely lose. I do have some ideas for improving strength in a short period of time, but it is still very difficult to defeat Obito. Miyu replied tactfully. It's not that Asuma's strength is not good, but Obito's strength is not at the same level as ordinary Chunin. He has Sharingan and can open the pattern, although it is not the complete version. Even if Asuma's strength is greatly improved within this month, he will not be Obito's opponent, because Asuma masters Wind Escape and Fire Escape. If peers want to defeat Obito, they can only be restrained by attributes like Mei Terumi, or other disciples who receive Miyu's teachings every day like Obito. Although the rewards given by the system are all Miyu's, the disciples can also enjoy benefits, such as the strange forbidden technique of breathing method, and the powerful teaching skills. The fact that Obito and his friends can learn all kinds of powerful ninjutsu taught by Miyu so quickly has a lot to do with the teaching skills. Although Asuma is the person who has been taught the most besides Miyu's disciples, the time he has received teachings is much different from that of Obito and his friends. Besides, because of Asuma's identity as the son of the third generation, Miyu could only choose to teach Asuma the ninjutsu that he had on the surface in order not to expose his abnormality. He could only teach some nature changes and C-level and B-level ninjutsu. After all, he was not a strong Jonin who could help Jiraiya defeat the tailed beast at that time. Now Miyu can teach Asuma the breathing method and continue to establish a wave of genius personality. Although the effects of the stripes and the transparent world are very powerful, they are not something that can be practiced casually. The breathing method under normal circumstances can only be said to be a good secret technique, not so shocking. So in fact, even if Asuma doesn't come to Miyu, Miyu will teach Asuma the basic breathing method the next time she teaches Asuma. As for why it is not the breath of fire but the basic breathing, because Asuma is obviously more talented in wind escape and more suitable for wind breathing, but the system has never rewarded wind breathing, so this can only be developed by Miyu himself. Miyu now has mastery level wind attribute chakra nature change, 2 perfect level breathing methods and 2 mastery level breathing methods, and has experience in developing water breathing. Miyu expects that he can now develop a complete wind breathing in half a year. When the development of wind breathing is completed this time, Miyu will try to develop sun breathing by himself. If wind breathing is completed, Miyu will have gathered the 5 basic breathing methods. He is a little unwilling not to try to work towards the direction of sun breathing. Miyu's current speculation on sun breathing is mainly based on yang attribute nature change, which may be yang plus fire, or it may be related to natural energy and sage mode, or it may be related to all of the above. It's okay. If I can't beat you even if I try my best, I will admit defeat. Asuma said seriously. Now Obito is stronger than him. Even if he works hard in the next month and Obito doesn't practice much in the next month, it is still unknown whether he can defeat Obito. So Asuma knows that it is difficult to win. He just doesn't want to lose so easily. After all, he is Obito's predecessor. It would be too embarrassing if he was defeated by Obito in 2 moves like the preliminaries. He is the only one in the team now. I understand your determination. Miyu nodded, and began to teach Asuma after dinner. Next, I will teach you a secret method that can improve your physical ability. You must practice this seriously every day. Miyu introduced the basic breathing method to Asuma. Basic breathing method is a must-learn, which can not only enhance physical skills but also lay the foundation for future wind breathing, and it is very cost-effective. In addition, strengthen the practice of wind escape nature changes. I will teach you a wind escape ninjutsu with strong wind power. Miyu continued. It is impossible for Asuma to defeat Obito with fire style. Asuma cannot defeat Obito without flame breathing. Obito is better at changing the nature of fire attributes and has a higher amount of chakra, so Asuma can only work hard on wind style. Although fire style is better than wind style in nature, the actual collision between the two is not like water style and fire style, but the strong wind can greatly affect the opponent's control of fire. Of course, the attribute restraint is still there, mainly because fire style has a smaller chance of winning, and it is too late to practice water style now, but there is still a glimmer of hope for wind style. Miyu is going to teach Asuma wind style Cyclone, which is a B-level ninjutsu he exchanged from the ninjutsu hall. It is very suitable for Asuma now in all aspects. After the arrangement, it was formal training. Asuma, who had just come into contact with the breathing method, performed the same as Obito and the others at the beginning, and could not find the correct breathing rhythm. I didn't expect that even breathing can be developed into a technique. Why haven't I heard of it before? Asuma complained. This aspect is relatively unpopular. Apart from myself, I rarely hear of anyone developing ninjutsu related to breathing techniques. Miyu replied with a smile, pointing out his identity as a developer. Wow, it turned out to be developed by you, teacher Miyu. Asuma's eyes lit up, feeling that he had made a fortune, actually learning Miyu's unique ninjutsu. Miyu raised his black-framed glasses with his right hand and smiled gently. It is a good choice to develop some ninjutsu yourself if your ability allows. After all, you are the one who understands your needs best. Then Miyu fell into a busy life. He had to go to the ninja school to brush up his skills, give special training to his disciples, take time to study with Tsunade, and find time to develop the wind breathing and self-study sealing technique. Except for the few hours of sleep, his day was full. But Miyu could still accept it. After all, being busy could really effectively improve his strength. Although he was helping Asuma to make plans to defeat Obito, Miyu also spared no effort when helping Obito think of the fire escape ninjutsu. Miyu has mastered many advanced ninjutsu, and his fire attribute transformation has reached the perfect level, so he has a great advantage in developing fire-style ninjutsu. However, considering that Obito's learning ability is slightly weaker and there is only 1 month, Miyu developed 3 moves for Obito. The first one is fire style, Flame Fist. When Miyu developed it, he borrowed all the skills of the strange power. The chakra is condensed and compressed in the fist. The moment the target is hit, the flame immediately bursts and engulfs the enemy. The second one is fire style, Konoha Whirlwind. While retaining the high-speed whirlwind kick of Konoha Whirlwind, high-temperature flames are added to increase the power. The third fire-style ninjutsu is called Fire Style, Blazing Charge. It concentrates chakra on the shoulders and ignites the whole body to charge to the target and hit it with the Iron Mountain. It is the most powerful of the 3 fire-style ninjutsu. Although they all look simple and unpretentious, they are not easy to learn. In terms of the level of Naruto ninjutsu, Flame Punch and Flame Charge can be classified as B-level, but because they perfectly match the characteristics of flame breathing, they are actually easier to practice. After Miyu taught Obito these 3 ninjutsu, Obito used Flame Charge to hit trees every day and used Iron Mountain to break trees. He thought this move was very handsome, with flames burning all over his body, so dazzling. Kakashi's special training is a real hell-like special training, and he is the hardest one among all Miyu's disciples. Because Kakashi must reach his physical limit before he starts fighting, and Miyu's shadow clone will not hold back too much, and he will hurt if he should. This kind of high-difficulty training, even if it is only once a day, gives Kakashi was under great pressure, and his breathing method improved very quickly. Although the panel was still just a little short of reaching the proficient level, Miyu could sense that Kakashi's breath of thunder was getting stronger. It is worth mentioning that Miyu met Mei Terumi again on the street 10 days after the Chunin exam. It was still the same place as last time, and Mei Terumi was still standing in front of the ice cream stand with a tangled face. If you don't know what to buy, just buy everything. Miyu walked to the side of the ice cream stand and said. You need money to do that. Mei Terumi stared at Miyu with a resentful look. She is not stupid, she can have everything and still be tangled in choosing. Because she came to take the exam, Mai Terumi did not bring a lot of money with her. She came with a mission to get good grades, not to travel. In addition, the failure in the Death Forest made her very unhappy. She had not eaten any desserts for 5 consecutive days, so she ate ice cream for several days, the kind that she ate as a meal, so she soon spent almost all her money. In order to maintain a certain amount of desserts every day, Terumi Mai could only reluctantly control her spending. Terumi Mai felt that Miyu was 1% responsible for her empty wallet. After all, it was Miyu who led her to open the door to the new world of everything, and the failure in the Death Forest was also Miyu's disciple. "Give me 3 servings of strawberry ice cream." Miyu did not answer Terumi Mai's words but said to the stall owner. The owner was very quick and quickly packed 3 servings of strawberry ice cream and handed them to Miyu. Terumi Mai cast an envious look. A few days ago, she could be more casual than this and directly asked the boss to give 3 servings of each. Then, in Terumi Mai's surprised and pleasant eyes, Miyu handed 2 servings of strawberry ice cream to Terumi Mai. "Last time you gave me 1, this time I'll give you 2, it's even," Miyu said with a smile. When Miyu heard Obito say that Mai Terumi was a psychopath who fought him for strawberry ice cream, she couldn't hold it anymore. He left decisively without causing trouble for himself, but Obito suffered an unexpected disaster. So Miyu bought 3 strawberry ice creams, 2 of which were for Mai Terumi to resolve the bad relationship caused by strawberry ice cream, so that Mai Terumi would not always think about it, and the remaining 1 was for Obito, which was considered as compensation for Obito. Mai Terumi took the 2 strawberry ice creams and felt very happy. It would be so cool for her to buy a vanilla flavor. But then Mai Terumi felt a little embarrassed. She beat up the disciple and still took the ice cream. "I must make him lose beautifully and handsomely during the Chunin exam." It was impossible to give back the ice cream she got. Mai Terumi decided to act during the Chunin exam, let Obito show his momentum and style, and then defeat him. In this way, Obito might be promoted, which was considered as repaying Miyu's ice cream. "Thank you, you are a good person." Mai Terumi thanked Miyu happily and gave her a good person card. Miyu said nothing more, calmly collected the card and left. It was unknown how far the relationship between Kirigakure and Konoha would go. Too much communication would not be good for both sides. In the dimly lit cave, Uchiha Madara was listening to the intelligence reported by Black Zetsu. Hanyu Miyu may be cold under the warm surface. He was always by his side but did not take action. He watched the students get hurt. Although Akudamai Hideyuki was finally solved by his students, he barely succeeded with the extreme burst. Black Zetsu talked about Obito's changes and Miyu's performance. He usually takes care of his disciples and watches them when they are in danger. Uchiha Madara felt that Hanyu Miyu was a little interesting and should have some secrets. If he really doesn't care about these students, the plan will go smoothly. Uchiha Madara smiled as he thought of something. If Miyu was pretending to be nice to Obito, then he didn't even need to do too much at first. Just guiding Obito to find this would be enough to make Obito's emotions collapse once. Then he would kill Nohara Rin, the one he liked, and Obito would fall into the abyss of darkness and be used by him. But if not, this Hanyu Miyu would be a big obstacle. He was able to injure the candidate Reikage of Kumagakure without using his full strength, and his strength might be even stronger than Minato Namikaze. Black Zetsu reminded. Due to monitoring Obito, Black Zetsu also got a lot of information about Miyu, including armament haki, flame breathing, and flame breathing chakra mode. These techniques are very powerful, and even Black Zetsu, who has lived for thousands of years, has never heard of them. This is undoubtedly Miyu's own creation. In Black Zetsu's eyes, Miyu is a Senju Tobirama-like character who just likes to hide. If Uchiha Madara was in his prime, then he would not care about Miyu. After all, even if Tobirama Senju came, he would die. But now Uchiha Madara is just an old man who survives in the world by relying on the outer path demon statue. It will take a lot of energy to solve Muyu, whether he succeeds or not. Even Hashirama is gone. What can he, a junior who is less than 20 years old, do? Uchiha Madara said calmly. He does not look down on anyone in the ninja world, but looks down on everyone except his brother and Hashirama equally. It's a bit stuck. It seems that I'm not used to the first update. Let's see if I can change it back tomorrow. Reached the entry level of 20 points. However, it was not always so fast. After breaking through 20 points, it gradually slowed down. In order to strengthen Nohara Lin's single-player combat ability and not waste the bonus of water breathing on water escape, Muyu began to teach Nohara Lin water escape ninjutsu. He planned to teach Nohara Lin 2 water escape ninjutsu within this month. One is the water prison technique that can defend and attack, and the second is the water dragon bullet technique that is purely used for attack. In fact, if it is for the Chunin exam, it is best to teach Nohara Lin the mist hidden technique and then do special training in sound positioning, because the shadow imitation technique is meaningless if you don't know the enemy's position. But the mist hidden technique is different from the common water escape ninjutsu such as the water array wall and water dragon bullet. The mist hidden technique is the secret technique of the mist hidden village, and it is really hard to explain when it is used. So after thinking for a long time, Muyu chose the water prison technique and the water dragon bullet technique. Both of them are relatively practical and not difficult to learn. The Chunin exam has entered the intermission period, and the candidates are working hard to improve themselves, whether they are candidates from Konoha or Kirigakure. The Chunin exam has been suspended, and the first semester of the ninja school has come to an end. The final exam will be held and then a long vacation will begin. Of course, this long vacation is a bit short for the 4th-year students who are about to graduate. During the vacation, they will have a 5-week special training. Muyu's original special training plan was to replicate the first special training, using large classes to quickly brush various skills to expand the ninjutsu library. If there are large classes every day, 4 ninjutsu can be brushed in a day, and 100 ninjutsu can be brushed in 5 weeks. The changes in the Death Forest made Muyu decide to change his plan. He wanted to add some more advanced teaching content to the original plan and try to impact better rewards. Although it is still early for Obito's accident in the original work, the Battle of Konoha Bridge in the original Naruto world took place after Kakashi became a Jonin at the age of 12, and now Kakashi is only 9 years old, so theoretically there are 3 years. But this is not the original Naruto world after all. It is the Naruto world with Muyu. Although Muyu has always been low-key, he has actually changed a lot. The current Obito is very different from the original. He awakened the Sharingan early, and learned a very good fire escape and breathing method from Muyu. He defeated the Jonin twice with his companions. Facing such Obito, Muyu dare not guarantee whether Uchiha Madara will maintain the same actions as in the original. Although Obito is young now, his strength is not weak. In addition, his teammates are much stronger than in the original, which means that they will perform more difficult tasks earlier, and Uchiha Madara may also start earlier. Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu are in the dark that Muyu doesn't know. Although he has hidden a lot, in order to make his chance of winning higher, he has to improve his strength as much as possible. Although Uchiha Madara is old now, he is Uchiha Madara who was able to fight against Senju Hashirama after all. There is also a filial son Black Zetsu who has lived for thousands of years. Muyu is very vigilant against this combination. However, the summer training involves more than 300 graduates, so Muyu, as the person in charge, cannot teach randomly. She must communicate with the principal Sarutobi Hiruzen first. After dinner in the evening, Muyu went to Sarutobi Hiruzen's home. Originally, it was not good to go to Sarutobi Hiruzen for business when Sarutobi Hiruzen was off work, which was considered overtime for Sarutobi Hiruzen. But now Muyu and Sarutobi Hiruzen have a good relationship. In order to facilitate the demonstration later, Miyu chose the evening. Sandame-sama, I want to change the content of the summer training. Miyu said straight to the point after a simple greeting. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the pipe in his hand, looked at Miyu and asked, "Did you come up with a new good idea?" Sarutobi Hiruzen must have made a big change without thinking, and Miyu, as the person in charge of the special training plan, can decide on his own for small issues. I want to add chakra attribute changes to the teaching content. Miyu said. Chakra nature change is not a very advanced knowledge. If you are a family ninja or your parents are ninjas, you usually start learning it before entering school. But for most ninja school students, this is actually advanced knowledge, because ninja schools don't teach this stuff. It's taught by the instructor after graduation. It's not that ninja schools don't want to teach it, but there are two difficulties. First, there are many attributes of students. If there is a rare attribute like wind attribute, it may not be known by the teacher. Then you can't just not teach this student. Second, the level of teachers in ninja schools is not enough, and chakra nature change is a dangerous practice, so even in the senior grades of ninja schools, there is no course for nature change practice. In fact, the main point is the second one. Most of the Chunin teachers in the school can teach other things, but they themselves are not very good at nature change. Teaching others is not misleading. Chakra nature change, why do you want to teach this? So many students must have all 5 chakra attributes, and it is easy to have accidents when practicing. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not directly deny Miyu, but talked about the teaching difficulties and then looked at Miyu. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, Miyu has always been a humble and hard-working person. Since Miyu dared to mention this to him, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that Miyu must have come prepared. I have mastered all the changes in the properties of the 5 basic chakra attributes, although the earth attribute is not very skilled, but there will be no problem with simple teaching. Miyu answered calmly. He has a source for the 5 chakra attribute ninjutsu. He went to the ninjutsu hall to choose 10 before, and then got 2 more after being promoted to a formal jonin. These are B-level and above. Miyu can use anything below B-level at will. He is not an unknown person now. Who cares where he got a C-level ninjutsu from? As long as it is not a special ninjutsu like the mist hidden technique, it will be fine. You have mastered all 5 nature changes. Can you let me take a look? Sarutobi Hiruzen showed an interested expression. It is not difficult to learn your own innate attributes, and it is not difficult to learn another one you want to learn. Konoha's jonin are basically like this, mastering 2 or more nature change ninjutsu. But it is very difficult to master all 5 nature change ninjutsu, and it is even more difficult to learn all of them and use them in battle. It is difficult and also a great improvement for ninjas. This means that no matter what ninjutsu the opponent uses, you can use the ninjutsu that restrains him to fight and gain attribute advantages, and you can also use ninjutsu in combination to increase its power. The reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen was awarded the title of ninjutsu professor is because he is proficient and he has mastered thousands of ninjutsu, including not only the 5 major properties but also the illusion technique. No matter what ninjutsu the enemy uses, he can restrain the opponent. However, it is a pity that none of his 3 disciples actually went in his direction. Tsunade focused on medical ninjutsu and physical skills, Jiraiya focused on fire escape and fairy skills, and Orochimaru developed his own snake ninjutsu. Miyu nodded to indicate that there was no problem. He came for this. It would be difficult to show his skills in the Hokage's office during the day. Sarutobi Hiruzen brought Miyu to the backyard. Asuma greeted Miyu with a happy face after seeing Miyu. He was about to practice wind escape. Come here quickly, don't be accidentally injured by Miyu's ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen called Asuma to the side to watch together. How is it possible? With Miyu's control, he will definitely not hurt me. Asuma retorted. However, Asuma still walked over honestly. It was not that he did not believe Miyu, but he wanted to see Miyu's ninjutsu. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Miyu first used Fire style. He thought about it and finally decided to use Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet is the top fire style in terms of power and difficulty, and it is a great test of the user's level. As Miyu completed the seal, a large amount of flames was spit out by Miyu, and a small sea of fire was formed in an instant. Under Miyu's control, the flames were divided into 3 directions: front, left, and right. Although the fire was very strong, no flames touched Sarutobi Hiruzen's house. Very skilled Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his mustache and nodded in approval. With this Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, Sarutobi Hiruzen could see that Miyu's fire style had surpassed most people in the ninja world, both in terms of power and control. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen was almost like this at Miyu's age. So powerful. Asuma didn't have much knowledge now, he just thought Miyu was very strong. Hiruzen is not at home. At this moment, Shimura Danzo's voice suddenly came. I'm in the backyard, come over. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a slightly louder voice. Although he hadn't met Danzo yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already guessed Danzo's purpose. It was about compensation from Kirigakure. Although the master insisted that Akudamai Hideyuki was a spy from other ninja villages, it was Kirigakure who brought him here after all, and Konoha must pay compensation from Kirigakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo had some disagreements in this regard. Danzo thought that they should ask for more, whether it was money or ninja tools. If they didn't impose a heavy punishment for such a thing, Konoha would have no deterrence. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that it was enough to ask for a little symbolically, mainly to show their attitude. After all, they were now fighting with Uegakure and Kumegakure. Kirigakure might not give them more if they asked for more, and might directly turn against Konoha and go to war. In the Hokage's office during the day, Sarutobi Hiruzen rejected Danzo's proposal, but Sarutobi Hiruzen could see that Danzo was unwilling to give up. As he expected, he came to see him again after get off work. Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo was about to say what he had prepared for a day, but he saw the sea of fire in the yard and Miyu who was keeping the seal. Although Shimura Danzo was not as strong as Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyesight was still online. He could tell at a glance that Miyu's Fire Dragon Flame Bomb was not simple. Shimura Danzo's expression suddenly became bad, because this Fire Dragon Flame Bomb was a reward from him to Miyu, but now Miyu was performing it at Sarutobi Hiruzen's house, and he discovered it by accident. Let's talk about it later, after Miyu has performed the ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Shimura Danzo nodded coldly. Although Miyu's previous performance showed that Miyu was still on his side and had not forgotten his training, a subordinate who could be used at will became someone who could only be used secretly. This made Danzo very unhappy. This was a powerful jonin who could play a certain role in the battle with the tailed beasts. Danzo's arrival did not change Miyu's expression. He just greeted Danzo. After all, Danzo's intention was to act first. On the surface, Miyu had no connection with the route. After performing the fire escape, it was the water escape. Miyu thought about it and used the waterfall technique that Sarutobi Hiruzen had taught him. Water escape, waterfall technique. Miyu spit out a terrifying amount of water like a huge wave from his mouth, instantly extinguishing all the remaining flames on the ground. The backyard of Sarutobi Hiruzen's house, it was connected to a small forest, and under the impact of the huge amount of water, many trees fell down, and the small forest became a small lake. Very good, you have reached this level in just a few months. Sarutobi Hiruzen praised. He didn't know about Miyu's other ninjutsu, but he taught Miyu the great waterfall technique himself, and he also personally instructed her, and witnessed Miyu step by step from learning to proficiency. Thanks to your guidance, Mr. Sandame. Miyu said with a humble smile. My guidance is at most auxiliary, and it is mainly your own talent and hard work. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head with a smile. Then you are quite self-aware. Asuma nodded, thinking that what Sarutobi Hiruzen said made sense. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was a little speechless, rubbed Asuma's head fiercely. It was okay for him to admit this kind of thing, but it was heartbreaking to hear it from Asuma. Danzo sneered on the surface, but he was actually very proud in his heart. Even if Hiruzen teaches Miyu well, he will not return. He is a member of my root after all. Danzo thought proudly. In Danzo's eyes, Miyu's current strength is due to accumulation of experience and training by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Wind Style, Vacuum Jade. Miyu used the next ninjutsu immediately without resting. With a series of seals, Miyu spit out a stream of transparent energy from her mouth. Boom! The ground was broken by the bombardment of a large amount of transparent energy. For a while, gravel flew and grey-yellow dust rose continuously. There was no intact ground in the entire backyard. Sarutobi Hiruzen took 2 puffs of his cigarette and looked at Miyu with great satisfaction. He also gave Miyu the vacuum jade because Asuma improved a lot during Miyu's tutoring period. He also learned from Asuma that Miyu was practicing wind style, so he gave her a vacuum jade. There is no doubt that the 3 properties of water, fire, and wind that Miyu has currently displayed are beyond the ordinary jonin, with fire being the strongest, and feng shui being the second, but they can also be considered strong. Seeing Miyu's vacuum jade, Shimura Danzo nodded in approval. He may be average in other properties, but he thinks that he can be called the strongest in Konoha in wind escape. Just by looking at Miyu's vacuum jade, Danzo knew that Miyu's wind escape property change level was no longer comparable to that of ordinary jonin. Water, fire, and wind have been cultivated to this level, no wonder he can help Jiraiya fight against the tailed beasts on the battlefield. Danzo understood Miyu's approximate strength. Although Miyu's current strength is not up to his level, relying on these 3 nature ninjutsu is enough to be called the elite among jonin, the kind that can beat ordinary jonin. The most valuable thing is that Miyu is still very young, only 19 years old, and there is still a lot of time to grow up. Or send him to be Orochimaru's deputy. This way, he can not only help Orochimaru build military merits, but also grow faster on the battlefield. Danzo felt that it was a waste of talent for Miyu to be a teacher. As for those basic contents, any chunin can teach them, so why do we need a jonin of Miyu's level? Asuma's thoughts are not as many as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. He only has 6 words in his mind: teacher Miyu is awesome. After performing the wind escape, Miyu took a breath, first activated the earth escape to repair the broken ground, and then used the earth escape ninjutsu. Earth escape, earth flow river. Under Miyu's control, the mud in front of him suddenly turned into a mud river and rushed forward. Miyu's earth attribute property change was only 1800 points at the proficiency level, so he did not suppress his strength, and used it freely, using a large amount of his own chakra to enhance the effect of the ninjutsu. Miyu, you are too modest. Your earth escape technique is not just barely enough to teach others. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, remembering what Miyu said before. At first, he really thought that Miyu's earth escape technique was not very good. After all, Miyu had never used it. As a result, it turned out that she was only at the level of an ordinary jonin, or a jonin whose main attribute was earth. If she could only barely teach others, many ninjas would not be qualified to be instructors. It is still a lot worse than other attributes, and I need to work harder. Miyu said with a smile. Lightning escape technique, purple lightning. Miyu did not make a seal, but just raised her arm and the purple lightning with chakra flashed, covering Miyu's right hand. Crackle! Miyu controlled the purple lightning and turned it into purple thunderbolts that attacked the ground. There was another rumble, and small charred pits appeared on the flat ground. Did you develop this unsealed lightning escape technique yourself, Miyu? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked after looking at the large charred marks on the ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen has learned all the ninjutsu of Konoha. If Konoha has such a powerful lightning escape without a seal, he must know it. Well, the name of this ninjutsu is Shiden. Miyu silently said sorry to Kakashi in her heart and nodded in response. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Miyu in surprise. Although Miyu's lightning escape performance is not as good as fire, water, and wind and is only slightly stronger than earth escape, this self-developed high-level lightning escape is very powerful, further proving that Miyu has a very good talent in ninjutsu. Danzo, you almost ruined a genius. Sarutobi Hiruzen was glad that he dug out Miyu. He dared not think about what kind of strength Miyu would have if he had been trained by him all the time, and would he be comparable to him at the same time? Sarutobi Hiruzen's desire to accept disciples is rising. There is no doubt that Miyu is the most suitable disciple for him. 5k, there will be another chapter later, but the number of words will not be many, it should be around 3k. As for teaching so many students at the same time, Miyu has sufficient experience in this regard. Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to believe first and then question. Then I won't disturb you to discuss important matters with Lord Danzo. Having achieved his goal, Miyu chose to leave in time. This time, he can be said to have exceeded his goal. He originally just wanted to come over to go through the special training teaching plan and consolidate his genius personality. As a result, Danzo also came, so Miyu stabilized himself again. When using water escape, he deliberately used the Great Waterfall technique taught by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then pointed out that Sarutobi Hiruzen's guidance was meritorious, as if he often accepted Sarutobi Hiruzen's guidance, so that his growth was more reasonable from Danzo's perspective. Now he still needs to rely on Konoha to develop. Miyu can be strong but not too much beyond common sense. At the beginning, Miyu felt that it was troublesome for him to cross over to the root identity. Now Miyu realized that it was fortunate that he was a root, otherwise it would be really difficult to rationalize his strength. After all, he is not Uchiha, and his strength skyrocketed after opening his eyes. The benefits that the root brought him were indeed many. As a ninja cultivated by the root, Danzo naturally trusted him. After all, he was brainwashed since childhood. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, and then asked Asuma to go back to the room. Teacher Miyu, I have encountered some problems with wind escape recently. Asuma followed Miyu without a trace of nostalgia and took the opportunity to ask Miyu some questions. Miyu simply took Asuma to a relatively open place for guidance. A ninja like Hanya Miyu should not be a teacher in the ninja school. Let him return to my root to play his greatest role. Now that wars are raging, the root needs ninjas like him. Danzo said as he watched Miyu leave. Although he wanted Miyu to go to the battlefield to help Orochimaru make achievements, it was obvious that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not agree to it directly, so Danzo first set a plan that Sarutobi Hiruzen would never agree to. Don't mention this matter again. Miyu will never return to the root. Sarutobi Hiruzen said firmly. According to his observation of Miyu, Miyu is not suitable for the dark place like the root. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not even plan to arrange Miyu to the Anbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that Miyu was doing well now, doing what he liked to contribute to Konoha, and he did not fall behind in his own training. Hiruzen, I trained him. Danzo emphasized with an unhappy expression. Do you have to mention that you illegally recruited the descendants of war heroes as members of the root? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes became sharp. Danzo was silent for half a minute. He really couldn't say anything more. What he did was illegal. Even if he doesn't go back to the root, he shouldn't teach in the ninja school. With his strength, he can play a greater role on the front line. Send him to the front line as Orochimaru's deputy. The Cloud Village is much more difficult to deal with than the Rock Village. Danzo set his ultimate goal. I have my own arrangements for the Cloud Village battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen still did not agree with Danzo's proposal. He knew Danzo's little thoughts too well, so he rejected all requests from Danzo related to Miyu. Hiruzen, what are you thinking? Ninja school doesn't need such a strong teacher. Danzo didn't expect that his preparations would not work, and couldn't help saying. It's just that you don't know Muyu's teaching results. Muyu's teaching results can be regarded as the first in the history of the entire ninja school. His class is far superior to the class of the same grade. His special training improves the level of graduates. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a puff of white mist. Muyu first came into his sight because of this unique teaching result. Now Konoha's front line is actually not lacking in combat power. Konoha is in a good situation now. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally can't replace Muyu, the unique teacher, and send him to the battlefield. Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a suspicious look. Although Danzo asked Muyu to report regularly when Muyu was in the route, the report did not include teaching results. Because Danzo sent Muyu to the ninja school but not to teach her properly, Danzo did not have a clear understanding of Muyu's teaching ability, but only knew that she taught well. Sarutobi Hiruzen found the information Muyu had submitted to him before and gave it to Danzo. Although Danzo knew a lot about the ninja school, not a lot, but he could still understand the table. Seeing that the average score of the class led by Muyu was much higher, he knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen was not exaggerating. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, did not give in at all, and Danzo had no choice. After all, he was just the assistant of the Hokage, and his power came from Sarutobi Hiruzen. The more you value Muyu, the more help Muyu will give me in the future. Danzo comforted himself in his heart. Then Danzo stopped mentioning Muyu and talked to Sarutobi Hiruzen about his real purpose of coming here, about the compensation issue of Kirigakure. This time Danzo came prepared. He took out a lot of information to prove that Kirigakure had more benefits than disadvantages. Sarutobi Hiruzen refuted this one by one, and still did not approve of Danzo's plan. In the end, the conversation ended in a way that I regretted it, and the only one who was hurt was the heavily closed door. Disciple Uchiha Shisui worked hard to achieve perfect results in the academic assessment and received rewards, Chakra plus 300, Ninjutsu Proficiency Scroll. After the final exam, the system rewards were issued as usual, but since only Shisui was left in the ninja school, it seemed a little less. However, the rewards created by Obito Might Guy and others outside the school were no less than those in the ninja school, but the information was no longer popped up at the same time. Teacher Muyu, can you give me a farewell reward? I will miss you during the holidays. In addition, I recommend dumplings as a reward. They are cheap and delicious. Hongdu quietly covered the test paper and said to Muyu with her big eyes turning around. Teacher Muyu, Hongdu only scored 81 points this time, which is a step backward. Good brother Gang Zisha quickly raised his hand to report. Teacher Muyu, you spoil Hongdu too much. In my opinion, you should set a standard. People with less than 95 points will not have dumplings to eat. In this way, Hongdu's grades may be improved. Military strategist Shenyu Izumo gave Muyu advice on how to improve Hongdu's grades. Anyway, he has always been above 95, so this standard is still very simple for him. Muyu showed a thoughtful look. Hongdu was indeed not very enthusiastic about learning theory. He has teaching methods and teaching skills that are like cheating. Hongdu himself is not stupid. It is indeed a bit lame to keep it around 80. Gang Zisha's report certainly made Hongdu feel chilled, but Shen Yuchiyun's proposal made Hongdu even more frightened. If this really works, she can't expect to get dumplings from Muyu. Seeing that Muyu seemed to be really considering it seriously, Hongdu first punched Gang Zisha and kicked Shen Yuchiyun at high speed, and then hurriedly said, Teacher Muyu, don't listen to their nonsense. Learning is a whole semester, and there are only 2 exams. If you learn but don't perform well and therefore fail to get dumplings, it will cause great trauma to your heart. Hongdu looked at Muyu with a look of heartache, as if he was a loyal minister who wanted to stop the emperor from listening to slander. Pa! A stream of chi hit Hongdu's forehead accurately, causing Hongdu to hug her head subconsciously. It's understandable that you didn't do well in the exam once, but you didn't even get above 90 once. Didn't you perform well every time? Yu said with her hand knife retracted. Yeah, I heard there is a disease called exam nervousness. Maybe I have this disease. I get nervous when taking an exam, so I don't do well every time. Hongdu said seriously. That's a coincidence. I got the disease of never giving Hongdu dumplings today. I just don't want to give you dumplings in my heart. Yu said with a smile. Hongdu. When it was almost time, Yu knocked Hongdu's head and gave her the dumplings that belonged to her. At least don't fall back next time. Yu touched Hongdu's head and said. Hehe, I'll work hard. Hongdu, who got the dumplings, smiled instantly. Teacher Yu, are you the only one in this special training like the first time? Hongdu asked while eating dumplings. Yes, and this special training will teach you things that you can't learn in the ninja school. Yu nodded and replied. What can't be learned in the ninja school? Hongdu was very curious. You will know next Monday. Yu didn't say it. It's a pity that brother Ebisu has graduated and can't train with him. Gang Zisha said with a look of regret. Yes, this is indeed a pity. Shen Uizumo said with a face of agreement. For them, Ebisu is not an ordinary senior, but a guide who opens the door to a new world. That's not necessarily true. Yu smiled and shook his head. This time he will teach nature change, and he has also gained some fame in Konoha. There should be more genin coming to the special training this time than the first time. After Yu said this, not only Hongdu, Shen Uizumo and Gang Zisha are looking forward to the special training next week. Yu teaches alone, and there are heavyweight new content. These 2 points alone are very attractive. This chapter is 3K, and I wrote 8K today. There are 8 genin in the special training, and there are more genin who signed up, a total of 350 people. What kind of concept is this? The total number of people in the special training that Yu was in charge of before was not so high. This time, the number of genin who signed up for the special training is even more than the students in the ninja school. Teacher Yu, what should we do? Should we modify the rules? There are too many people participating in the special training. The recording teacher asked Yu. Originally, this special training did not have any requirements for genin, and you can join as long as you sign up, but the number of people is too exaggerated, even more than the students in school. With so many more students, he feels that Yu will not be able to handle it. Special training with a total of 694 people. Yu showed a thoughtful look. If it was the previous Yu, he would have to find a way to remove some people. This is nearly 700 people, and they are not ordinary people. There are only so many ninjas in the general ninja unit. But now it is different. Yu's current strength is very different from that of the special training last year. Not only has the chakra greatly increased, but the physical strength, ninjutsu knowledge, etc. are far beyond the past. Let me try it first. Although there are a little more people, there shouldn't be any big problems. Yu thought for a while and said. There are more people than ever before. Yu thinks this is a good opportunity. Previously, more than 300 people in the class became a large class reward. This time, there are almost 700 people. Will the reward change? Yu changed the special training plan this time to strive for better rewards. Now that the opportunity is in his hands, he will naturally not throw it away. Yu glanced at the list of genin registrations. All the names he saw were familiar names. Many of them were genin who just graduated this year and experienced his first special training. As Yu expected, Ebisu and Shiranui Genma came. There are also genin from other classes. For example, Asuma came with his teammates when he heard that Yu was going to teach nature changes. Yu also saw Inyazuka Midori and Narayui on the list. Yu didn't expect this. The members of Narayui's team are all very strong. If it was a normal Chunin exam, they might have been promoted successfully. Okay, Teacher Yu, then make sure these people participate in the special training. Seeing that Mu thought there was no problem, the registration teacher said. He admired Mu a little. With so many people, let alone teaching, ordinary people couldn't even manage them, but Mu thought she could teach. However, the registration teacher thought about it. After all, Mu was not an ordinary chunin like them. Mu's strength was officially recognized by Konoha, so it was normal for her to be confident. Mu nodded and finalized the special training. On Monday, all the registered ninjas or ninja school students went to the training ground designated by Mu on time. Yanshui, why do you want to participate in this special training? There are still 9 days before the Chunin exam, and it won't improve your strength much, right? Inyazuka Midori asked with a puzzled look. The strength of a ninja is not achieved overnight, it takes a long time to train and improve. Except for the sudden awakening of the blood limit, it is difficult to have a significant improvement in such a short time under normal circumstances. The person in charge of the special training, Hanyum, is the examiner of the second exam, and according to the situation in the Death Forest, she is also the teacher of Nohara Rin. If Nohara Rin also participates in this special training, I can collect more information. Narayan Shui explained. Since he and Nohara Rin had fought side by side in the Forest of Death, he knew 2 pieces of information about Nohara Rin. One was that she could burst out strong power, and the other was medical ninjutsu. But if they could train together for a few days, Narayui would be sure to find out many of Nohara Rin's fighting habits, which might play a role at a critical moment. In addition, according to my investigation, Hanyum is a very strong jonin, and teaching is his specialty. Even if Nohara Rin didn't come, we should be able to learn something. Narayui continued. He asked his jonin father about Muya's strength. As for his strong teaching ability, he found out that there was also summer special training last year, so he asked the newly graduated genin. There are so many people. Midori feels like she has walked into the wrong training ground. Inyazuka Midori looked at the piles of people on the training ground and was a little confused. She took a quick look and felt that there were about 500 or 600 people here. It was impossible for so many people to have special training together. It should be correct. Narayui frowned slightly. There are indeed a lot of people here. If it weren't for the fact that they all look very young and many of them don't even have forehead protectors, Narayushio would have thought that the ninja troops were gathering to do something. Brother Ebisu, long time no see. You're really here. Gang Zisha, who arrived at the training ground early, saw many genin looking for Ebisu. God will not let down those who work hard. After Gang Zisha searched hard for 5 minutes, he saw the familiar face with sunglasses. Hearing Gang Zisha's words, Shenyu Izumo also trotted over and said, "Finally we meet again. We missed the time when we created ninjutsu with you, brother Ebisu." Ebisu's mouth twitched, but he didn't miss it at all. It made him a person that girls avoided and left a bad impression in front of the third Hokage. "Hey, isn't this Zisha and Izumo? Long time no see." Shiranui Genma, holding 1,000 books in his mouth, smiled and raised his hand to greet. He is now quite familiar with these 2 little fans of Ebisu. Shiranui Genma had greeted him, and Ebisu couldn't play dead anymore, so he replied calmly, "Well, long time no see, good morning." Looking at the forehead protectors on Ebisu and Shiranui Genma's heads, Gang Zisha said enviously. "Brother Xianjian, after you graduate, do you do tasks every day to make a lot of money, defeat the strong men of the enemy ninja village, and then rescue the daughter of the noble to be appreciated?" Ha ha ha. Shiranui Xianjian was amused by Gang Zaitetsu's words. "Zaitetsu, you should read less novels. How can a genin have such rich experience? A genin who just graduated can't even take the task of leaving the village. Most of the time is spent on training. The configuration of their team is much worse than that of Obito and his team. In addition, no one is so powerful that they can go directly to the Hokage to ask for high-level tasks. Even with Teacher Chen and Might Guy, they have always been very honest to do D-level tasks. But there are still some interesting things, such as the enemy confusion technique you developed together. Even the strongest ninja in Konoha was tricked. Shiranui Xianjian talked about their fight for the bell. Now thinking about it, Shiranui Xianjian couldn't help laughing. He tried his best to attack but was brutally beaten. Instead, Ebisu broke the jar and used the enemy confusion technique to snatch the bell. Kamatsuki Izumo and Gangzai Tetsuo looked shocked. Although it was only a physical skill, it was not easy to be called the strongest. Such an existence was actually hit by the confusing enemy technique. As one of the developers of the confusing enemy technique, Kamatsuki Izumo and Gangzai Tetsuo instantly felt proud, and the corners of their mouths could not help but rise upwards. Brother Ebisu, I think the confusing enemy technique has greater potential. How about we discuss and develop it? Kamatsuki Izumo invited Ebisu. I think it's good at this stage and doesn't need to be changed. Ebisu declined. He came to learn about nature changes, not to be a pervert. That's a pity. I recently found a very good picture book. I wanted to share it with you, Brother Ebisu. Kamatsuki Izumo said with regret. Well, it's okay to discuss it if you have time. Ebisu still couldn't bear to see the little fans disappointed. Are you going to discuss ninjutsu? Shiranui Genma teased. As the time got closer, more and more people came to the training ground and it became more and more noisy. I didn't expect everyone to come. They gathered together like they did before at school. After all, this is Teacher Muyu's special training. I was a little unhappy when I said I would go to receive a month of special training from my instructor. After hearing that it was Teacher Muyu, I readily agreed. Long time no see. How is your ninja life? It's about the same as when I was doing internship. I'm still not allowed to take C-level tasks. The students and ninjas chatted in groups. After all, most of them were just a little bit behind, and many of them knew each other. Everyone, be quiet. When the time reached 8 o'clock, Muyu appeared and motioned for everyone to be quiet. Muyu didn't use too much voice, but most of the people on the field were students or newly graduated ninjas. Muyu's height of 1.8 meters was extremely conspicuous among them. Although some people didn't hear Muyu's voice, they saw the familiar blonde figure, and the students around Muyu were quiet. This silence quickly spread to all the students, and the entire training ground was quiet. The students all looked at Muyu quietly. Many of you are old friends. This is not the first time you have taken my class. I am very grateful for your trust. However, there are too many people here. I hope everyone can keep quiet before I finish speaking. Muyu continued. In normal small classes, Muyu is quite tolerant of students talking. After all, it is too boring to say nothing except answering questions in a class. But now there are nearly 700 students in the training ground. If 1/7 of them talk, there are still 100 people. The main projects of this special training are chakra control, physical skills, basic ninjutsu, and chakra nature change. Today, there is only one update of 3K. I fell asleep at 3 o'clock yesterday. I am not in a good state today. I feel uncomfortable. I will adjust my work and rest schedule and write more tomorrow. So they thought that this special training would be similar to the previous ones, just basic ninjutsu and taijutsu, but they didn't expect that there would be a course on chakra nature change. Although ninja schools don't teach chakra nature change, they will systematically teach some theoretical knowledge related to chakra, including content related to nature change. In short, they know that there is such a thing, and they also know that it is a must-learn item for learning the 5 major ninjutsu, but that's all, and they don't know more. With so many students, there are probably people with 5 chakra attributes. How is he going to teach? Narayoshi looked around and found that there was only one teacher, Muyu, and he was a little confused. He thought that there would be 5 teachers teaching 5 different nature changes, and at most Muyu, the person in charge of special training, would teach more items, but it seems that there is only one teacher, Mu. Could it be that he has mastered 5 chakra attribute changes, and all of them have reached a level sufficient for teaching? Narayoshi made a guess and then shook his head to deny it. Even if Mu mastered the 5 attributes, he couldn't teach so many people by himself. Narayan Shui glanced around and felt that there might be 700 people here. He felt there should be no formal classes today, so other teachers did not come. Let alone Narayoshiro, who was participating in the special training for the first time. If Asuma, Bingzu Lietong, and Ui Kurane had not praised Mu's grand scene of using the 5 attribute ninjutsu, Bingzu Lietong, who had participated in the special training once, would probably have the same idea as them. Whether it is proficient in the 5 attributes or teaching 700 people alone, it is a bit outrageous. First, we will test the groups. Next, I will teach you in groups according to your comprehensive strength. Mu finished the seal and used the multiple shadow clone technique to create 15 shadow clones. There are too many students. If they are tested one by one, the whole day may be over. Because of the need to teach the nature change, Mu also bought a large number of chakra test papers to test the attributes of students. Although there are more students, Mu has no intention of increasing the number of groups, and there are still 3 groups, A, B, C. Because if the division is too fine, the teaching difficulty will become greater. In order to allow as many students as possible to enjoy the blessing of teaching skills, 3 groups are the most suitable. If there are less than 3 groups, the strength of the students will be too high. If there are more than 3 groups, Mu will find it difficult to take care of them. Because in addition to the 3 groups, he also has to divide the different systems according to the chakra attributes, and teach separately when practicing the chakra nature change. Because there are many students, even if 15 shadow clones plus Mu's body are tested together, it took 2 hours to collect all the records. Mu first cancelled the shadow clone to organize the memory, and then divided 2 shadow clones to work in groups. Here is the list of Group C members. Please stand on my side if your name is called. The shadow clone walked to the students and said immediately after completing the list. Gang Zisha, Shenyu Izumo, Mitarashi Hungdu. Ah, why are you still in Group C this time? It shouldn't be. Hungdu scratched her hair. She remembered that when the special training was about to end, Mu said that she had the strength of Group B. How come she was demoted after a year of improvement? Hee, let's go. It's useless to brag about it. In the eyes of teacher Mu, you are at the same level as us. Gang Zisha laughed. Although he also had the idea of being directly assigned to Group B, he felt better when he heard that Hungdu was also in Group C. It was a pity for him to lose, but he had to laugh at his friend's loss. I support Hungdu to prove with your strength that teacher Mu's grouping was wrong. Shenyu Izumo instigated. Why don't you go? Do you think I'm stupid? Hungdu rolled her eyes at Shenyu Izumo. She chose to believe that teacher Mu's judgment was correct. Facts proved that Hungdu was right, because the students in Group B and even Group A in the last special training were also assigned to Group C. Uzuki Yujeo, Moonlight Gale. As Mu kept reading the names, most of the students were assigned to Group C. The requirements for grouping this time are higher. Even you are assigned to Group C. Uzuki Yujeo realized that this special training might be more strict than the last time. That's good. Now we are in the same group. In fact, it doesn't matter which group we are in. Teacher Mu will teach us with all her heart. Moonlight Gale said with a smile. Next is the list of students in Group B. After the list of Group C was read out, another shadow clone walked aside and began to read the names of the members of Group B. Asakawa Sankan, Nakamori Goiki. Most of the students in Group B are genin who just graduated this year. They have learned a little nature change, but they are not very good at it. After all the students in Group B were called away, Mu didn't have to read the list of students in Group A. She just took the rest away. Not bad. I was assigned to Group A again this time. Shiranui Genma patted Ebisu on the shoulder and said. Yeah. Ebisu nodded. This is really good. He was assigned to Group B at the beginning of the last special training, and he was assigned to Group A because of his good performance in the exam. It is really comfortable to be in Group A from the beginning. Practice chakra nature changes in the morning and physical skills in the afternoon. Mu said the arrangement of Group A today. There are no tree climbing and water treading projects in Group A courses, because there is basically no problem with chakra control to be assigned to Group A this time. Narayan Shui was a little confused. This was not what he thought. Mu started teaching alone. Just when Narayan Shui thought that Mu was going to teach a certain attribute first, Mu moved. Mu split out 6 shadow clones again. 1 shadow clone stood next to Mu, and the remaining 5 shadow clones flashed to different positions not far away to use ninjutsu. Fire escape, fire dragon flame bomb. The first shadow clone quickly formed a seal and spit out a large piece of flame. The wildly dancing flame instantly burned several large trees. Wind style, cyclone. Then the second shadow clone formed a seal and used wind style. Under the strong wind of the cyclone, the flame of the fire dragon flame bomb continued to expand, gradually forming a large sea of fire. Because the fire was so big and the temperature was so high, the students in Group A could clearly feel the heat. Water style, great waterfall technique. Just as the fire was expanding, the third shadow clone moved, spewing out a stream of water like a huge wave to extinguish the flame. However, due to the excessive amount of water, a large amount of water remained after the flame was extinguished, and it was about to rush to the front of the students in Group A. Some students in Group A were not calm. They would not be injured by the water, but they would definitely be in a mess. Some students in Group A began to retreat to the back, but Asuma stood still as steady as a rock. He believed that Mu's demonstration of ninjutsu would not affect the students. Earth style flowing wall. As Asuma thought, the fourth shadow clone immediately used the earth flowing wall to block a large amount of water flow, and then the fifth shadow clone used purple lightning to break one of the earth flowing walls, allowing the water to flow to the opposite side of the students. Mu's operation shocked the students in Group A. The 5 shadow clones released 5 kinds of attribute ninjutsu respectively, and they all looked strong. It's really exaggerated. While the physical skills are strong, there is also such a level of ninjutsu. Ebisu sighed in his heart as he adjusted his sunglasses with his left hand. He had seen the physical battle between Mu and Teacher Chen. Genin like them who watched the battle from the side were at risk of being blown away by the aftermath. It was so scary. Mu, who could compete with Teacher Chen, the strongest in Konoha, in physical skills, could actually use 5 different attributes of ninjutsu at the same time. This was really beyond Ebisu's imagination. These were 5 kinds of chakra nature changes. As a good student, Ebisu knew what this meant. No matter what ninjutsu the opponent was good at, Mu could use the ninjutsu to restrain the opponent. Not all students in Group A were familiar with Mu. Many of them wanted to try it out because of Mu's record on the battlefield. At this moment, the students had a unified idea in their hearts: this place was right, and the teacher was really powerful. If you want to practice the 5 major chakra nature changes, go to the shadow clones of the corresponding ninjutsu. If you want to get guidance on yin and yang nature or other content, come to me. The shadow clone next to Mu spoke. Not all ninjas practice the 5 major properties. Some ninjas with family secrets will pay more attention to the practice of secrets. There are also special talents like Yui Kurane who mainly practice illusions. Mu did not ignore this small group of people. The entire team of Nara Saltwater walked towards the shadow clone next to Mu's body. They all practiced secrets. Yui Kurane and his teammates waved and walked over. Ebisu walked towards the shadow clone using fire escape, Asuma walked towards the wind escape shadow clone, and soon the students in Group A finished their choices and began to practice under the guidance of the shadow clone. Then Mu divided 5 shadow clones from Group B to guide the students in Group B to practice property changes. As for the students in Group C, Mu did not let them start practicing property changes immediately, but first supplemented the theoretical knowledge related to property changes, and then practiced controlling chakra. Most of the students in Group C are students from ninja schools who have not participated in special training, and many of them they couldn't even climb a tree, and only a few people could tread water, so Mu was not in a hurry to teach them how to change their nature. Moreover, Mu was not going to teach 3 groups how to change their nature at the same time in one day. It was because he was worried that his body would not be able to bear the consequences of splitting too many shadow clones. He didn't have a whirlpool constitution, and he could split so many because his chakra amount had increased, and the breathing method improved his body. Most of the time, it was the shadow clones that taught, and Mu's body flowed between different attribute groups to give instructions, trying to take care of more people with the teaching skills of the body. Since it took 2 hours to divide the groups, the morning class ended quickly. When Mu said to disband, many students in Group A and Group B showed expressions of reluctance. There is no harm without comparison. They both learned how to change their nature, but they felt that their instructor was far behind Mu. I think Mr. Tanishita should also come to learn. They are both Jonin, so why is there such a big gap? Haha, I'll repeat this sentence to Mr. Tanishita when I go back. Forget it, he is a Jonin and would be embarrassed to come. In just 2.5 hours, those students who were not familiar with Mu had their first impression of her. She knew a lot of ninjutsu and was very good at teaching. Midori thinks this place is good. You can come here again in the future. Inyazuka Midori recognized Mu. Although Mu did not know the Inyazuka clan's animal-like ninjutsu, Mu was very good at physical skills, which allowed Inyazuka Midori to have good gains in physical skills. Narayui nodded. He was also practicing physical skills today. He would definitely ask the elders of the family to learn Yindun. If I can continue to be taught by teacher Mu, I can become a Jonin no matter what, right? Ebisu compared teacher Chen and Mu and wanted to defect to Mu's side. It's not that teacher Chen is not good, but that Mu is too good. After the course ended, Mu immediately cancelled all the shadow clones. When a large amount of fatigue memories poured into Mu's mind, Mu exhaled slightly. It was really tiring to teach like this. Then Mu opened the system panel and took a look. There was no class reward. Is the grouping time too long so that there is not enough class time? Mu guessed in his heart. He was not panicked. For him, changes were good things. After all, even if he lost 2 entry-level ninjutsu, he would only lose 2. If there were higher-level rewards, it would be a big win. There was a half-hour break at noon, and training started again after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The students walked skillfully to the areas of each group to receive the teachings of Mu. In the afternoon, Mu first let Group A practice physical skills for a while before starting the chakra nature change practice, while Group C was still chakra control. Students who had mastered climbing trees and treading water practiced physical skills. When the time reached 6:30 p.m., the day's training officially ended. After the disbandment, the students did not rush to leave but discussed today's gains, and Mu finally saw the system message. Complete an excellent lecture. Evaluation, S. Awards, Fire Chakra Nature Change +10, Earth Chakra Nature Change +40, Thunder Chakra Nature Change +45, Wind Chakra Nature Change +10, Water Chakra Nature Change +20, Chakra Control Ability slightly increased. Looking at the long reward column, Mu fell into deep thought. This was somewhat beyond his expectations. The S-level evaluation seemed to give feedback rewards based on the teaching content. But why is the proficiency of fire attribute nature change increased as much as wind? Mu had a little doubt in his mind. There are many more students learning fire attribute chakra nature change than wind, which is the attribute with the largest number of people. Mu thought about it carefully and soon figured out the reason, because his fire escape chakra nature change has reached the perfect level. It is obviously difficult to increase the proficiency at this level, and the two attributes of earth and thunder are not even at the mastery level, so there will be more. Mu continued to look down. This was his first time to get an S-level rating, so there should be an S-level rating reward. This chapter is 4K, and there will be another chapter later, but the number of words is uncertain. Chapter 321 Kakashi's New Move. Complete the S-rated teaching for the first time and get rewards: Yang Chakra Property Change Mastery, Yin Chakra Property Change Mastery. The reward was very generous, and Mu was directly given 2 mastery level property changes, and they were the most special yin-yang property changes. A large number of memories about the yin-yang chakra property change training kept appearing in Mu's mind. After sorting out the memories, Mu opened his panel and took a look. Name: Hanyum Wu. Chakra: 66,500. Skills: Fire Chakra Change, Perfect, 120/80,000, Water Chakra Change, Mastery, 8,000/15,000, Wind Chakra Change, Mastery, 7,800, Yin Chakra Change, Mastery, 0, Yang Chakra Change, Mastery, 0. The growth rate of chakra has slowed down slightly because Mu changed the reward strategy, but it is still considerable. By the end of this school year, Mu expects the total amount of chakra to reach 90,000 or even 100,000 chakras. Although the recovery ability is a little worse, the total amount is still comfortable. When Mu saw that the proficiency of yin and yang nature change was only 0, he fell into thinking. For some reason, the first 3 times he obtained the mastery level chakra nature change reward, it came with half of the proficiency, but this time it didn't. Is it because the yin and yang nature is special? Or was it the novice protection period before? Mu guessed in his heart. Obviously, the empty guess will not get any result. Mu can only wait for the next time to get the mastery level chakra property change reward to be verified. However, Mu was also very satisfied. People with good talents may only practice 1 property change to the mastery level in their lifetime, but he got 2 mastery level property changes in the last class. The next day, Mu still followed the rhythm of the first day, but slightly changed the content. After the morning class, nothing happened in the system, and the reward was settled after the afternoon class. Complete an excellent lecture. Evaluation: S. Get rewards: Physical ability slightly increased, Fire attribute chakra property change +8, Earth attribute chakra property change +45, Lightning attribute chakra property change +35, Wind attribute chakra property change +10, Water attribute chakra property change +15. Looking at the reward content, Mu was a little disappointed. Today, he let the C group students practice physical skills all day to see if they could get a reward for strengthening the body, but the result was just an increase in physical ability. However, the overall reward is still very generous. If it continues like this, Mu's Lightning Chakra Nature Change and Earth Chakra Nature Change will also be promoted to the mastery level after the special training. By then, Mu's Nature Change will be 6 masters and 1 perfect. After 2 days of class, Mu has figured out the mechanism of S-level evaluation. There are many people, the quality of teaching must be high, and it takes a long time to achieve it. As for the reward, it is completely different from the previous rating. What you teach is what you reward. Although it is only 1 evaluation difference, the fact that you give rewards for what you teach is much more important to Mu than the 1 or 2 ninjutsu of A level. For example, the medical specialty students are coming out soon. At that time, he will also find a way to impact the S-level evaluation, which may be of great help to him in developing power banks. Of course, the reward is really good, but Mu is really tired of teaching. After returning, he is so tired that he can't even read books. He needs to rest for a while. With the progress of special training, the suspended Chunin exam is about to begin. As candidates, Narayui and Asuma asked for leave from Muyu in advance. The time for the third Chunin exam is Tuesday, and special training is required. Considering everyone's need to watch the game, Muyu gave everyone a day off so that they could watch the Chunin exam. Of course, this is a day off. This week, Saturday will not be a day off, but Sunday. August 4th, this is the day before the Chunin exam. Although there is only one day left before the Chunin exam, Muyu's disciples did not relax at all. Ho 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 ho. Obito's body was burning with fierce orange flames, and a punch or a kick could bring a heavy high-temperature blow. Whenever Obito sweated due to fatigue, he would be steamed by the high temperature. He practiced the fire ninjutsu taught by Muyu over and over again, from morning to afternoon, using breathing techniques to drain his body's strength again and again to seek a breakthrough. Might Guy's 8 gates ninjutsu plus rock breathing, Kakashi's sword that killed the Jonin in seconds, the two of them put too much pressure on Obito. Not to mention Kakashi and Might Guy, there is also a restrained Mei Terumi waiting for him in the quarterfinals. Obito doesn't want to lose, he doesn't want to lose to anyone, he has been the last one in his 9-year-old life, now that he has successfully counterattacked, he wants to keep winning, win for Muyu, win for Nohara Rin, win for Kakashi, he wants to let everyone know that he, Uchiha Obito, is not inferior to others. Bang bang! The trees and stones around Might Guy broke and shattered under Might Guy's powerful force. Neither the thick trees nor the hard stones can withstand Might Guy's heavy kicking skills. He was trying hard to reach the limit of the breadth of the life gate and the rock. The last battle with the Kirigakuer Jonin made Might Guy realize that he was still a long way from the 4 gates, so after returning, he worked hard to train his body, so that he would not fall down in the next battle and could only watch his teammates fight. And he wanted to become a Chunin, and wanted to be promoted to Chunin as a strong man. Although 2 ninjas who had mocked his father came to apologize, there were far more than 2 people who mocked his father, some he knew and some he didn't, some openly and some secretly. Might Guy wanted to slap them in the face through this Chunin exam. The son of the ninja they looked down on became a Chunin just a few months after graduation, and his strength was stronger than them. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Nohara Rin maintained the water breathing and used the water style ninjutsu. Under the effect of Nohara Rin's chakra, the water in the river quickly gathered to form a water dragon, and then under Nohara Rin's control, it spun a circle and finally crashed into the water. Water style, water prison technique. After releasing the water dragon bullet, Nohara Rin immediately formed a seal and used the water prison technique to create a large bubble on the river surface. Since it is easier to use water style by the river, Nohara Rin has been practicing water style ninjutsu by the river recently. She is very clear about her disadvantages. The time she has learned water style ninjutsu is too short, so she can only practice more to increase her proficiency. Everyone is excellent, and I can't be a drag. I will try my best to win the first round of the battle. When the chakra was almost consumed, Nohara Rin thought in her heart. Nohara Rin has a clear self-awareness. Her strength is no match for Obito and the others. There is no need to think about the first, second, and fourth places. Entering the top 8 is considered a success. She only hopes that she will not be a burden to Obito and Kakashi in the future battles, and can help them in battles. Thunder breathing, full concentration. Kakashi silently breathes to the limit with his eyes, and there is nothing else in his eyes except the wooden man made of special wood. Crackle. The shining yellow lightning burst out from the toes and gradually covered Kakashi's 2 legs. The powerful lightning chakra activated Kakashi's cells and greatly increased Kakashi's explosive power. Boom! The moment Kakashi rushed out, it was as if a lightning bolt hit the ground directly with a roar. Then a yellow electric light flashed across the special wooden man, and a scratch appeared on his body, and he split in 2 and fell down. Hey! Kakashi exhaled. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. I can use a flash, but the new moves can't. Kakashi closed his eyes and recalled the feeling just now. Although he didn't fully master the transparent world, his perception was much stronger than before, so the flash that couldn't react before could react. But the problem is that after that battle, Kakashi's breathing method limit has been greatly improved, and his swordsmanship has also made great progress like an epiphany. Now a flash is no longer his fastest and strongest move. Because there will be a thunder when rushing out, Kakashi named the new move Thunder Flash. This is a new move developed by Kakashi by recalling the feeling of the transparent world and combining it with swordsmanship. Thunder Flash is powerful and fast. It has no disadvantages except high consumption. As for the problem of not being able to react, Kakashi thinks it is not Thunder Flash's problem, but his problem. If he can open the transparent world, there will be no reaction problem. Although Kakashi worked hard during training, the difficulty of the transparent world is greater than the stripes, and it is not easy to learn. Kakashi has not entered the complete transparent world state once in this month. Try more, but there is no way to win them with the current strength. Kakashi did not lose heart and continued to practice soon. After waking up, Kakashi has never forgotten his goal. He wants to beat back Might Guy, Obito, and Shisui, the three people who defeated him one by one. Shisui hasn't been seen in action for a long time, let alone Obito and Might Guy are both very strong, especially Obito has the Sharingan, and it is easy for Obito to catch the flaws when he uses moves that he can't react to. Okay, everyone go back and rest early, it will not be worth it if it affects tomorrow's condition. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Muyu's shadow clone spoke. Seeing the students so diligent, Muyu was very pleased. When these disciples first came, only Might Guy was diligent. Although Shisui was not lazy, he didn't have the enthusiasm he has now. Not to mention Obito, he used the holiday time to practice from looking forward to the holiday. Everyone stopped when Muyu spoke. They also knew this truth, but they were too focused on practice so they didn't pay attention to the time. Several disciples gathered together to rest for a while. Everyone was very tired, so they didn't chat much, even Obito, who was more talkative, did the same. After a simple encouragement, they dispersed. Only Shisui stayed to practice, because he was still a student of the ninja school. How did you improve so much? Shisui, who was practicing extra, was very confused and under great pressure. P.S. Those series of words only count as one character, but they just look a lot, but in order to improve the viewing experience, I will try to write less later. This chapter is 3K. Chapter 322. The third exam begins. On August 5, the Chunin exam officially began. The third exam of the Chunin exam was held in a huge circular venue. In the middle of the venue was a huge open space with a large area, a small area off trees and a small pond with a small amount of water. All candidates would fight here. In addition to the battle space for the candidates, there was a stepped audience seat, where there were many noble officials and wealthy businessmen, as well as local residents and ninjas of Konoha. The third Hokage did not sit in the ordinary audience seats. He had his own special seats, which were one level higher than the audience seats. There are so many spectators. Nohara Rin sighed as she looked at the crowd in the audience seats. Before this, the most lively event Nohara Rin had participated in was the festival, but there were not so many people. Don't be nervous, Xiaolin. You will definitely win if you show your strength. Obito thought Nohara Rin was worried that it would be ugly if she lost to too many people, so he comforted her. Nohara Rin covered her mouth and chuckled, Obito, you underestimate me. I won't be nervous just because there are spectators. Nohara Rin is not the kind of shy and timid girl. She will worry about the result because of the opponent's strength, but she will not be nervous because of people watching. Hee, that's good. Obito scratched his head and laughed. Obito didn't care about the audience. The more people there were, the more excited he was. This was a good opportunity to become famous in Konoha. Hurry up, it's almost time. Kakashi reminded him. Obito and Nohara-rin both nodded, and the three of them quickened their pace and walked into the center of the venue through the passage specially prepared for the examinees, which was also the battlefield for the examinees. The three of them arrived neither too early nor too late. 3 minutes after they arrived, all 16 examinees were present. Looking at all the examinees present, some audiences cheered, as if they were looking forward to the next battle. Did you hear that? The audience's calls are all for you. You are the protagonists today. Bailuhu said with a smile. Obito's heart surged when he heard Bailuhu's words. If he could get the first place under the attention of the crowd, this would be his first step towards becoming a Hokage. Might Guy had a confident smile on his face, and he gave a thumbs up to a certain green figure who jumped up excitedly in the audience. Mei Terumi clenched her pink fists. If she won the first place, she would be valued by the Yuanshi and Mizukage, and the road to becoming a Mizukage would become clear. Zabuza looked at Kakashi, who was only a few steps away from him, with a complicated expression. If he won, his second-round opponent would be Kakashi. Zabuza didn't know how to fight to win. The opponent even chopped off his mentor. The rules of the third exam are very simple. Just like the preliminaries, you win if you beat your opponent to the point where he can't fight or surrenders. Beirahu continued. If you have no doubts, except for candidate number 1 and candidate number 2 who stayed to prepare for the battle, other candidates please return to the lounge and wait for notification. The lounge can also see the battle in the venue, so it does not affect the candidate's collection of intelligence. The rules are so simple that naturally no candidate asked more questions. They walked into the candidate passage and went to the lounge, leaving only candidate number 1 Hoshigaki Kisame and candidate number 2 Yamashiro Aoba. Hoshigaki Kisame stood there expressionlessly. He only cared about 2 people in this exam, one was Might Guy and the other was Hitaki Kakashi. He felt that he had no problem with other exams. Compared to the calm Hoshigaki Kisame, Yamashiro Aoba was not so calm, and looked at Hoshigaki Kisame with an expression as if he was facing a great enemy. He had seen Hoshigaki Kisame's performance in the preliminary selection, and he was considered the strongest candidate. Hibarai asked the 2 to stand in the designated position, and then waited for about a minute before shouting loudly. First game, Hoshigaki Kisame vs Yamashiro Aoba, the battle begins. The loudspeaker made Hibarai's voice spread throughout the venue, and the spectators who were chatting turned their attention to the battlefield. This Hoshigaki Kisame is a ninja from the Hidden Mist village. Although they are both in the 5 major ninja villages, we rarely hear about the Hidden Mist village. A spectator in official uniform said. After all, the Hidden Mist village is in the land of water, and it will be more troublesome to come to the mainland. Said another official. But there are still gaps among the 5 major ninja villages. Our ninjas from the land of fire should be stronger. The officials nearby all nodded in agreement. This was not only because Konoha was the ninja village of the land of fire, but also because of Konoha's strong record of repeated victories. Although the audience was confident in Yamashiro Aoba, this could not eliminate the gap between Yamashiro Aoba and Hoshigaki Kisame. At the moment when Obito called out the start, Yamashiro Aoba immediately retreated and used ninjutsu to summon a large number of crows. Wow wow! The rough and hoarse cries of the crows instantly spread throughout the venue. A large number of crows circled around Yamashiro Aoba, interfering with Hoshigaki Kisame's vision and hearing. Swish, swish, swish. Yamashiro Aoba immediately threw several shuriken at Hoshigaki Kisame. Kisame chopped off the shuriken with a long sword, and then he directly stuck the sword into the ground and quickly formed a seal in his hand. Water style, exploding water wave. Kisame gathered a large amount of chakra and then changed the nature of water attributed chakra, spitting out a huge amount of water towards Yamashiro Aoba. Yamashiro Aoba frowned and quickly retreated, and ordered the crows to fly higher. Kisame's water volume was too large, and soon the entire battlefield was directly turned into a large pond by Kisame's water style. Yamashiro Aoba avoided the impact of the water flow but was forced to stand on the water and fight the attacking Kisame. Bang bang! The two sides fought for a while, and even with the crows interfering, Yamashiro Aoba was beaten back step by step. This limited area battle was too disadvantageous for Yamashiro Aoba. Kisame could dive into the water at any time to avoid the crows' attacks, but Yamashiro Aoba had no good way to effectively attack Kisame. It's really a bad sign. Yamashiro Aoba felt helpless. It happened that he was also practicing fire escape, which was restrained by Kisame's water escape. He has some skills, not weak. After a few rounds of fighting, Kisame found that Yamashiro Aoba was much stronger than expected. Although there was no outstanding place, Yamashiro Aoba could be considered good in all aspects. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. Since there was plenty of water in the venue at this moment, Kisame condensed a huge water dragon without spending much chakra and smashed it towards Yamashiro Aoba. The crows that interfered with his vision were instantly washed away by the huge water dragon. Fire style, great fireball technique. Yamashiro Aoba made his last struggle. He first spit out a great fireball to block the incoming water dragon bullet, then controlled the remaining crows to block his body, and then Yamashiro Aoba held his breath and dived into the water and swam quickly towards Kisame. But Yamashiro Aoba underestimated Kisame's professionalism as a Kirigaku ninja. Even though Yamashiro Aoba was very careful not to cause any noise, and there was a great fireball to cover the sound of the water dragon bullet, Kisame still found Yamashiro Aoba trapped in the water. Kisame pretended not to notice, and suddenly dived into the water to fight with Yamashiro Aoba the moment Yamashiro Aoba approached. Splash! A large amount of water exploded, and Yamashiro Aoba was directly hit out of the water by Kisame's full force. This is not over yet. Under Kisame's control, a stream of water rushed straight towards Yamashiro Aoba who had not yet landed. Bang! Under the impact of the water flow, Yamashiro Aoba was directly smashed against the wall at the edge of the battlefield. For ordinary people watching the battle, it didn't take long. They only felt that Kisame used a water escape technique to turn the field into a big pond. Then the two of them fought with their fists and feet twice, and the water escape technique and the fire escape technique collided. Then Yamashiro Aoba was hit against the wall. The whole process took only a few minutes. It seems that this person is an excellent ninja from the Hidden Mist village. He cannot be measured by ordinary ninja standards. The official who said that the ninjas of the Land of Fire were strong before touched his beard and said, without any embarrassment on his face. That's right. After all, the Hidden Mist village must send the strongest genius in its own ninja village after coming from afar. The official next to him agreed. I didn't expect the ninjas of the Hidden Mist village to be so strong. I wonder how efficient their commissions are. Kisame's strong performance made some wealthy businessmen on the field recognize the strength of the Hidden Mist village. The Hidden Mist village smiled when they heard this, but the Konoha ninjas in the audience didn't look very good and lost the first game. Danzo, who was sitting on the right side of Sarutobi Hiruzen, frowned when he saw this scene, and a look of displeasure appeared on his face. Although he could see that it was not Yamashiro Aoba who was weak but Kisame who was too strong, in Danzo's eyes, losing in such an important occasion would be a disgrace to Konoha, which was not right. The Yuanji, who was sitting on the left side of Sarutobi Hiruzen, just smiled faintly, without saying anything and not laughing too happily. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not frown or smile, he looked at the venue with a normal expression, making it difficult to see his inner thoughts. Hoshigaki Kisame wins. After discovering that Yamashiro Aoba had lost his ability to fight, Hiruzen announced Kisame's victory neatly. After Hiruzen announced the result, a medical ninja quickly took Yamashiro Aoba to treatment, and Kisame walked towards the lounge. Xiaolin, come on. Seeing the end of the first game, Obito cheered Nohara Rin. You can use more water escape at the beginning, you will have the advantage of the field in the front. Kakashi walked to Nohara Rin and reminded softly. Although there is a drainage system on the battlefield, it is obviously not very good. Although the amount of water is constantly decreasing and there is not as much as before, it is still a favorable environment for Nohara Rin. Of course, if the battle drags on for too long, the water will definitely run out. Yet, Nohara Rin smiled and nodded to the two. The second battle, Nohara Rin vs Narayui, candidates please enter quickly. The voice of Bai Liu who came into the lounge. Nohara Rin waved goodbye to the two and walked towards the battlefield. Midori will cheer you up. Inyazuka Midori also cheered for Narayui who was about to fight. Narayui nodded and turned to walk towards the field. Although he failed to collect information about Nohara Rin during the special training at Muyu, his physical skills there have improved slightly. P.S. I will update once today. I said I would take a day off the day before yesterday, but I succeeded for a day. I didn't fall asleep until 2:00 Euro clock last night. I will try harder today. If it doesn't work, forget it. I will do whatever I have to do. I will finish writing the book first. I've really been out of shape writing lately. Chapter 323, Might Guy, a terrifying power. Keep a good distance and don't be controlled by the opponent's shadow secret technique. Nohara Rin thought about her tactics again before walking to the battlefield. Because she had fought side by side with Narayui once, Nohara Rin knew the weirdness of the shadow imitation technique. Once controlled, even if it was not for a long time, it would be enough to reverse the situation. In fact, Nohara Rin was curious about how long Narayui could control people under normal circumstances. If it was only 2 or 3 seconds longer than Akudamai Hideaki's time, it would not be able to directly end the battle in a one-on-one battle, and at most gain some advantages. After all, when performing the shadow imitation technique, Narayui itself could not directly attack the controlled person, and could only find ways to use the environment to cause damage to him. If it was determined that Narayui's control time was not long, Nohara Rin could fight more aggressively. After all, she knew medical ninjutsu, and a little injury would not have much impact. This is the importance of intelligence. Even if Nohara Rin knew there was this possibility, she would not dare to gamble, because if she lost the bet, she would be eliminated directly. When Nohara Rin was guessing Narayushi's intelligence, Narayushi also went over Nohara Rin's intelligence in his mind. Even that Hoshigaki Kisame can be repelled head-on. It would be bad if he was hit by that punch. Although Narayushi hoped that Nohara Rin would get close to him and be controlled by the shadow imitation technique, the actual combat situation is ever-changing. Maybe at some point he would not have time to use the shadow imitation technique, so he would definitely find a way to avoid this move. When they walked onto the field, Nohara Rin and Narayushi used chakra to walk on the water. After waiting for the two to stand, Hirocho quickly announced the start of the second exam. At the moment Hirocho called out, Nohara Rin entered the water-breathing state and quickly retreated to distance herself from Narayushi while throwing shuriken at Narayushi. She didn't know the maximum distance of Narayushi's shadow imitation technique, so she could only stay as far back as possible. Swish, swish, swish. Narayushi neither chased nor retreated, and he also threw shuriken on the spot. Although the shurikens of the two were not bad, they were not good enough and did not cause any effective damage to each other. Narayushiro walked forward slowly. In the battle with Kirigakuer, Nohara Rin did not show effective long-range attack means, so he just had to slowly reduce Nohara Rin's dodge space to less than the limit distance of the shadow imitation technique. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. What Narayushiro did not expect was that after he approached, Nohara Rin directly formed a seal and used water escape ninjutsu, and a large amount of water flow swirled around Nohara Rin and finally formed a water dragon. She actually knows water escape ninjutsu. Narayoshiro's face suddenly changed and he immediately used the body flash technique to rush towards the small trees behind. He guessed that this was a new ninjutsu that Nohara-rin had practiced during the 1-month break, otherwise Nohara-rin did not use water escape ninjutsu when the battle with Kirigakure was so critical. This was absolutely bad news for Narayoshiro. Because Kisame changed the venue type in the last battle and turned it into a big pond, using water escape in a place with water will not only consume less energy but also be more powerful. It's water escape. Even the calm Narayui couldn't hold it anymore. The opponent got full buffs right after entering the field. Who wouldn't be annoyed? Narayui didn't have any defensive ninjutsu yet. He could only use the environment to reduce damage, but he was still inevitably injured and embarrassed. Xiaolin, this is how you fight. Obito in the lounge saw Nohara-rin gaining the upper hand and shouted excitedly. Kakashi nodded. He felt that Nohara-rin had basically won this time, because Narayui was essentially an auxiliary ninja, and single-player combat was not his strong point. It's over. It seems that the task of sprinting Chunin can only be handed over to Midori. Inuzuka Midori also felt that his teammates were not far from losing. Although she mentally supported Narayui to win, Narayui was indeed in a big disadvantage at the moment and couldn't fight back at all. Huff. Narayoshi wiped the water off his face and panted slightly as he looked at Nohara-rin. His mind was racing, and he tried his best to think of a way to break the situation. But no matter how hard Narayoshi thought, he could not think of his chance of winning. Without defensive ninjutsu, he could only rely on his position and environment to deal with Nohara-rin's water escape attack, but Narayoshi could not touch Nohara-rin because of the distance of the ninjutsu. It was too uncomfortable to fight long hands with short hands. Just then, Narayoshi suddenly appeared on the water surface and a small shadow appeared. He looked up and saw a bird circling in the sky. A flash of inspiration came to Narayoshi's mind, and he instantly thought of a plan that could turn the tide of the battle. Shadow imitation technique. Narayoshi suddenly formed a seal and used ninjutsu, and the black shadow rushed towards Nohara-rin at a high speed. Nohara-rin, who was forming a seal, thought she had entered the attack range of the shadow imitation technique and immediately dodged and retreated. But to Nohara-rin's surprise, Narayoshi's shadow did not touch her, and even the position before she moved was 3 meters away. Showing weakness to the enemy. Nohara-rin thought that Narayui didn't understand the limit of his ninjutsu. The cautious Nohara-rin didn't move forward. She thought it was Narayui's strategy to make her misjudge the attack distance of the shadow imitation technique. Seeing that the shadow imitation technique didn't hit, Narayui took back the shadow with regret and hid behind the tree. Water escape technique, water clone technique. Fearing that Narayui had some unknown plan, Nohara-rin separated a water clone and hid beside him. Nohara-rin Yuanlin's speed in learning water escape technique was not bad, so Mu taught Nohara-rin a water clone. This thing was simpler than ordinary shadow clones, and its overall performance was not as good as ordinary shadow clones. It was limited in places without water. Water escape technique, water dragon bullet technique. Nohara-rin wanted to continue to release water escape technique to attack Narayanchi. The trees in the battlefield were not as thick as those in the southern forest. They could block Narayanchi's body, but they obviously could not resist the technique. Shadow imitation technique. Narayanchi suddenly jumped out again and used the shadow secret technique. Looking at the fast-moving shadow, Nohara-rin immediately stopped making hand seals and retreated, but the shadow still stopped at the previous position, and then Narayanchi cancelled the ninjutsu. He is stalling for time and wants to wait for the water to drain out. Nohara-rin noticed that there was less and less water on the field and suddenly guessed Narayanchi's tactics. Thinking of this, Nohara-rin walked back to the position she was at just now and continued to use ninjutsu. She was now standing at the limit distance for using water dragon bullets. If she was farther away, she would have difficulty controlling it. Narayoshio did not just watch Nohara-rin use ninjutsu. When the water flow condensed, although he did not use ninjutsu, he threw out several kunao in succession, but none of them could hit Nohara Rin. Boom! The water dragon directly broke the tree where Narayoshio was hiding, and knocked Narayoshio directly into the water. Narayoshio quickly climbed up and spit out the water in his mouth, looking at a small black shadow on the water and smiled. Water escape. Nohara Rin was ready to continue using ninjutsu. Shadow imitation technique. Narayoshio used shadow imitation technique again, and the black shadow rushed straight towards Nohara Rin. This time, Nohara Rin did not stop but continued to condense chakra to use water dragon bullets. With Narayoshio's state, he would definitely not have the strength to fight again if he could withstand another water dragon bullet. Besides, the distance between her and Narayoshio was already very far. If Narayoshio could hit her with the shadow imitation technique at this distance, then Narayoshio could control her with the shadow imitation technique when she used the water escape ninjutsu for the first time. As Nohara Rin expected, Narayoshio's shadow stopped at the previous position. This was his limit distance. But something happened that Nohara Rin did not expect. At this time, a small black shadow floated onto Narayoshio's shadow. Whoosh! Narayoshio's shadow immediately extended at a very fast speed and rushed directly into Nohara Rin's shadow. Nohara Rin looked at this scene with a surprised look on her face. She looked up and saw a kunao with a simple landing device floating in the sky. It was this that provided a foothold for Narayoshio's shadow to extend. You have the advantage of water, and I have the luck of wind. Narayoshio couldn't help but smile. He just hid behind the tree and cut his clothes to make a simple parachute, and then used ordinary kunao to attract the attention of Nohara Rin when she was concentrating on performing ninjutsu, and finally threw the kunao that could decide the outcome into the sky. It can be said that as long as the wind is a little stronger or there is a deviation in direction, Narayoshio's attack will fail, but it seems that God wants to make up for the disadvantage of the venue for him, and the final result is exactly the same as he conceived without any deviation. Ordinary people can't understand Narayoshio's operation directly, only ninjas know what kind of operation he has completed. It's a good seedling, but it's a pity that the opponent is too cautious. Narashikako shook his head and said, "Isn't it all under control? The result should have been decided, right? Akimichi Choza has some understanding of shadow imitation. If it was Shikaku, it would have been over, but Yoshio should have only mastered the basic shadow imitation technique, and Nohara Rin had." Before Yamanaka Inoichi finished explaining, the situation on the field changed rapidly again. As the shadows merged, the water condensed by Nohara Rin scattered, and Narayu began to control Nohara Rin's body to walk towards the wall. He wanted to control Nohara Rin to hit the wall and faint. Because of the position, he would only hit the air when hitting the wall, while Nohara Rin hit the solid stone. But at that moment, Nohara Rin's hidden water clone appeared. Water prison technique. The water clone condensed a circular water prison to control the main body. Narayu frowned. When he hid behind the tree, Nohara Rin lost his sight, and he also lost Nohara Rin's sight, so he didn't know that Nohara Rin had split another clone. It stands to reason that Nohara Rin was a big advantage at that time, and there was no need to waste this chakra. Narayu controlled Nohara Rin's body to hit the water shield with all her strength, trying to break the water prison technique. But Nohara Rin's power comes from the supernatural ninjutsu, not her own strength, and Narayu obviously can't have supernatural strength, so using Nohara Rin's body to hit the water prison technique didn't even make the water shield fluctuate. Narayu's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he had to cancel the shadow imitation technique, otherwise the water clone's attack would hit him. At the moment when Narayu cancelled the shadow imitation technique, the water clone also cancelled the water prison technique. Nohara Rin burst out chakra and attacked Narayu with the water clone in different directions. "I give up." Narayu, who was seriously injured and had consumed most of his chakra, surrendered directly after feeling that he had completely lost the chance of winning. The winner is decided, Nohara Rin won. Beiruo announced the game to the audience. The winner of the game. Many ninjas on the field applauded Nohara Rin and Narayui. If the first game was a crushing victory in strength, the second game was undoubtedly a competition of caution and wisdom. If Nohara Rin had not used that water clone, she might have reversed from a big advantage to elimination. Look, Xylan won. A middle-aged couple smiled excitedly when they saw Nohara Rin win. I am still far behind Miyu in teaching. Minato sighed as he watched Nohara Rin win. He was also Nohara Rin's teacher. He knew what Nohara Rin's strength was before she participated in the Chunin exam. It was really difficult to master water escape to this extent in 1 month. Oh, was it Miyu who helped Nohara Rin train during the Chunin exam? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked back and asked Minato, who was standing behind him. Today, Minato watched the game with the high-level officials as a guard. In fact, Jiraiya should have come, but Jiraiya didn't want to come and went to the ordinary audience. Minato was on duty for his teacher. Well, after all, I don't know much about water escape. Minato nodded and replied. Although Obito, Kakashi, and Nohara Rin all chose Miyu to help with special training instead of Minato, Minato didn't think there was anything wrong. He had been with Kakashi and the others for several months, and had some understanding of what they practiced. He also talked to Miyu about the training of the three. He couldn't give any instructions on the core training content at all, because that was the ninjutsu developed by Miyu himself, and Minato couldn't give instructions blindly. Minato could only teach them what they knew, such as wind escape, fire escape, sealing techniques, etc., and help Obito and the others with some ninja training. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't ask any more questions. Although Nohara Rin performed well, she was still far behind Kakashi and the others. If it weren't for Kisame's water escape that directly changed the venue, it would be more difficult for Nohara Rin to win even if she could. Xiaolin, look, I told you that you have no problem. Obito said excitedly when he saw Nohara Rin walk into the lounge. Well, thanks to your encouragement, I am more confident. Nohara Rin smiled. She tried her best and won. She was really happy now. The third battle is about to begin. Noguchi Nobuhide vs Might Guy. Please enter the venue quickly and prepare for the battle. At this time, the voice of Beiruo came into the lounge. It's time to release youth. Might Guy rubbed his fists with excitement. His father was watching in the audience. Might Guy must want to show his best state. Compared to Might Guy's excitement, Noguchi Nobuhide was a little autistic. He was a teammate of Mei Terumi. He participated in the Battle of the Death Forest and knew how terrifying Might Guy's strength was. Even Kisame was kicked and vomited blood. But Noguchi Nobuhide couldn't surrender. If he dared to surrender, someone would come to tell him how to write the blood word of Blood Mist. My dear friend, don't lose before you meet me. Might Guy grinned at Kakashi before walking out of the lounge. Might Guy is most looking forward to fighting Kakashi again. If he defeats Kakashi and wins first place, it will be too exciting for him. Then you just wait to be defeated by me. Kakashi replied calmly. Haha, you are indeed a close friend. I recognize your confidence. Might Guy gave Kakashi a thumbs up and walked towards the battlefield with a big laugh. You are just talking big. I will eliminate you in the semi-finals. Obito said with an unhappy face. You should know that Kakashi has never defeated him since he opened his Sharingan, although they only fought that one time. Kakashi ignored Obito's words. The battle was about to begin. Mei Terumi stared at the battlefield, hoping that her teammates could do something. Might Guy is indeed a strong enemy. Ha ha ha, did you see that? That's my son Might Guy. He is super strong. Might Guy stood up excitedly when he saw Might Guy enter the field. The audience beside him couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. In a sense, they could tell even without Might Guy saying anything. It was hard not to tell with the death green tights and the same thick eyebrows. Are you going to become a Chunin at the age of 9, Guy? Your youth is already burning more fiercely than mine. Might Guy couldn't help but shed tears of excitement when he thought that Might Guy could become a chunin at the age of less than 10. He was so happy for Might Guy. Why do you look like you have already won before the battle even starts? Our Kirigakure ninjas are not that easy to deal with. A Kirigakure ninja said unhappily. Might Guy didn't quarrel with the Kirigakure ninjas. He just sat down quietly and looked at the battlefield with excitement. The Kirigakure ninjas didn't have the idea of looking for trouble. Seeing that Might Guy was quiet and didn't say anything, he just felt that Might Guy underestimated them. The battle begins. After Obito shouted, he continued to retreat to the edge. At this time, the water on the field had almost receded, and the field returned to its previous state, but there was still some water on the ground. 8 gates of ninjutsu, the first gate opens, open. Rest gate, open. Life gate, open. Rock breathing, full concentration. In order to let his father see his strength, although the enemy's strength was average, Might Guy directly chose to go all out and burst out all his strength. This sudden burst of terrifying power created a gust of air out of thin air to disperse the water around Might Guy. If you can send emoticons, then Noguchi Nobuhide will definitely send a dragon picture of "Are you going to kill me?" At this moment, in front of Might Guy's powerful aura, Noguchi Nobuhide felt there was no desire to fight him, the gap was too big. Noguchi Nobuhide could only suppress the fear in his heart and then use the water ninjutsu. Ultimate Konoha Gritty Whirlwind. Might Guy poured most of his strength into his thighs and kicked Noguchi Nobuhide with an extremely fast whirlwind kick. Bang! Noguchi Nobuhide's water ninjutsu was directly kicked out by Might Guy's kick, and Noguchi Nobuhide was kicked back by this powerful kick before he even had time to react. Puff! Bang! Noguchi Nobuhide spit out a mouthful of blood and hit the wall at the edge of the venue directly, and was embedded in the wall. Quiet! At this moment, the venue was silent. Not only did the audience fail to react, but even Hirako did not expect Might Guy to be able to solve his opponent so quickly. It was less than half a minute from the beginning, or even less than 20 seconds. Might Guy wins. Hirako, who reacted, quickly announced Might Guy's victory. The Kirigakure ninja who had said to Might Guy that Kirigakure ninja was not weak before bowed his head deeply. This was too embarrassing. He was killed instantly with one move, without any suspense. And Might Guy didn't say anything to Kirigakure ninja. He just excitedly celebrated the victory for his child. This chapter is 5.2k. There will be another chapter later. Let's try to get 4k. I had a good rest yesterday and I am very energetic today. Chapter 324 The Pressure of the Son of the Hokage. This should be the genius ninja of our fire country. Seeing Might Guy kill Kirigakure ninja instantly, the fire country officials smiled. Although Kisame also won easily, it was undoubtedly that Might Guy's one-kick kill had a stronger impact. Sure enough, the ninja of Konoha is better. He should be the strongest among all the contestants. An audience member sighed. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was Might Guy who rushed just now. Might Guy killed his opponent in seconds. They didn't even know when Might Guy rushed to Noguchi Nobuhide. Might Guy's speed was too fast. There is no doubt that Might Guy, who had such a strong performance, was considered the strongest in this exam. How could the son of that 10,000-year-old genin be so strong? Some ninjas who knew Might Guy rubbed their eyes with doubts about life. Although they didn't know why Might Guy, a 10,000-year-old genin, was promoted to chunin, those who looked down on him before still looked down on him. In this case, they naturally couldn't think how strong Might Guy would be. But groundless speculation will eventually be slapped in the face by reality. Might Guy used his strength to tell them that he was very strong, super strong, and could defeat his opponent in less than half a minute. The smile on the Yuanshi's face disappeared. Noguchi Nobuhide lost too quickly, and he didn't even catch a move, which was really embarrassing for Kirigakure. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slightly and didn't speak. Looking at the excited green figure in the audience, Might Guy closed the 8 gates and breathing method and smiled brightly. He wanted to make his father proud of him today. The 4th battle, Kurosawa vs Inuzuka Midori, please enter as soon as possible. When Might Guy returned to the lounge, Beirut called out the names of the next battle players. Midori is the only hope now, come on. Inuzuka Midori cheered herself up in her heart. Abaramanaya also fell in the preliminaries, and Narayui also lost to Nohara Rin in the 2nd battle. Now she is the only candidate left in the team. She has fought with Kurosawa before and knows that this Kirigakura is not easy to deal with, but Inuzuka Midori doesn't want to fall here. The 2 of them entered the 3rd game, and at least one of them must enter the 2nd round. Wouldn't it make them look weak if they all fell in the top 16? Kurosawa stood up with a calm face and walked out of the venue, not paying much attention to this battle. He is not a real genin. Except for the monster candidates like Hoshigaki, Kisame, and Might Guy, Kurosawa does not think he will lose to others. Little Green, come on. Because they fought side by side, Obito also cheered for Inuzuka Midori. Either call me Inuzuka or call me Midori. Little Green is too ugly. Inuzuka Midori turned around and complained. Okay, Little Green. Obito replied subconsciously. If he could not beat him, Inuzuka Midori really wanted to punch Obito. Without correcting Obito, Inuzuka Midori walked quickly to the battlefield. Why don't you surrender? You can save yourself from getting hurt. Anyway, you will lose in the end. Kurosawa said calmly. Hearing Kurosawa's words, Inuzuka Midori gritted his teeth and glared at Kurosawa. Counting the old grudge in the forest of death, Inuzuka Midori's anger value was full at this moment. He vowed in his heart that even if he couldn't win, he would bite a piece of meat off Kurosawa. Shiramaru on Inuzuka Midori's shoulders seemed to sense Inuzuka Midori's anger and bared his teeth at Kurosawa. The battle begins. As soon as Obito finished speaking, Inuzuka Midori immediately performed the beast-like ninjutsu and lay on the ground, while Shiramaru also transformed into the same appearance as Inuzuka Midori and stacked on top of Inuzuka Midori. Pointless struggle. Seeing that Inuzuka Midori had no intention of surrendering, Kurosawa began to make hand seals. Mist hiding technique. A large amount of thick fog suddenly enveloped the venue, hiding the figures of Kurosawa and Inuzuka Midori. Many spectators were dumbfounded, and they were all covered by the fog. What were they looking at? Guess, heart, thigh, head, arm, which part will I attack first? Kurosawa's voice sounded like a ghost in the fog. Although Kurosawa was gone, Inuzuka Midori was not panicked at all. Others might be afraid of this ninjutsu, but her Inuzuka clan's secret technique happened to be the nemesis of this ninjutsu. Attack you big-headed ghost, take my punch first. Inuzuka Midori sniffed with her nose, and after confirming Kurosawa's position, she immediately rushed out with Shiramaru to attack. Bang bang! Although it was a 1-on-2 battle, the experienced Kurosawa calmly took the attack. What's going on? Is it a coincidence or something? Kurosawa didn't expect Inuzuka Midori to find his position so quickly and accurately. In order to test this problem, Kurosawa tried to use the instant body technique to go to other places, but was immediately found by Inuzuka Midori. Kurosawa did not waste any more chakra and directly cancelled the mist hidden technique. If he didn't cancel it, the mist hidden technique would become a helper for Inuzuka Midori. Then Kurosawa fought with Inuzuka Midori with water escape and swordsmanship. Although Midori Inuzuka was the strongest in one-on-one combat in her team, she was obviously a little overwhelmed when facing Kurosawa, who came to participate in the Chunin exam as a Chunin. Bloods gradually appeared on her body, but Midori Inuzuka did not admit defeat. She swore in her heart that she would not let Kurosawa have an easy time even if she lost. Midori Inuzuka adopted a tactic of exchanging injuries for injuries. She no longer dodged Kurosawa's attacks, but launched attacks when Kurosawa attacked her. Although Kurosawa was very cautious, she was eventually injured in the face of Midori Inuzuka's desperate fighting style. Midori Inuzuka held Kurosawa's sword with her hand, and Shiramaru took the opportunity to launch Tanja and injured Kurosawa's right leg. Seeing Kurosawa injured, Midori Inuzuka fell down with satisfaction. If her strength allowed, she would also like to do better, but this is all she can do now. The winner is decided, Kurosawa wins. Hiraho announced the result of the battle in time. Kurosawa glared at Midori Inuzuka, but did not dare to continue to attack. It's really troublesome. I have to fight a monster like that in the second round. The victory did not make Kurosawa feel excited. What's so happy about a Chunin defeating a genin? Compared to the current victory, he needs to think more about how to make himself less injured in the second round, because his second round opponent is Might Guy. The seriously injured Inuzuka Midori was quickly taken away by the medical ninja, and Kurosawa also went to a place specially for candidates to heal his wounds. Seeing Kurosawa win the battle, the expression on Yuanshi's face eased a little. Now there are 3 battles between Konoha and Kirigakuer, and Kirigakuer has won 2 of them, so they are still in the upper hand. The 5th match, Uchiha Obito vs Sarutobi Asuma. Sarutobi Asuma, isn't this the son of the Sandaime-sama? He's also old enough to take the Chunin exam. Uchiha Obito, I've never heard of this name. It should be the Sandaime-sama's son who will win. The vast majority of the audience are more optimistic about Asuma, not because they know what ninjutsu Asuma can do and how strong he is, but because Asuma is the son of the 3rd Hokage. As the son of the 3rd Hokage, it is only natural for Asuma to win, and it would be abnormal if he loses. You actually underestimated our Uchiha. Uchiha Inahiro disagreed with these remarks. Having been defeated by Obito, he knows best how strong Obito is. Not to mention Genin, he is considered one of the strongest among Chunin. No problem, Obito will use his strength to prove the excellence of Uchiha. Uchiha 8th said calmly. In his opinion, Obito may not be able to beat Kisame or Might Guy, these 2 are really monsters, but there is no problem in beating Asuma. The reason is very simple. If Asuma has such a strong strength, as the son of Hokage, his name as a genius would have spread throughout Konoha long ago. Uchiha Inari nodded, looked at the center of the venue, and prepared to concentrate on watching the battle. It is difficult to hear the discussion in the audience seats on the battlefield. Basically, the ninjas are sharp-eyed and sharp-eared. Although he couldn't hear clearly, Asuma had guessed what the audience was discussing above. It's nothing more than that he, the son of Hokage, should win. He knows this too well because he has heard it since he was a child. It's natural for him to win, which is what the son of Hokage should do. If he loses, it means he didn't practice well. How can the son of Hokage be at this level? It's easy to say, but Obito is not easy to deal with. Asuma thought to himself as he looked at Obito, who was smiling and waving at the audience. He was not sure about fighting with Obito. He was still impressed by Asuma's fire style in the preliminaries. Now that a month had passed, he didn't know what kind of improvement Obito would have. Asuma was really unsure. Not winning the battle as those people wished would not make Asuma sad, and he would even feel secretly happy in his heart. But Asuma would not lose deliberately because there were people he cared about on the field. Asuma didn't want Miyu to see him lose easily, thinking that his teaching was in vain. Asuma didn't want Sarutobi Hiruzen to see him lose easily, and he wanted to prove himself with his strength. Asuma looked up at the audience. Although it was difficult to distinguish because of the distance, he imagined that there must be a blonde figure looking at this place with a gentle smile. That kid's battle, he will definitely be beaten by Uchiha Obito. Tsunade said when he heard Asuma's name. Why? Miyu turned to look at Tsunade and asked. Haha, because Asuma can't speak, call her aunt. Jiraiya laughed and answered the question for Tsunade. Miyu's expression was a little subtle. Tsunade's nonsense really made her right. Now the gap between their strength is a bit big. It's really hard for Asuma to win. She needs to pull in all aspects. It is possible only if Obito is extremely weak. But if I were to ask you at Asuma's age? Jiraiya looked at Tsunade's gradually raised fist, and finally swallowed the rest of his words. Tsunade hit people without any mercy. The battle begins. When Obito's voice spread throughout the venue, Muyu turned his attention back to the venue to watch the battle. Flame breathing, full concentration breathing. Obito quickly entered the concentrated breathing state to increase the speed of his own fire attribute chakra nature change. However, he did not immediately enter the flame breathing chakra mode, which consumed too much. He first felt Asuma's bottom before deciding whether to open it. Asuma also immediately entered the basic breathing state to enhance his own ability. Swish, swish, swish. Asuma took out 3 kunao from the ninja tool bag and used the wind nature change to bless them with wind attribute chakra and threw them towards Obito. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito condensed his chakra and quickly changed the nature of his throat to spit out a large amount of flames. The flames formed a huge fireball and smashed towards the attacking shuriken. The kunao with wind attribute chakra was indeed powerful, but it was still a little weak when it came into contact with Obito's great fireball and was directly knocked to the ground. Asuma did not choose to resist, but dodged. Obito did not expect the great fireball to hit Asuma, so he immediately burst out his chakra and rushed up. Although Asuma was far behind Obito in breathing strength, physique, and so on, this month Asuma did not spend in vain. In addition to the basic breathing method, Asuma had a deeper understanding of the changes in the nature of the wind attribute, and at the same time, under Muyu's guidance, he mastered the skills of using wind style to accelerate himself. Under the speed of wind style, Asuma did not fall into a disadvantage instantly. On the surface, he and Obito fought back and forth, and they looked evenly matched. Of course, it was only on the surface. Obito's strength is so much greater than mine. When did he become so good at physical skills? Asuma, who thought he could gain the upper hand in physical skills with new skills, was a little puzzled. After roughly understanding Asuma's physical skills level, Obito directly opened his Sharingan, his eyes turned blood red, and 2 Megatama rotated in them. Obito's insight increased greatly after the Sharingan was opened, and Asuma's attack showed many flaws in Obito's eyes. Asuma, who was already somewhat defeated, immediately fell into a disadvantage and was beaten back by Obito. A guard saw Asuma fall into a disadvantage and subconsciously glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was similar to the previous battle, and there was not much change. He actually suppressed the son of the Hokage. This Uchiha Obito is very strong. Is he going to win? No ninja would be stupid enough to belittle the son of the Hokage in such a grand occasion. Even if he lost, he would only complain in his heart or when discussing with friends. If it were an ordinary person, the Hokage might not care. You, a ninja, don't know what's going on, right? And even if the Hokage doesn't care, there are people under him who are willing to serve. Uchiha Fugaku watched Obito attack steadily to gain an advantage and nodded slightly. In his opinion, Obito should be promoted to Chunin this time. If he is a Chunin, he can directly enter the police department. If he can come to the police department, he will definitely get the best teaching. Uchiha Yashiro felt sorry for Obito's refusal last time. He felt that it was best for Uchiha to teach Uchiha. After all, no one could understand Uchiha better than Uchiha. Seeing that he was defeated in physical skills, Asuma had to change his strategy. He used the changes in the nature of wind attributes to the extreme and accelerated to open up the distance. Although he was even more unsure about ninjutsu, Asuma had to use it at this moment, because if he didn't use wind escape ninjutsu, he would be beaten by Obito's physical skills and lose. Those people must have started to complain in their hearts that I must not have practiced well. You guys who can only talk with your mouth, you don't know how strong my opponent is. Asuma complained in his heart while making hand seals. It's so fast, let's use ninjutsu. Obito, who realized that he couldn't catch up with Asuma and would have to face the wind escape, also started to make hand seals and use fire escape ninjutsu. I wrote 9.2k today, which can be regarded as making up for yesterday's point. I will continue to work hard tomorrow. In addition, I didn't mean to be stuck, but it was too late. I wrote a little bit without realizing it. I was so sleepy when I came back to my mind. Chapter 325 Kakashi showing off his white fang style. Wind escape, vacuum ball. Asuma's hands moved quickly, gathering chakra to change the nature of wind escape, and spitting out transparent energy towards Obito. Fire escape, Phoenix fire technique. Obito condensed a large amount of chakra in his throat and then changed the nature of fire attribute chakra, spitting out fireballs from his mouth. Boom! The ki and the fireballs collided and exploded. Both of them kept the chakra output while moving, and many small holes appeared on the field. Obito's fireballs were more powerful and more numerous than Asuma's vacuum ball. Asuma was soon injured by the explosion of the fireballs. This injury was nothing, but it interfered with Asuma's use of ninjutsu. Without the vacuum ball to offset some of the fireballs, 5 or 6 small fireballs immediately hit Asuma. Asuma had to immediately consume chakra to use wind escape to accelerate himself to dodge, but Obito with the Sharingan saw through Asuma's dodge route. Whoosh! Obito flashed and appeared next to Asuma's dodge position in advance and punched him hard. Bang! Faced with such an attack, even Asuma, who had the wind escape acceleration, was unable to dodge and was knocked away by a punch. At this moment, even ordinary people can see that there is a considerable gap between Asuma and Obito. It is not just one aspect, but all aspects that Asuma is worse than Obito. He lost in the physical battle, and also lost in the ninjutsu battle. He was completely suppressed. Is it still not working? Obito's progress is too exaggerated. Bingzu Lietong felt sorry for Asuma while watching the battle off the court. As Asuma's teammate, he knew Asuma's efforts these days. Asuma's strength has really improved a lot. It's not that Asuma's strength is not good, but that Obito is too strong now. Bingzu Lietong felt that as long as Asuma didn't meet Hoshigaki Kisame, Might Guy, Kakashi, and Obito, there would be no problem for him to advance to the second round, but unfortunately he happened to meet one of those 4 people. There is still hope. Didn't Asuma say before that he had practiced a combination ninjutsu? It's impossible that Obito has mastered 2 nature changes, right? Yui Kurane thought that it was hard to say until the last moment. Swish, swish, swish. Asuma threw a shuriken with chakra in the air to force Obito, who rushed over to retreat. Shadow clone technique. Asuma, who landed smoothly with the help of the wind escape airflow, immediately formed a seal to separate a shadow clone. He couldn't defeat Obito with fire escape, because his fire attribute chakra nature change and chakra were not as good as Obito. He also found it difficult to defeat Obito with wind escape, because fire attribute was better than wind attribute in ninjutsu duels. Asuma's last hope was combination ninjutsu, which was his only advantage. He mastered 2 chakra nature changes, while Obito only mastered a single fire attribute nature change. In addition to teaching Asuma Cyclone in 1 month, Mu taught Asuma how to combine wind escape and fire escape to exert the greatest power. Fire style, Great Flame technique. Wind style, Cyclone. After the shadow clone appeared, he immediately began to form seals to use the Sarutobi clan's secret fire style, followed by Asuma's original body using wind style. As a long-standing secret technique of the Sarutobi clan, the Great Flame technique has many advantages, the biggest feature of which is the fierce fire. And the wind style cyclone can just maximize the characteristics of the Great Flame technique, because the cyclone has extremely strong wind power. The hot and fierce flames kept spitting out from the shadow clone's mouth, and Asuma's original body spit out strong winds to expand the flames, beating towards Obito like a sea of fire. He has learned your best skills. Danzo glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said. Combined ninjutsu is exactly Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength. Others usually combine 2 attributes, but Sarutobi Hiruzen can use 5 nature changes to combine together. But Danzo found a problem. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not smile, and his expression was a little strange. Danzo was right. Combination ninjutsu was his best skill. He also knew the Great Flame technique and wind-style cyclone. But it had nothing to do with Asuma being able to use it, because he had never taught Asuma the cyclone technique. It should be Muyu who taught him, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly figured out the reason. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no way to do this. He was busy with official duties and could not teach Asuma like a mentor. He could only give some pointers in his spare time. But this teaching method did not seem to be suitable for Asuma, and the effect was not good, from the perspective of strength growth. Obito, keep up the good work. Nohara-rin was a little worried when she saw that Asuma actually had such a trump card. Kakashi looked at the battlefield calmly. As an opponent, he knew Obito's strength better, but he could not beat Obito in this way. Facing the raging fire created by Asuma, Obito was not afraid at all. To be honest, after being able to enter the flame-breathing chakra mode, the thing he was least afraid of was fire style. Although there are simpler ways to deal with it, Obito doesn't want to use the least energy, he chooses the coolest one. Obito's breathing gradually changes, the chakra in his body begins to burn, his aura rises step by step, and he enters the flame-breathing chakra mode. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. At this moment, Obito's speed of changing properties and the power of flames have been enhanced. He condenses the chakra in his throat and transforms it all into flames and then exhales it in one breath. Rather than using the fire resistance of the flame breathing to dodge, Obito chooses to use the fire style to directly confront Asuma's combination ninjutsu. Hoo! Large patches of orange-red flames were spit out by Obito. Due to the high temperature of the flames, the site that once turned into a pond quickly dried up. Large patches of flames surged like a Tyrannosaurus rex dancing wildly, as if to turn the entire site into a sea of fire. At this age, he can actually use such a fire style. Danzo's eyes instantly became sharp, and he once again raised Obito's danger level to a higher level. Not only did he open the Sharingan at the age of 9, but he also had such a fire escape. Such an Uchiha would almost certainly become a strong man if he didn't die young. What a terrifying fire! It was indeed the right decision to leave the great fire extinguishing to him. Uchiha Yashiro sighed when he saw the fire dragon flame bomb released by Obito. In his opinion, Obito's fire escape talent is the best in the entire Uchiha, even stronger than the current clan leader Uchiha Fugaku. Because Uchiha Fugaku couldn't use such an exaggerated fire escape at the age of 9. Boom! In the amazement of many ninjas, Obito's flames and Asuma's flames collided. For a moment, the flames shot up into the sky, and fist-sized sparks splashed all over the venue, as if the entire venue had turned into a world of flames. But the battle of ninjutsu of the same nature is the most challenging for ninjas. Even with the blessing of wind escape, Asuma's flames were gradually swallowed by Obito's higher temperature flames. I lost completely. This guy's fire escape is really ridiculously strong. Asuma sighed after feeling the high temperature coming towards him. He was convinced. 2 nature changes and 2 ninjutsu were used to fight Obito. 1 nature change and 1 ninjutsu were both lost. This was truly inferior to others. Surrounded by flames, Asuma chose to admit defeat. The winner is decided. Uchiha Obito wins. Beiruo announced Obito's victory. What an enviable talent! If I had a bloodline limit, I wouldn't be so mediocre. Obito was very envious of Obito who shone in the Chunin exam. After the battle, Obito also withdrew the flames. If this fire escape hit Asuma, Asuma would be blown everywhere by the wind. You started practicing this fire escape before you were born, right? It's so strong. Asuma laughed and scolded and hit Obito's chest. Although he lost, Asuma had tried his best, so his mentality was still good. Hehe, it's okay. Your combination ninjutsu is also very powerful. I didn't expect you to be able to combine two ninjutsu to fight. Obito laughed and made a wave of commercial praise. Come on, keep winning. If you lose after winning me, it will show that I am not strong enough. Asuma and Obito waved and left the battlefield. After being eliminated, he was no longer considered a candidate, so he could not enter the lounge. Now he could only go to the audience to continue watching the game. As Asuma walked up, he saw Raito Bazuki and Kurane Yui waiting for him. What a pity, if it was someone else, maybe we would have won. Raito Bazuki comforted him. It's nothing to regret, anyway, I've fought with all my strength. Asuma replied with a smile. Seeing Asuma's open-minded attitude, Kurane Yui breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. The sixth match, Mei Terumi vs Haruya Moriyama. Hirako quickly read out the name of the next player. After hearing Hirako's voice, Mei Terumi stood up and walked quickly towards the venue. And Haruya Moriyama stood up and walked into the venue after a while. Watch her fight carefully, if nothing unexpected happens, your opponent in the next round will be her. Kakashi said to Obito. Haruya Moriyama performed averagely in the preliminaries. If he didn't have a hidden trump card, Kakashi felt that Haruya Moriyama couldn't even last a minute against Mei Terumi, because Haruya Moriyama was a fire ninja. Obito nodded. Facing Mei Terumi, who had defeated him before, he did not dare to be careless. If he lost in the second round because of carelessness, Obito felt that Kakashi would laugh him to death. He would never allow such a thing to happen. The result of the battle was similar to what Kakashi expected. Knowing that he was weaker, Moriyama Haruya wanted to win with a surprise move, and wanted to use a series of fierce attacks to prevent Mei Terumi from releasing ninjutsu. But he underestimated Mei Terumi's overall strength, and the plan failed and he was injured by Mei Terumi's boiling escape. Mui Terumi naturally could not miss this great opportunity. She directly took down Moriyama Haruya with a water escape and won within a minute. Mei Terumi wins. The master nodded with satisfaction at this scene. Although Mei Terumi took longer to deal with her opponent than Might Guy, they won more. There are currently 4 battles between Kirigakure and Konoha. Except for one won by Might Guy, all the others were won by Kirigakure ninjas. The atmosphere in the audience was a little subtle. The officials of the Fire Country said nothing, the rich businessman's client showed a thoughtful look, the Konoha ninjas looked disappointed, and the Kirigakure ninjas couldn't control their smiles. The 7th game, Zabuza vs Osaki Shinaya. The 7th game was still a battle between Kirigakure ninjas and Konoha ninjas. Osaki Shinaya didn't want to lose, because there was already a Konoha ninja who lost to Kirigakure in front of him, and it would be ugly if he lost again. But the victory or defeat of the battle depends on strength rather than his will. Although Osaki Shinaya has been fighting hard, it can't make up for too much of the gap in strength. However, Osaki Shinaya did what he could do, that is, not to lose so ugly and not so quickly. He and Zabuza fought fiercely for 4 minutes before falling down. Zabuza wins. Hiraho announced the result of the battle. Another victory of Kirigakure, the officials of the Fire Country frowned, which made them a little unacceptable. Konoha won many battles, and was even beaten by Kirigakure in a Chunin exam. Many Kirigakure ninjas were already opening champagne in their hearts. Is there anything that can better prove the strength of Kirigakure than this? It's just luck. If they meet Obito, how could they win? Uchiha Yashiro noticed Kirigakure's expression and snorted coldly. In his opinion, Kirigakure just drew a good lot. For example, in the battle between Obito and Asuma, if Asuma, who lost, was allowed to fight Zabuza, it would be most likely that Asuma would win. The atmosphere on the high-level side did not change much, but Danzo's expression became a little cold. Even if Kirigakure won many games, the master smiled and was not too arrogant. He knew that the combat strength of Konoha's candidates in this Chunin exam was not good. Worse than Kirigakuer, otherwise it would be impossible to beat Kisame team and Terumi Mei team in the Forest of Death, even if Konoha had 3 teams. The 8th match, Hyuga Goiki vs Hitaki Kakashi. Kakashi walked out of the lounge without any hesitation, and Hyuga Goiki followed closely behind. If the opponent was Obito or Terumi Mei, he felt that his chances of winning were slim, but for Kakashi, Hyuga Goiki felt that he could do it. Theoretically, his Byakugan and Gentle Fist are very restraining against this kind of speed-type ninja, in other words, the advantage is in his hands. The battle begins. Oboro shouted. Byakugan, open! Hyuga Goiki immediately activated his chakra to open his Byakugan, veins popped out at the corners of his eyes, and the world in his eyes began to change. Thunder breathing, breathe with full concentration. As soon as Hiroha finished speaking, Kakashi instantly entered a highly concentrated breathing state, and his physical ability and explosive power were greatly improved. Flash! Kakashi took off the White Fang short blade, held the White Fang short blade tightly in his hand, and the lightning chakra burst out on his feet, and the whole person rushed out at a very fast speed. Hyuga Goiki's white eyes saw that Kakashi was about to launch an attack, but he just made a soft fist posture, and the White Fang short blade, which was shining coldly in the sun, had reached his neck, and a scratch appeared on his clothes. The battle was over. Although Hyuga Goiki hadn't made a move yet, he knew that the battle was over. If Kakashi hadn't held back, he would have been killed by Kakashi. The venue fell into silence again. Some people just didn't look at the battlefield at the first time, and chatted with the people next to them for a while. When they looked at the field again, Kakashi's knife was on Hyuga Goiki's neck. Those who watched the whole match were not much better. They only felt a flash of yellow lightning and the battle ended directly. What a fast speed! Even if you just saw it clearly, you can't react in time. Hyuga Hayashi shook his head at this scene. Hyuga Gangai's loss was not unfair. With that knife just now, Hyuga Hayashi can say that Kakashi is definitely the strongest candidate in this Chunin exam. Kakashi wins. Bailuo was stunned for a moment and announced Kakashi's victory. The fastest victory time was refreshed again. Bailuo felt that he just started the battle and it ended. He is the child of Lord White Fang, so it's not strange. Bailuo suppressed his envy. Kakashi's performance made Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Such a fast and clean battle even reminded him of the former Konoha White Fang. It was worth it for him to help Kakashi change teams many times. Instant kills are the best way to show strength. Many viewers cheered for Kakashi's strength. Kakashi was not excited by the cheers. Defeating Hinata Goiki was nothing. In his heart, only defeating Might Guy and the others could prove his genius. What a show-off! Obito couldn't help but complain when he saw Kakashi standing in the middle with a calm face. However, seeing the light flashing in Nohara Rin's eyes, Obito wondered if he should learn from Kakashi next time. Obito had to admit that Kakashi was really good at being cool. As expected of a close friend. Might Guy gave a thumbs up to Kakashi who came in. He couldn't wait to have a youthful battle with Kakashi. The end of Kakashi's battle represented the end of the first round. After a short break, the second round of battle would begin immediately. This chapter is 4.6K, and there should be another 4K chapter next.